Why I don't believe a God exists? Yeah, I don't see good evidence. That's why.
Why you need evidence here?
What?
Why is it?
Hey man, it's windy. I think in your place, and I don't understand what you're saying.
Wait, let me fix.
Yeah, please do something because we cannot continue like that. Mhm. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
What's up?
Hey,
How are you?
fine. How about you?
I'm also good. Where are from?
I'm from heaven.
What's the name?
Heaven.
Heaven.
Yep.
Okay. What are you doing?
Waiting for people to talk about the topic that I chose here.
Okay.
Well, except for it's a
Ah,
nice topic, by the way. It's
cool.
a nice
Cool.
topic.
It's
So,
good to
what you
see.
think? Do you believe in God's existence? What you think about it? Do you believe in God?
I don't. What about you?
Why? I mean, can you just try to elaborate it
Yeah, I will, but what about
and
you?
explain it?
Hey, man.
Well, I think we don't know. I mean, it's kind of like if you talk about scientific explanation, and you can see there is no existence of God, but I think this question is very complicated. I mean, so yes
Oh,
and no, 50-50, and like S 50%
I
no.
think you don't understand the question. That's the problem.
Well, maybe that's the problem.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah, maybe
problem.
that's the
So,
problem.
so either
Yeah, then you have to explain to him. Explain to him the
yeah,
question.
Sure, I mean you can explain. That's what I'm
sure.
talking about. I mean,
If you
philosopher you can
guys,
explain. I mean, if you know the question,
if
you
you
know the
guys,
topic.
if you guys allow me in my own room, sure, I will explain. So why it's simple, it's not complicated because either you believe or you don't believe. When people believe in something, they know what they believe and they know what they don't believe if they're conscious and aware. So if you're saying I don't know whether I believe or not, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, we have lost them. What about you, Miller? Do you believe a God exists?
I am actually neutral about this. I think he may be exist, he may be not. We don't know.
Yeah, you don't know, but do you believe a God exists or not?
No, for me, no.
You don't believe, okay. So
Yeah.
that's the part that people confuse. I'm not asking, do you know God exists or not? My question is, do you believe God exists or not? Uh, yeah, but some people don't understand the difference.
Yeah, there is a lot of people here. They can actually share their opinions about this matter. So, guys, the question is simple. Are you guys believing God?
Yeah, that's the question.
Hi guys.
Hey. Okay, we're waiting. We are waiting for the believers. We are waiting. Okay, there will be that cool. Okay. Okay, I will just refresh the room. Okay. I understand today is not fruitful. It's not like yesterday.
In my opinion, the exist is like a mystery, actually.
I understand, man. I'm changing the room for your information, okay?
Okay,
Yeah. Take care.
well, good. Thanks. Ah, okay. Okay. New room, new chance. New room, new chance. New room, new chance. Bow, 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 bow. Okay. Okay. People are still in the church today. The people. Where are the people? Where are the people? People. People. Where are the people? Okay. That seems interesting. Hmm. Yeah. Da, 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 da. Oh, okay. Dix. Hey.
So I actually don't believe God exists.
Okay. Why?
Hello,
So because it's ridiculous.
It's
how
ridiculous.
are you?
Okay. You think it's ridiculous? Wow.
Hello, guys. Which topic you are going to discuss today?
Okay, Bashir, I'll meet you. If you don't listen us, I'll kick you, okay? Because we are already talking. We are on the topic. If you listen, you will understand, okay? You don't have to interrupt. Welcome, Scamchan. Welcome. So, yeah, our topic is God's existence. And one of our friends doesn't believe because he thinks it's ridiculous. But why you think it's ridiculous? You didn't explain.
So yeah, we go to school and we just trust science, maybe.
Okay, I trust science. Music is ridiculous. Is there any correlation? Okay, people. People, any believers in the room? Okay. Moon to the bane. To the bane.
I
Um,
just wanted to say hi, Phil.
Oh, bro, welcome. Long time no see. Moo, I'm gonna kick you if you don't speak in English, okay? It's only English room. You cannot type in Portuguese, okay? Hey, James, welcome. How are you doing, bro?
I'm doing okay. How are you, sir?
I'm also doing good. Thanks for asking and visiting.
Still struggling with my atheism, but it's going okay.
Oh, you started struggling.
Still struggling. Always a struggle.
You always
Hi guys.
struggled.
Hello.
Okay, you struggle. What do you mean always struggled? You're a fresh
Oh,
atheist.
yeah, I know. I think that's why I still pray, for example.
Okay, no problem, man. So like, are you saying you're not fully atheist?
I don't believe in a God, but I find it I find it what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, find comfort in praying.
You find comfort in prayer. Okay, like here's the good news for you, Fro. Okay, I think that's the assumption. You can correct me, but I assume that you were praying to only one God before,
Yeah,
and now I think you're more afraid. Like you can pray any possible gods.
I still end my prayers in Jesus' name, Amen. But
Fuck.
yeah,
Why? Do
yeah,
not
I know.
discriminate, man. Come on, like pray to Allah, pray Krishna, Vishnu, Zeus, pray Zeus. We're not striking you with lightnings. Pray
No,
Ra.
I just think that I find comfort in praying still.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's okay, man. It's not
So
harming, right? Like if you're not praying for, hey, God, please, mm, you know, kill people of hunger. Like if you don't have such weird and evil prayers, then it's okay. Hey, we are DNA. Welcome, Paul. Welcome, welcome all. So it's okay, man. SHK, welcome. And like, if it's comforting, it's what's the problem? Like, do you think it's a problem? Okay, we have lost Fro. Where are we going after that? Underground. Oop, he was late. I was late. Sorry.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Philo sober. How are you doing?
Hello. Hope. I'm doing okay. How about you?
I'm alright. Thank you.
So, are you a believer, Hope?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Which God?
Jesus.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. We are just talking about praying to Jesus.
Yeah, and yeah, you mentioned about it's what was that? Comforting, right? And then
Yeah.
there was something.
There was something more. I don't know.
Yeah, something. Something
Okay. So, why?
limiting. Something. I don't know.
Hmm. So, I'm an atheist, by the way. Okay. So,
Yeah, yeah,
wait.
sure. I'm a broad-minded person. No worries at all.
Okay. Cool. Cool. And I want to learn why people believe in God.
Well, I want to know why you're an atheist.
Sure, I can mention about that.
Okay, you can start.
But I already started by creating this room by asking, "Do you believe in God? Which God? Why?" I already started.
Okay. Well, yes, I do. I do believe in God. I I think. even if like I sometimes imagine myself, what if I had been born somewhere and no one had ever told me about God, like Allah or whatever, like whoever God, right? Would I still believe that there is God?
But
I
let me
think I
fix
still would.
that question. Like,
Hmm.
if you were born in Saudi Arabia,
Hmm.
you would still be Christian,
That's a good question.
or India.
Um, or in India, well, there are Christians in India,
Yeah, but
but you're
majority.
talking about a predominant religion in that
Yeah,
particular country, right?
yeah. Or
Hmm.
Vietnam or China,
Are
Nepal.
you telling me that me being a Christian is a result of not being exposed to different religions?
Isn't that obvious that you are Christian just because you're born in a Christian
Your
family?
parents. Mm. Probably you could say that if I was still maybe in high school, or but at like in my age now, although I've never really had a chance to go to those places, but like online I've look it up, like look at Christianity or believing in Jesus in like different angles. Like, what if I had been born in Egypt? Is what you said. Would I still
Okay.
believe in Jesus? I think I still.
So, like, do you think there are more reasons why you believe a God exists, or especially why you believe in Jesus?
Yeah, because unlike other people, Jesus rose from the dead.
Oh, you have seen that?
While there are evidences,
Okay. You think they're really good evidence?
good evidence, like valid pieces of evidence.
Oh, for
Oh, for
example,
example, the witnesses.
okay, so
Yeah,
if let's
mhm,
suppose my grandfather told me that he and his 48 friends, they have seen a dragon in a
mhm,
forest, and he's telling me this. Should I think that this is a good evidence to believe that dragons are real?
mhm. Yeah, that's a good point. But let's say, how would I know that your grandfather really saw a dragon?
Yeah, that's my question also. How can I
I
really
mean,
know
was it
that?
documented? Were there pictures? Were like the places, let's
Yeah,
say,
yeah.
things that, yeah, not,
My
not
my
only
my,
by the words of your
my
grandfather, but also
grandfather
other
and his
things,
friends, they
factors.
wrote them in their diaries.
Diaries,
Yeah,
okay.
and I think
And
like
not, uh-huh.
two guys like who is into history did, like, they also made some kind of interview,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah,
Interview. And then,
yeah, like that they just recorded like of their experience on paper.
mm-hmm. But I think it's different with Jesus.
What's the difference?
The difference is that, um, well, it was history because there were people involved during his time that really happened. It's not something that your grandmother and his friend, for example, saw a dragon and he wrote in his diary. But with Jesus, there are people involved more than of those people that are religious.
People involved more than really, what does that mean? I'm sorry. Like, in my grandfather's story also, there are nearly 50 people. They also involved.
Yeah, but he only said two. But
What?
earlier you only said two, didn't you?
Only what? Sorry.
Two.
Two?
Hmm.
I said 48 people witnessed.
Oh, you did. Hmm.
Yeah.
And how are those people?
Come again? I don't understand your
Who are
question.
those people?
How are those people? What do you mean?
Who are those people?
Who are they? Like, do they have names? Like, I'm sure. I don't know in person. they already died. So I didn't meet personally. They have names. Their names are recorded. So you see, like if someone else brings in a similar, evidence, you kind of become more skeptic. Like you don't want to believe in it because other people don't believe in it, or there are just less people believe in it. So it makes it unbelievable for you. But I believe that that's a really bad methodology when it comes to believe something supernatural. So sure, like if my story was like my grandfather had seen a big bear, then like no one would question even. No one would say, "Hey, where are the documents? Like who recorded? Are there any photos, videos?" No one would say that, and we would say, "Okay, yeah, that's possible." So, but when someone says, "I've seen someone on a dragon," we say, "Wait a second, man! Like, why we should believe in it?" If someone tells me, "Hey, someone died and he came back after 3 days," I say, "Come on, man! Like, what's the evidence?" You know what? Someone has seen it. Some people have seen it, and some people recorded it. Okay. Like, people can record false things also next to true things. It doesn't have to be completely false. It doesn't have to be like stories that your grandma was telling you, but if it's including some supernatural things in it, I prefer to say, "Hey, oh, wait a second. I don't believe in that. I don't care how many people claim to see that." And when it comes to Jesus' story, like one guy says that, you know what, 500 people had seen that, and this is only one person claiming that. I can also say, hey, you know what, 1,000 people has seen the dragon, but it's only me saying that. It doesn't make that true also. And I think like that there is the answer of your question, okay? When we started, why I don't believe in God. I don't believe in God because of this reason. I don't see good evidence
Hmm.
or convincing evidence. That's why I don't believe in any God.
Hmm. Well, it doesn't mean that you don't see those evidences, a piece of evidence, then they don't exist.
There are piece of evidences. They exist. I accept,
Yes.
but that doesn't mean they're true.
Hmm.
Okay, so we can collect
Can
any
I ask
kind
you
of
a
evidence.
reverse question, Hope?
Sure,
Oh yeah.
go on.
Fro.
What would you say would take you to disbelieve?
Disbelief.
Yeah,
Could you say that again?
yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of evidence would you need to disbelieve in in Jesus?
So I guess another way of
The
asking
same.
that is
Hmm.
falsifiability. Are your beliefs falsifiable?
Yeah,
Hmm. What would convince me that Jesus isn't God?
that's not. Yeah,
The same also with Philo. What would convince you that Jesus is God? Because I think believing we only have evidences. Well, I mean, those are only evidences. Hmm. But it's all about believing because we can't really, because we were not, we were not there. Uh, so
yeah.
it's so
So
hard to believe.
what would get you to disbelieve what you are believing?
I think
So
nothing.
yeah, that uh, that is kind of sad. So
Hmm.
as
Yeah,
someone that is,
because I think
yeah,
religion is a personal experience. It's yeah, I
as
guess so.
someone that is very new to atheism, I just turned around, and I'll tell you my experience is this, that if you really want to know the truth, as someone that has read the Bible up, down, and sideways, and back to back, I would say that that what convinced me was evidence. And when you say that nothing would change your mind, isn't that being very narrow-minded in your mind, Hope? If you're trying to convince others, you should be open to be convinced otherwise, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's why I said we're here. I'm not. We're here to just have a discussion. We're not here to whatever. We're we're open-minded
I
people. Like
understand that,
for me,
but you
yeah.
said nothing. You said nothing would convince me.
Well, it doesn't mean that nothing would convince me. I have a close mind. I mean, I'm like even when I talked with Muslim people,
Hmm.
my intention is to build bridges, not to build walls, and listen and try to understand them, even with other religions. I'm really open.
I
But
understand that.
from mhm,
Yeah. I
but
think my point was more this: if you really want to know truth, you have to be open to change your mind.
well, I had been, but like I think I've come to the conclusion that I wouldn't because of what I've experienced and what I have seen
Can you
myself.
agree that can you agree that personal experience is a very lousy way to come to a conclusion?
Is our goal here to convince other people or just to share our own perspective?
I'm asking you, if I told you that I had a personal experience with a Loch Ness monster, would you try to
Hmm.
convince me otherwise, or
No, I
don't you?
wouldn't.
Why?
Why? Because I think in a Christian belief, all I have to do is to share what I believe in, and it's only God who can change people's heart. I mean, no matter what I say, of course, I'm going to share things based on my perspective and what I believe in, but it's still God's will whether to open your heart or not. So I'm not here
So
to
I
convince
yeah,
you.
so for me, I like was I think it was Matt Dillahunty, a very famous atheist, that said once, I want to believe a few possible wrong things as possible,
As few
right?
false things as possible, and
Yeah, false things as possible. Thank
as
you.
many true things as possible. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think truth matters more than experience in my mind, Hope. So if you
Yeah,
believed something dangerous, and I think believing in Christ is dangerous, I think it is important to try to convince you otherwise.
yeah, you're right.
So I'm a little bit surprised that Hope's not asking you why you think believing in Christ is dangerous. I think it just depends, right? There is a Christian on the internet called Reverend Ed Travers. And the guy is an absolutely lovely man,
Mm,
right? Like you can just tell that you would love to have coffee with this guy. He's so gentle and thoughtful and progressive in his moral ideals, right?
hmm
And he's not condemning at all. Now, underneath there, somewhere buried deep in a deep layer, is a layer of religious dogma that's not really rational or healthy. But
hmm
it seems like that stuff lays at the bottom of the glass unstirred, right? It doesn't seem to mix with the rest of the way that he thinks and lives his life. It's just down there somewhere. And so if I
Yeah,
were
no.
to ask,
So when I say Christianity is dangerous, I think I say it in a very general term, James, just to
yeah,
be very clear. I think
right.
it's dangerous in general to be a Christian. I don't think it's personal.
Right, there might be some people who identify as Christians who aren't dangerous at all, and many
Yeah,
who do that are. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
I get that, but for me, it's more important that hope goes around in the world, experiencing it from true eyes than being deluded.
Yeah, I mostly agree. Here's the thing, though, and I try to remind myself of this. Some of my best experiences in life have been in dreams. There are some dreams I've woken up from where I would have done anything to go back to sleep and reconnect with those people and be in those places. It was lovely. And so when I think about it, if I could spend the next 100 years in one of those dream states where
Yeah.
everything's an illusion, but I'm happy and not hurting anybody, or the
Yeah.
next 100 years in the cold, sober reality of our existence, I'm pretty sure I'm going to pick the dream state, right? As long as I'm not hurting anybody. And so I understand somebody like Matt Dillahunt. He's saying he wants to believe as many true things as possible and as few false things as possible. But
Yeah.
that is because we're stuck in the cold, sobering reality, whether we like it or not. And so we might as well be as well informed as we can be, so that we can responsibly navigate our place in the world. And so I understand
Yeah.
both positions.
I understand your ontology, and I would say that I think my goal is then to wake you up. If you really, if even if you find it satisfying being in that dream stage, I would rather you be here with us where things are real.
Well, sure, I appreciate that. But when I think of like Indian, like native indigenous spiritual narratives, right, where they believe in
Yeah.
ancestor spirits, the sky spirits, and things like this, if all of their ideas that they attach to that are healthy and productive and encourage, them to share social spaces equitably and take good proper care of our environment, and it doesn't motivate them to violence or division at all, then
Sure.
I don't want to wake those people up from their spiritual narrative. I want them to stay there as long as they're happy and not hurting anybody. And so for me, the biggest reason that I want to have conversations with Christians about issues that matter is because there are some things in Christian theology that do have a cost, not just to them but to other people.
So
And
can I
go ahead.
give you can I give you an argument against what you're saying?
Sure.
So let's say I meet the most lovely person I have ever met, but they are a member of the Catholic Church. They give
Mhm.
money to the Catholic Church. They support the Catholic Church by going there. But at home they are lovely human beings, the
Right.
most amazing human beings on earth.
Right.
I would still say it's dangerous them being a part of the Catholic Church, of what the Catholic Church does by
agree.
supporting them
Yeah.
monetary wise, and also, funny enough, just showing up.
Sure. I agree with you. You have a valid
Yeah.
point there. What are your thoughts about that, Hope?
No, I'm sorry, I was not listening. I only heard about Catholic and no,
Yeah,
I was. Mhm.
I tend to tune out when I hear the word Catholic too, so we're on the same page.
So what church are you a member of, Hope?
What's my what?
What church are you a member of?
I used to be Catholic.
Okay, you used to, but what are you now?
More of like a Protestant. Oh,
Okay.
evangelical, something. Born again Christian.
Okay. Do you go to a special church?
Like special church?
Yeah, like do you go to the same church over and over again?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, what kind of church is that? What kind of church is that, Hope?
It's an evangelical church.
Okay. Is it like a Seventh-day Adventist, or is it more like Pentecostal, or?
More like Pentecostal, right?
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think one of the most unharmful out there. Are you American, Hope? You don't have to dox yourself, but yeah, are you American?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Then I don't care. If you were an American,
So I guess
no,
that should have been your first
Yeah, I
question.
understand.
Sure.
I'm kind of joking, but American evangelic movement is very dangerous.
Isn't everything dangerous?
To
Not
varying degrees,
anything.
there are some risks in any given position. So there are risks for free will, for example. There are downsides or dangers in believing in free will, and there are also risks and dangers, for rejecting free will. Both carry certain potential risks depending on who's carrying the idea and what they do with it.
Okay, but then that could be applied to liberal secularism or authoritarianism or some kind of
Well,
you know.
sure.
So the question is, this what's this person's name?
Oh,
Fro. There we go, Fro.
oh, bro. Okay.
Mhm.
So obviously he's using the word dangerous a lot when he's trying to describe certain things that he has a disdain towards, which is fine. That's his personal opinion, and I'm sure that's shared by many people. But then I look to whatever worldview or way he sees the world now, or how he looks to try to live his life. Then surely we could argue there are still dangers with whatever he tries to associate himself with in terms of a community or anything along those lines.
Can I ask you a question, Christ's disciple? Are you a Catholic?
I'm not Catholic.
Okay. So let's say I was a Catholic, okay? I would say that me supporting a system that has undergone pedophilia, awful, disgraceful things in different regions around different countries is
Yeah.
more dangerous than me just not believing there's a God.
So do you support your government in terms of paying taxes and what have you?
I sadly have to, or I go to prison.
Right. Okay. And obviously those taxes go towards schools, don't they?
Yeah.
And we know what also happens in schools.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at the end of the day,
Is
according
it
to your logic,
systematic though? Is it
well, it is.
systematic?
Well, in many ways, you could argue it is. I mean, unless
Is
you
it?
choose
As
your own
the
school.
Catholic Church?
Well,
Do
no,
they
well,
try to hide it and just turn the teacher to another school?
just out of interest, how many? We have to try and find the statistics. How many Catholic priests are there around the world?
Let's see.
I did
We
have.
could
I've
use the
had this conversation before,
Catholic.
but I can't. Not with you, obviously, but I remember having a very
Catholic.
similar conversation with somebody.
I mean,
One point.
we could Google it, but I don't. I
Yeah,
don't.
Yeah.
I'm doing it right now.
I don't think the
Priest
number matters. So just pick a number. Just say 1 million.
in
Doesn't matter.
the world.
That'd be quite a high number.
Around 407,000.
Okay. And in terms of what we know, and of course, they probably hasn't been fully disclosed, unfortunately, because we know the way the world.
Oh, well, I was speaking all the time. Fuck. I was speaking all the time and no one heard me. And it's so boring to repeat myself. Hey, Professor,
Hello,
welcome.
philosopher.
Hello, hello.
How are you doing?
Oh, your mic. It's sensitive.
Oh, sorry.
I think you should just decrease the gain. So, for the people who wants to, okay, keep the previous conversation. You guys know the websites. I already sent the link in the chat box. If you want to listen them, you can join. I just forgot to send the link here before leaving the room, but I don't have any intention to continue to listen that guy because he never wants to talk about God's existence. He wants to poke some holes in some ideologies even we do not hold. So yeah, and I don't want to do that again. but the people they can join. So anyway. Oh no. Sorry for the confusion, guys. Esther, no, you're not audible. You are not audible. Audible. Ba-da-ba-bum, ba-da-ba-bum, ba-da-ba-bum-bum-bum. Rum-ba-bum, bum-bum, rum-bum-bum-bum. Psst, I hide. Sophocles. Hey,
Hey, bro. I mean, hey,
huh,
man, what's up?
nothing much here, but there.
What?
Nothing much here about there.
So, you are a kind of YouTuber, right?
Yeah, kind of.
That's good. Keep going on, bro.
Thank you.
So, you're talking about the God, like existence of God.
Yes, very good.
I think, I saw you a lot of time. Like previously, your followers was maybe more than 1,000, but now why it's less?
I have never had 1,000 followers, man.
How for sure, bro. I saw your followers. Like it was 1,000 plus, maybe 1,100, maybe.
Maybe you had seen someone else. I don't think
Hmm.
I ever reached 1K.
No matter. Bro.
Anyway,
So yeah, keep going on.
okay. We
Bye
didn't
bye.
start. Bye bye. Exito. Ali. Aster is trying to fix the connection. Mike, whatever. So, any God believers in the room? Ba, 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 ba. Da, 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 da. Hi.
Okay, I just want to know something like, are you believer or not? Like,
I'm not.
oh, I see. And why?
Because I don't see good evidence. That's why.
Oh, I get it.
What about you?
I'm believer.
Okay. Which God
Thank
do you
God.
believe in?
Muslim, I believe only there is one God. So,
Okay. Cool. Cool.
yeah.
So, why do you believe a God exists? Okay. Okay. He doesn't want to answer. No problem. No problem. No problem. No problem. Bow, 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 bow. Okay, Professor, I'm gonna recreate. Recreate. Ba, 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 ba. Okay. Hello, Zach. Hey, Zach. Okay, Zach is in the wrong room. Zach is in the. Oh. Let me share the link here. Harvey Specter. Refos Isaac. Mr. Changes. Oh. Cool names. Hey, Harvey. Harvey didn't like the topic.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Are you live right now?
Yeah, I am.
What's your whitey name?
What?
Whitey YouTube name. YouTube channel name.
Feel sober.
Sorry?
Feel sober.
Okay, let me check.
Yeah, you can check. Tell me if you cannot find.
Okay. Philosopher. This is that a silent sleepest philosopher.
Well, I sent you a link.
Oh.
Maybe you
Okay.
can check the link, okay?
Yeah.
Muhammad. Ooh, look at that face. Hey, man.
सुनाई देती है जिसकी धड़कन तुम्हारा दिल या हमारा दिल है काय भाई शांत पड़ा हुआ का आवाज
You think that we're gonna tolerate your noise, Lucky? Shane? That's shame. That's a shame.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just
yeah
found
bro
out.
would you like the mic
So, people, I hope you see the title.
Obviously.
Cool,
Yeah.
very cool. Some people are blind. That's not always to them. So, I should check every time people join. So, you want to talk about it, Mohammed?
Why not?
Why not? Maybe you don't want to be on YouTube. Maybe you don't like the topic. Maybe you don't like speaking. I don't know, man.
I do like everything.
Okay, so
I just Okay.
Good.
So why did you organize these types of things?
Because I like to talk about these topics, and I have YouTube channel that I can create content through these topics.
Okay. Are you an atheist?
Yes, I am an atheist.
Okay.
What about you,
That's a
man?
great thing. I was kind of like believing and kind of like you, but I'm inside of religion, and now I strongly believe.
You strongly believe. Okay. And there are ups
Okay.
and downs. Now, if you are believing strongly, so it's Allah you believe in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Muslim does believe in Allah.
Okay. So why do you believe a God exists, man?
There's many kind of reasons that actually science cannot actually give any kind of logic in there.
Oh,
That's why.
science cannot give logic. That's why you believe a God exists.
Yeah, because I've seen some kind of, how can I say, ghost kind of things in front of my eyes.
Hmm.
Those never science can give me any kind of logic on those.
Oh, but maybe you didn't search enough, like if you studied enough, or
I
if
did
you.
search so much,
Hmm.
but it came true that I was wrong, and it was actually kind of something paranormal.
Okay,
That's
but
why I
like
do
like
believe.
there are things like schizophrenia or hallucinations
Kind of
or
scary, Jin. Yeah.
I understand, but I think you're not listening to me. So so there are some sort of problems related to brain schizophrenia. Have you heard of it?
No.
Okay, what about hallucinations?
No, I did not ever have any kind of hallucination
Or
problem.
what about optical illusions?
No,
But
obviously not,
okay, if you had one of them, how could you understand that it was one of them?
because it takes time to actually understand this is paranormal thing.
It took time. Okay, during that
Yeah,
time, what
because
did you do to understand?
because listen, that just didn't happen a single time. It just happened over again and again for
Okay,
like so
hallucinations
many
can
years.
happen again and again, or other type
It's
of
it's
problems
not a
can also.
hallucination, man.
You didn't answer my question. So how can you understand it was not a hallucination? Do you have
You must come to
expertise
our
on those
area,
things?
then you can actually see what happens in here.
Mm,
We have a pond in here,
there's a
so I
town.
don't know what does these things explain. It's actually middle of a forest, very deep inside,
Okay,
kind of creepy, very alone, deep and dark.
okay, and
We
you're
go.
calling me there? You're
Let's
calling me such
go.
a blaze? Come on, man. Like, why should I trust you?
I
Or
don't
you're
know.
gonna like
You must.
someone on the internet that I don't know is calling me in a creepy place.
You're gonna come and see what actually happens in here. I'm seeing that place from my childhood.
Okay, you see those things from your childhood. Like, what if you have a disease from your childhood?
If you listen to the story, you'll kind of laugh, but it's really true things.
Okay, sometimes people cannot understand, you know, what is inside their brains and what is outside. They cannot differentiate sometimes. So, like, schizophrenia is one of them. So, some people
Okay.
can have some imaginary friends. They might think it's so real and
Never. I never
never,
imagine kind of like these things. I never
but
have this kind of.
they don't know that they're imagining. That's the problem. So, you cannot differentiate. So other people, they also see the same things that you see.
Yeah, they also
They,
do the same thing.
they also
Look, it's
see the
not a
same things.
hallucination. Listen to me. So don't laugh. Just listen to the story. So on that pond, the people anything wishes came out inside of the pond, and he can actually use it for some days. And the thing is, after some days, he have to return it completely, just like before it
Mm,
was came out of the pond.
mm.
So,
Okay, man. Okay, like
uh,
here's the thing. Okay, I believe you
yeah,
can prove this, and you can change the world. If that's true, if what you're saying is true, you can change the entire world. Okay, and I know how you can test it and prove it easily. Do you
so
want to
tell me how.
change? Okay, so you said whatever you want, like you take it from there, right?
Yeah,
Okay, take some person next to you. Okay, without
okay,
like, but that person must be special. Okay, someone who doesn't have
okay,
arm. Take the person
okay.
next to you and ask, you know, for an arm, for a new arm. You said it stays for 1 or 2 days, then it's gone, right? So
No,
if
no,
what you're
no,
saying is
no,
true,
no,
then
no.
no. Uh-huh.
Listen, listen.
Uh-huh.
The pond is not about giving this kind of things. The pond
What
actually
kind of
gives kind
things?
of the gives like where we actually eat foods, like some kind of things that we actually save our waters and kind of big things, kind of like those kind of metal types of things.
Kind of
So
what?
metal types of things.
Metal types of things?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Like you go to
Ah,
that place that gives you iron or what?
seriously, that yeah, it's give iron kind of.
And what kind of a stupid person asked iron from a lake or what was that? Pond or forest?
Uh,
Who asked
let me
metal,
explain you. Listen,
plastic?
listen. The place we were in at the time, the people surrounding the area is so much poor, so they need those things in case. Now this thing, I know you'll never understand that thing until you come in here and actually see what the thing is going on in here.
Uh-huh.
So I saw so many peoples in front of my eyes got die because of they never return the things they've took from the pond.
Okay, man,
And
wait a second. Can you make your mic a little bit far from your mouth? Just a little bit.
okay,
Okay.
okay,
So the people who do not return the things they die.
yeah,
That's your claim. And they can only get food? And you said metal
yeah,
also.
metal types of things where we
What about
actually
gold?
saves our water and many kind of food ingredients.
Well, like man, like if you take food, you take the food to eat, right? Like if you eat the food, you cannot give
No,
it back, right?
the the pond never gives the food. It gives just kind of metal things.
Okay, the pond gives only metal.
Yeah, but things that
Like
we
what?
actually that we can buy from the stores. Okay.
For example, like a chair.
For example, not chair. It's what it's called. I don't know.
You don't know what the pond is giving. Like you guys don't know what you guys are asking from the pond.
No, we know, but I don't know the English
So
definition of it.
okay,
We
well,
call it in a like our local language, which is called I don't know what in
okay.
English.
What about you? What did you ask for the last time?
I never asked anything, but
You never
but one
ask
of my
anything,
relatives.
but then why do you believe that
No,
is true?
I just go and see what things they actually wish for and from there.
Okay, so a person wishes something out loud, so you know what they're
Yeah,
wishing. So, for example, the
you
guy
told
says,
me
"Hey,
before that,
Pond,
but
give me a car. I need a car."
no. The pawn never offered this kind of things.
What kind of things did the Pond gives
I've
again?
told you. Okay. In which thing do you cook?
Oh, some metal pots.
Yeah,
Okay, so
the
like,
pawn offers these things.
and it's like coming from the water.
Yeah,
Okay,
and there are so many, so many,
okay.
and I saw in
So
front of
so
my eyes.
yeah, good, Muhammad. But what if someone put those things there already, and when some people come, they release these things under the water, and voila, there's a miracle. So, well, why should I believe that this is something, you
I've
know?
told you to come in here and watch
No, I
the
don't need
actual
to.
thing.
Like Muhammad, like now I've
You
lost my.
want what? You
I
want to
was
see the
planning
truth?
Muhammad. I was planning to
Okay.
come, but after what you told me, there's no need to come because it's just shitty. Okay, I don't need
Yeah,
a
I told you
pot.
it's kind of
Okay,
funny.
even if I go there, hey, give me a pot. If I see the pot, so what? Like
Yeah.
that doesn't mean anything to me. Okay, anything that's nothing to me. I can do the same thing. Okay, like I can call you my place. I can say, hey, Muhammad, ask something. Okay, some metal things. Okay, like not very clear, just some metal things. Okay, and but I can give it to you, but you couldn't know that I was giving it to you, but
I got
you
you
would be
whether you're
getting
trying to make me
you
understand,
would
but
be getting those things, and I could say, hey, now you should give money for the good spirits here to please them. I could make
the
money
thing is,
out of it.
the the thing is, I have experienced all of these things in real life, but you'll never understand.
You experience what?
Come to
Like
see the,
what you experience, Muhammad, doesn't tell me that
bro.
it's something different.
Listen. If you want to know the truth, come in here.
Muhammad, I
Let's
want to know the
let's
truth.
explore
Tell
some
me the
creepy
truth
place.
first. Hey, Muhammad, you're not telling me the truth first. That's
I'm
fine.
only
I'm
I've
not
only told
interested
all
in.
of the things.
Oh yeah, what you told me is not interesting to me. Okay, metal pieces, metal pots coming from water is not an interesting
Listen,
thing in my life. Okay,
I've already told you that is a kind of village type of place, and on the place, people are not that
Hello,
much rich.
guys.
Okay,
you
so
don't have to be
they
that
don't
much
have
rich
so much
to
jobs.
have metal pots. Okay,
You'll never understand
I will
how
never
the poor
understand.
people's the poor people's how struggle
Okay,
even a
poor
single
people
things,
struggle is not a miraculous thing. It's a normal thing, man. People struggle. Why should I think
bro.
that this is
Now
something
I understand. Now
godly?
people just got atheist. Okay, thank you for the thing.
Yeah, bye bye. Anyway, look, you're boring, man.
Because
Hey,
you could
okay, I'm
ask the
gonna
next
need.
boy.
Hey, man, I don't need
Hello,
metal pots, okay? Hey, hello,
hello guys. Yeah, how are you?
hello. Fine. How about you?
Yeah, quite fine.
Okay, you have seen the topic.
What do you say?
Did you see the topic?
Which topics?
Oh my god, you're randomly joining, right? Yeah, you're randomly joining. Anyway, I'm gonna leave. No problem.
Would you clear it? I can't understand actually.
No need to.
Sorry for that.
No need to. Bye bye. Take
It's
care.
a where is
Metal pots coming from the metal pots. They made me a big Muslim. Metal pots coming from the water. What a great evidence is. Okay. Full Metal God. That's a good one. Full Metal God. This is the new opening. No, no, wait a second. Hmm, I don't see something. Hey, well, welcome, Julie, welcome. And not showing. That's not cool. Anyway, that's just a new room, Julie. We had a weird one. You missed that. but you can check it. Sage game. That's funny, guys. Yeah. Beep ba 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 bum 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 bum. Doo-doo-doo-doo, bum bum bum. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Okay. That's weird. I'm sending the link, but it's not showing up. What's the problem? That's weird. That's weird. That's so weird. Okay. Let me go to high local also. Yes, seemingly we're gonna struggle here. Bow, 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 bow. No, no way. No way. It's not working. And I don't want to change that.
Hey, Dylan.
Hey.
Yeah, hi. How are
Hi.
you?
Doing fine, guys. How about you?
Oh, yeah, doing well. So, I want to ask you something.
Okay.
Yes, please. Are you promoting people talk?
Uh, not intentionally.
Not intentionally, but you are doing that. Did you talk to the people talk owner, like the Fong?
I mean, time to time, yeah, I'm talking. So what?
Oh, he's talking to you?
On, if I try, yeah.
If you're trying it, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm also creating the same platform, same like people talk. Do you know Cyberchong? Cyberchong.
I don't know.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I seen you. You're always creating the FIFA shop and to make it live. I thought you were promoting the FIFA shop. You were in the team on Pong, so
No,
that's
no,
why
no,
I'm
no,
asking.
no. I'm just using this platform to have people to create my content on YouTube.
How much
So,
viewers do you have in YouTube?
What?
How much viewers do you have?
Viewers right now?
Yeah.
15.
All right, cool.
uh,
So, what are you talking about? You're talking about like religion in general, or like just the idea of God?
Idea of God, yeah.
What do you believe in? What do you think?
Mm, I don't know whether God exists or not, but I don't believe a God exists.
I don't believe in it.
Yeah, I don't believe.
All right.
What
So you
about you?
think like just me, I really like I'm on both paths. Like I don't know, you know. I don't know what you believe.
You don't know what you
So
believe?
I don't really know. I'm agnostic.
Okay.
I don't know if God exists, if it doesn't. Like I
Mhm.
sometimes I'm more curious of like how did you came to that conclusion of God
Which
does not exist?
who said that I came such a conclusion?
You said you believe, but like how did you
Said
believe in?
believe no, I didn't say I believe in something. I said I don't believe a God exists.
Yeah, the question that I've asked is how did you came to that conclusion, or
That's not
like
a
how did you
conclusion.
came?
So when you don't have money, that doesn't mean you came to a conclusion. It means you just don't have it. Okay. So the God belief, I don't have it. Okay. People believe a God exists. I don't believe a God exists, and that's not a conclusion. It's just lack of belief in God. I'm meeting you, Hassan, because your background is very noisy. If you want to talk, you should use Magic Mic here on this platform.
So like, what's the point of having like a debate then, or like having a? Are you like interested in like uh, having different ideas, or?
Sure, sure. No, I'm mostly interested in why people believe a God exists. That's all I want to learn. And sure, I want to share my opinions why I don't believe in those arguments if they're not new to me. But if they bring something new, I try to think about it, reason, and then if I can understand that, then I say, okay, yeah, I don't believe, or maybe I will say, yeah, I believe.
So, like from your point of view, or like from your knowledge, how do you think like the universe came into existence?
Big Bang?
And what was like before the Big Bang?
I don't think that question is a good question because we don't know whether there was something before universe or not. So time and space began to exist with Big Bang, assuming that there was something before. Sometimes even doesn't make sense to me, but maybe yeah, there was something, or maybe there was nothing. I just don't know the answer.
Have you heard about like the simulation theory that we live in a
Yeah,
simulation?
like simulation theory is not different than religions to me.
Is it like it seems like compelling idea, like the idea that like if we like kept our technology kept going like up, then we'll eventually have a simulation that is like no different than this reality that we live in. So I think that idea is that we will eventually create a simulation, you know. And then what makes us think that we are not in a simulation?
Just because we're gonna create something, that doesn't mean we're in a similar creation. It doesn't follow logically. Okay.
Bro, this is the most boring talk, you know. like I don't have like anything like that differs from your idea, so I can't like debate you about anything. But also like I don't know. All right, take care, man.
Okay, I'm also leaving. I'm changing the room to get more people. People. Yeah, we lack people today. We sacrificed the first room. They also scattered, I think. Right now, James is in another room. He created a different room. Only Freund, that Christ disciple, still in the same room, I think. Okay. Here's the link, guys. If they're believers, we can talk or discuss. What's the topic? God's existence. Bam, 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 bam. Ba, 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 bam, 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 bam. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, da, ba, ba, bam. Usama El Jazar. Wow. What a name.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Do you speak English?
I can try to speak in English, yeah.
Very good. So, what is your name?
Phil.
Yes, me, Usama. Nice to meet you.
Usama. I don't have any
Yeah.
opinion. That's why I cannot say it's nice to meet you or not. But that's not a good starting for me, okay? So did you see that there
Yeah,
was a
but
topic for this room?
no, I didn't see anything. I just want to practice to improve my English.
Okay, then I feel like you're in a wrong room, okay?
Yeah, yeah. So, can you explain to me what is the content that you will discuss in this room?
God's existence.
God's existence.
Yep.
But first and foremost, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Yeah. Are you a Muslim?
No, I'm not.
Yeah. But me, I am a Muslim.
Okay, good. So, well, why do you believe in Allah?
Yeah. There is a lot of testimony that justify or shows that Allah exists. Like, look at the sky. Yes, uh, who lifted the sky? Look at the beach. Look at the earth. There
Osama,
are lots of
Osama.
signs that
Okay, Osama. I want to look at your God. I think there's a connection problem. But if you hear me, I want to look at your God, okay? Not the sky, not the ocean, not trees, not
please,
mountains. Okay.
please,
Connection problem.
please, we can change the topic.
No, we cannot.
Because what is the religiosity do you belong to? Are you a Buddhist or Christian?
I'm an atheist.
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 Yeah, yeah. Where are you from?
Oh my god. Julie, I'll jump. I'll jump.
Where are you from?
I'll jump.
I will jump. But me from Morocco.
Good, very good. I'm from I will jump. My poor Moroccan friend. I wish you knew some English and I wish you had better internet so that maybe we could have a conversation. So sad.
You didn't even hear the last part, did you?
Oh, what did he say?
What do you do in your life?
Do you do in your life? You're jobless, man. You're jobless. You do nothing. You remember those people?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let's try. I'm gonna try high local also. How are you today? Maybe we can have Mr. Parker today in the room. Did I
That would be great.
did I share the link? Here's the link. A special link for Mr. Parker. Okay. Oh, Blackstone is already active. Look at them. Look at them. Religion lounge, no militant allowed. He's
Imagine
enjoying
if you were to find your room
my room. Where?
here.
What do you mean?
You know how he is. I don't know how good it would be.
Sorry, come again. Like, I think I'm missing something.
Never mind.
No. Please say it.
No, I think it would be if you were having trouble with Jack, if Blackstone made it to this part of your rooms, that would be even worse because you know how he can get.
I think I'm stupid today.
It's okay. It doesn't matter.
Okay. First, I'm not a believer. Yeah. Okay. Also, I have to jump off a meeting here. Okay. No problem, Mr. Parker. We just tried. Yeah. I hope we can catch people today. Nabila. Okay. Probably we're having a Muslim sister here in the room. She got scared.
Oh
just,
no.
Maybe just connecting. Okay.
Oh, she didn't leave. Welcome, Nabila.
Okay. It was an auto kick? Let me check. No.
Oh,
I
I
thought
think
it.
he just left.
Okay.
Welcome, Yasir.
Yes, sir.
And there he is again. Welcome, Mehmet. Welcome to the silence.
Yeah. Yeah, every day is different. On Free for Talk. Every day is different. Okay. That guy probably he's committed to convert Fro back. You remember Fro? He came before
Who?
you joined. Fro.
Oh, no, I don't know.
You don't know Fro? Oh. Wow, you don't know Fro. Okay.
Is that a famous person?
No. Like he's a person that just became an atheist and
Because of you?
that's what he said.
Oh, that's great.
Okay. The thing is, you remember the guy from yesterday, Christ disciple.
Oh God, yes, I do.
And now they're in the same room. Alone.
Oh
Hello.
no, that's not.
I'm not planning to
Hello.
help. Hello.
No.
Hello,
Hey,
you hear me?
yes, you're audible.
Yes. So, will I have to tell that I believe in God or not?
And that's how we can start the conversation.
Yes. So, I believe in God, that there is something that who is operating this world, but I don't believe like any other people.
I understand that. Why do you believe that there is such an operator?
I think things are going in a pattern. So I don't know. I think I feel something
You
that
feel.
he exists. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't yes, but I have different perspective about God. Like God is not that good enough
Not good
that
enough.
that people think he is.
Okay. But why do you believe there is such a God? Just feeling.
Yes,
But you know that our feelings can be false
can be a part of the fact, right?
or maybe something not real, right?
Yeah. But
So
uh, it's like more gut feeling or intuition, because sometimes it becomes true.
sometimes becomes true, sometimes not.
Yes, and God is not like anything we can like will until we didn't found. I meant to say humans doesn't know. Humans do not even know that what they don't know. So that's why I
True.
go.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I go
Okay.
with my intuitions about God.
I understand. So your name is Anupam.
Yeah, Anup. Yes.
Okay. So imagine someone joins this room and says that, "Hey, Anupam, I believe in dragons." And you say,
Yes.
"Oh, why do you believe in dragons?" And he says that because I have feelings.
Yes.
Mm, Do you
I
think?
would say okay. There could be a parallel universe
No,
that we don't know.
not parallel in this universe.
Why not parallel universe? There could
We
be
don't have
a
to go to because universe is
God
too big.
exists. See, if you are giving analogy about the God, God can exist in parallel universe too.
No problem, no problem. But we don't have to, imagine on a big scale, right? Like universe is already big. I think universe is enough to have dragons in it, right?
No, I don't think.
You don't think so, but the person has feelings. He feels the dragons inside this universe, not in a parallel
Yes.
universe. So, and
I would ask.
the same person
I
tells you
would
that,
ask him.
Anupam,
I do.
let me finish this part.
Yes.
Let me finish this part. The same person tells you, hey, Anupam, the things that you don't know about this universe is more than the things that you know.
Yes.
Yeah, so believe that dragons are real because I have feelings because you don't know much about this universe. That's why dragons are my beliefs.
So what? It is
So
good.
we
You
should
can
believe in
have your way.
dragons.
Yes.
So it's normal to believe in anything. Like we can believe in
He
anything
have
like this, right?
he's believing on the basis of his gut feelings and intuitions.
Like you.
So
Yeah, like you.
yeah. So I would say that I don't have intuition for the dragons, and I don't feel like there is dragon. But if he is saying by on the basis of his feelings and perspectives, so he could be right.
Right. Okay. So, but are you aware of the possibility that there are already many people on this planet, they have different feelings. So if they feel something, if they say, hey, You know what? I have feelings, therefore this thing must be true. So, like, the reality, like, doesn't work like that, right? So when you feel something, that doesn't mean
See,
it's there.
reality doesn't work like that until and unless we know some facts about that,
Okay, do you know some
right?
facts about God?
God, right. So we don't have facts about the God, and
Okay.
also we don't know everything about this universe. So that's why humans go with the feelings about the God, right?
Okay, no facts, just feelings.
Yes,
Like the dragon
because
believer.
because 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 science doesn't know, like science doesn't know everything and everything about this universe, right?
Yeah, yeah, like my friend is also saying the same thing. He's a dragon believer, and he's saying
Yes,
saying me the same things, man. He told me that, come on, man, science doesn't know about everything, therefore dragons are real.
yes, they can be. I'm saying they can be.
They can be. So you can be.
Yes,
That also means maybe you are not right about that.
yes. But this time in my head, when I think about the God, right? So
Okay, you think about the God.
when I think about the God, I
Mm-hmm.
don't have like, I don't have the image of the God.
Okay.
I was
Doesn't matter.
understanding.
So
Um,
if you imagine something but there's no image of that thing, that doesn't make it real also.
yeah. How would you? How do you think if there could be a God? How would he look like?
I don't know.
Yes, you don't know,
Yeah, I
but
don't
I'm
know.
asking you to imagine.
No, I don't need to. Why should I imagine something that I don't see evidence for it? I don't see any evidence, any good evidence for God.
Right. Do you have you seen aliens?
No.
No. So can you imagine they how they can be, right?
Mm, no, I mean,
Humans can imagine. Humans make their own imagine in their own imagination. They make images of aliens
so
and
what?
how they would look like, right?
Yeah, but so what? That means aliens are real?
No, I'm not saying that that means
Okay,
real.
then what we are talking about right now.
I'm asking you. So you are just neglecting the question. You are just hopping from the question
Oh,
and
really?
escaping my question.
What's
Yeah,
your
I
question
am.
again?
My question is, how would you imagine if there could be a God?
Yeah,
How would be he? How would be he looking
okay,
like?
okay, let me answer then, okay? So I imagine a God which is bigger than this universe, but it looks like a humanoid, okay? He has the biggest muscles, like that they're, so big, okay? And the God has two hearts in itself, three dicks, okay? 10
Mhm,
testicles and
mhm,
10 arms, 6
mhm.
legs. So I imagine such a God.
Okay. Okay. So it's your thinking, right?
Yeah, yeah,
That's how, like, uh, I mean, that's how you think, right?
yeah, yeah. So what? That
Okay.
means there's such a thing? No, right?
So no, no. I was just asking if I was just asking by your perspective.
Yeah, but there's no point, I think. You're just
No, there
asking
was
for
no
fun.
point. Why would I ask anything? Why would I ask everything which will have a point?
Hey,
uh,
sorry for interrupt you
because
guys.
I don't
The
like
last
pointless conversations. That's why. Yeah, hello, Ro.
hello. Do you believe in gravity?
No, I don't.
What about air?
Air? Yeah, I believe.
can you see it or can you touch it?
Yeah, I can touch.
How?
Like when it's windy, I can feel it on my skin.
You can feel, you can touch, right?
Yeah, like touch is a feeling, right?
Oh, it's not feeling.
Is a feeling.
Smelling is
Right,
feeling.
bro.
Is
You
what?
you tackle you have logic, bro.
Can you hold it?
Can I hold it?
Yeah, air.
No, we don't hold gas. Okay.
We
So
can
I
hold it in a container.
like
So
yeah, you can
since
do
there's
that.
like you cannot hold or see, but you believe there is air, right?
I said I can touch air, and by the way, we can
No,
hold
it's not air, it's wind. You're saying you can touch the wind, you can feel the wind.
wind is just air movement. Okay, wind is not an object.
Okay.
It's the movement of the
Who,
air. Okay.
who's moving the air then?
Uh, some other forces.
Okay,
Like
okay,
what?
okay,
That doesn't
Roz.
matter.
Okay,
Doesn't
Roz.
matter. Like
Roz.
we are not
Roz,
asking.
Roz.
Hey,
Roz.
man, hey, Anupam. So the
Yes.
topic is not air's existence; it's God's existence. Rose, do you believe
Yes.
that God exists?
Listen.
Yeah,
That's what
I do
that's
believe
I
him.
would continue. I would like to continue with the Roz. So, philosopher.
Oh, why?
Listen.
No, I'm not listening, Anupam. This is my room,
Listen,
man.
please.
Hey,
I have a point. I have a point to say.
for what?
For the God.
Okay, go say.
Yes. So you feel by some sensory you felt air by some sensory like skin, right?
Yeah.
That air exists. If you didn't had that sensory organ, that you could not feel the air,
So
would the air not be there?
sure, it's there. Yeah.
It is there. So that's how we
That's
don't
how.
have that sensory. We don't have that sensory.
Okay. Anupam.
It could be. It could
Anupam.
be like it
Anupam.
can happen.
My
We don't
God.
have that sensory that
I'm gonna
we
mute you,
can.
man. You're just bullshitting so far. So we don't have like. Do you see unicorns, Anupam? Or let's go back to dragons. Do you see dragons?
Did you get
No.
my? Did you get my point
I got
or
your
not?
point. That's why I'm asking you a question. Okay. Do you
What
s-
I said. What I
do,
said.
Anupam? Do you see unicorns?
No,
Okay.
I
Okay.
didn't saw unicorn by my
Okay.
own
Yeah.
eyes.
Yeah, because they're magical. You cannot see them. So you don't have
Okay.
sensory. You don't have sensory to see the unicorns. Okay. Unicorns are not something that you can see with your own eyes. Okay. So
Can
you
I
need a
talk?
different you need a different sensory. Okay. So you don't have it. That means unicorns
Yeah,
are real.
it can happen. It could be.
Okay, like we are not here for it
Philosopher,
could be, okay? No one says that it cannot be, okay? So if no one
Yes.
says it cannot be, don't keep say it can be, okay?
Okay, so you are not saying that cannot
I have
be
never
in this
said
world.
that. I have never said that. That's why you're tiring me.
Okay, okay. So you have
Philosopher, can I talk?
Yeah, go, Ro.
Yeah, you're talking about like dragons and unicorns existing, right? But
No, God's
people
existence.
create them like imaginary scenes. You can
Oh,
see them in movie cartoons, right?
yeah.
If they were
Okay.
real, you could find evidence like
If
fossils.
I say people created gods, you can read them in the books. What do you think?
Okay, but can you believe that people have enough power to create like someone who they should worship, right? Do
Oh,
you believe it? Like
people can create anything to worship.
no, people couldn't believe like
I don't care what
couldn't
people
create like
believe.
someone.
Just because people believe
Yes.
in something, that doesn't mean it's real, man.
No.
So why we should think about what people believe in?
It's just faith. Someone can believe his existence, but someone
I know
just
that. I know. I'm not
don't
interested in
accept
that,
that.
man.
Yeah.
If you
I know
say,
you have you have enough like evidence to argue with these people. You know, you said you're atheist, right? Atheist.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah, you have done your research, but
I'm
I
doing.
think these guys, yeah, these guys uh, didn't do research like existence of God or
Did you?
religion.
Did you?
So
Did you do? Forget about
no,
other
I
guys.
didn't. I just believe him.
Okay, you
I
just
don't have
you,
to.
you don't have good
Yeah.
evidence for God. Okay, so I'm sorry. Like, there's nothing to talk to you.
Why? Why do you think that?
But you don't have good evidence, so why should I talk to you? Take care, Weird Danny. Thanks for being here.
Okay.
Yeah. You're saying those people don't know, and then you're saying I also don't know. So what's the point?
I'm saying I know. I know. I have faith. I don't have to research like
Okay,
if
okay.
he's
I have
exist.
faith, bro. I have faith. I know that your God is fake. That means I'm true right now.
So what do you think? What will happen when you die or
No,
I
no.
die?
Answer my question. I have faith, and I think your God is fake. I know it.
I don't accept. No, I don't accept it.
What?
I don't accept your faith.
I also
I
don't
don't
accept
care
your
about it.
fate. I don't care about your fate also. So, but who's true here? So we cannot
Listen.
be right. We cannot be right at the same time, right? Either you're true or me.
Yeah. We will find out
How?
when you and I die.
Oh, really?
Yeah. If there is no God, you will win. You're right. If there is God, I will win when I die.
Okay.
God is just a frequency or energy.
Oh, oh.
Yeah.
But you didn't prove it, Anupam. You said it can be, and it can be
Yes.
means maybe there's no such a thing.
How does it mean there is no such a thing?
Either something exists or doesn't exist. So, do you think unicorns are real?
Okay, so
Anupam,
here is also there
Anupam.
is a there,
Oh, don't jump,
listen, listen.
don't jump, don't jump. You listen, okay? Do you think unicorns
Okay,
are
you
real?
said
I'm gonna mute
there can be
you.
something or there
Okay. You don't know, man. You don't have manners here. Okay. Don't waste my time, Anu. Do you want to talk?
when we are talking about the God,
Do you want to
we can't.
talk? I'm gonna meet you one more time. If you just keep reading your book, I'm gonna kick you. Okay? Do you want to talk?
Okay, what
Do
was
you want to
saying?
talk?
Yes,
Then listen. Learn to listen. Okay? So do you think unicorns are real?
I say I haven't seen it.
Do you think
They
unicorns
can,
are real?
they can,
Learn to listen. Do you think unicorns are real?
they can be real.
They can be real means maybe they're not real. Do you understand that?
Yes,
Okay,
maybe
so
they are
so
not.
now you understand when you say it can be, it also means maybe it is not.
Yeah, right.
Good. So when you say there can be a God, means maybe there is no God also. That
Yeah,
also
right.
means you don't know, okay?
Yeah, right.
Good.
So what?
So that's the case. And I don't believe when I don't have good evidence. So for your God, I don't have good evidence. For unicorns, I don't have good evidence. For other things, I don't have good evidence. That's why I don't believe, okay?
Okay, so I was
What do you
saying,
have to believe?
okay, hello,
What do you have to believe?
what do I have to believe? What?
Yes, you have the belief. Why do you believe?
I believe because I told you in the starting, I feel
that there is a
Oh,
God.
I'm sorry. That's my bad. I forgot that. Then why the hell do you
Yeah.
keep talking to me then? Because it's over. When you say I have feelings, I explained to you. Feelings are not good tools to reach what is true out there. Seemingly, it's not your purpose. You don't care about the truth. You say, "Oh, I just feel I want to go with
And
this
and and
option."
and, and yeah, right. And in the contrary, I told you there, like, we can't see some of the colors that is in the universe because we don't have that sensory in our eyes, right?
Man, well, we explained that, right? You don't see unicorns because you don't have the sensory, you know, cells in your eyes, okay? You don't have them, that's why you
Mhm.
cannot see unicorns. That doesn't make unicorns
Yes.
real if I say that, okay? Isn't that clear?
Hmm. No. You are not. You are thinking in the binary.
A binary?
Yes.
Okay, explain to me.
You are thinking in the zeros and ones.
Explain to me.
Who said? Who said there can be only two aspects of a coin,
Uh, we're not talking about
either
coin.
tail or a head, right?
Okay,
We humans only thinks there can be something and there can't be something,
okay. Isn't that true?
right?
So if I say
So
either your God is real or not.
but but in the quantum physics,
Anu, focus
yes,
on me. If I say either your God is real or not, do you think this is false?
yes,
Oh,
you
okay.
are thinking in binary.
Okay, what is the third one? Third option here. Either your God is real or not. What is the third option?
uh, Humans doesn't have that uh, imagination that he can think of third option, either having something or either
Then how can you
there
claim
can't.
that? How can you claim that? Then there is the third option. If you cannot
Can
think
you
of it,
imagine? Can you imagine a new color? Tell me.
no, I cannot.
So what?
So
There
what?
cannot be a new color. There
Maybe,
are many spectrum
yeah,
in the
yeah,
sunlight.
yeah. Maybe there is no new color.
There are new colors because there is many spectrums of visible light in
Okay.
the sunlight,
Yeah,
right?
but we are not talking about it. We're talking about something's existence. Either that thing
Yes,
exists. So
you are just
okay, okay,
thinking,
okay. Anu.
you are
Oh my
yes,
God. Let's imagine a new
fire
color.
shouting.
Let's imagine new color, okay?
Yes,
And let's call it X.
yes.
Either there is such a color or there is no such a color.
Mhm.
Yeah, like maybe you're imagining, maybe it's not even a new color.
No, I was just telling you the human capabilities of thinking.
Okay.
You are still thinking there can be a color, there can't be a color.
I'm not
No.
aware of the third option about God. We're not talking about colors. If you think there is a third option for God, we can talk about. If you cannot imagine the third option, don't waste the time by just talking nonsense, okay?
Okay, so
Can you
you are
imagine the third
thinking just the
option?
more humanic way.
Can you imagine the third option?
Can you imagine the new color?
Bye bye, take care. You're a time waster.
Bye bye. You are a time waster for.
Bye bye. Okay. Oh, he's just using AI? Oh, both you are using AI. Okay. So, oh, we're DNA just shared something. Okay. He just shared something.
I think Harivax has a point.
Sorry, come again.
I think Harvax has a point. There are no philosophical evidences towards the existence of unicorns or dragons, but there are philosophical evidences towards the existence of God, and that makes it somehow different, even though I don't really understand what
Okay,
that is.
that's not an exact analogy. So, like, I think he was just, I don't know. We are not arguing about unicorns, okay? Like, we can think about something else, Harry, and it's the case. Like, pick anything, any concept, either it's real or not. And it's not like the other guy who's saying, "Oh, there might be another option." Okay, okay. So you were doing something else. No problem. Oh, CD is back. I left my first room because of them.
Yeah, no, sorry. It's because he brought up a different topic, and
You
yeah, I
like
did.
when people bring different topics, I assume.
I can't help it. If they bring up topics, I mean, I'll tell you what. If they bring up another topic, I'll just turn around and say, "Well, that's off topic." That's fair, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's also unfair to kick all of you every time you guys are not on the topic.
They keep doing it. They keep bringing up other topics, and well, unfortunately, that's the. Unfortunately, that is just the you know, when the way it's been sort of set up, people do go off on different topics. There's no. I know
Unfortunately.
you're supposed to be the moderator in theory, so you're supposed to keep it on topic, but that's fine.
Okay. So, like are you ever speaking about God's existence, CD?
Well, I think the problem is that I find, and this is where language is important, and then trying to define exactly what you mean, because ultimately you're working within the premise of what is true and what is false. That's
Okay.
ultimately isn't that how anybody tries to work out anything, right? I would imagine.
Okay. So, do you believe a God exists?
Sorry?
Do you believe a God exists?
I do.
Okay. It's a Christian God?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, good. Like, maybe you can share why you believe in that God.
Well, I think we first need to define what truth is.
What truth is? I don't think that's
Yeah,
necessary.
truth. I think, well, because when I listen to the conversations that we had, no matter it doesn't matter really who's talking, they use these words like true and false and all these things. And I just want to, if we can figure out that to
Cry.
begin with as a
You joined my room at least 4 times, and you're the only one who brings the terms truth. Maybe you should explain what's truth, what's true, what's false.
Okay, so in order for us to be able to believe in something, we have to believe that it's true. I think that's a fair assessment, isn't it? So, and the problem we have is that different people have different definitions of what truth is, which is essentially relativism, and that becomes a problem because if I was to ask you the question, do you believe there's a real difference between true and false? What would you answer to that? What would you say?
And you gonna explain those terms or not?
No, it's just a simple question.
No,
Do you believe?
I don't think so. I
Oh.
think like you have different kind of intentions here.
Well, if I was to present a philosophical argument to you, it would be unfair for me to overload that without basic premise. We need to agree on some sort of principle, which I think is trying to establish what truth is.
Okay, man.
You understand?
I
So
understand you, like, but then
yeah,
please, like, explain what is true, what is false, what is truth for you. If I disagree, I will just,
yeah, you're happy to disagree, and we have to realize where that leads to. So, for
Yeah.
example, if I was to ask a question to you again, do you think there's a real difference between true and false? No, I'm going to try to hypothetically see where it leads to. You don't have to answer for me for the moment.
Cool.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. So if I say to you, do you believe there's a real difference in true and false? Because you haven't given me an answer, I would like to say that you would say yes. Okay. Because otherwise, how would you define what truth? Because if you're just working within a scientific sort of imperialist perspective, even science doesn't give you 100% certainty or conclusions. It's just based on reasonable doubt, isn't it? Because only science works with inference, probability, updated models. It's not certainty there. So science is fallible in itself. I'm not anti-science. I'm just working with what science is. So if you're trying to define what something is truth in order for you to then believe in it, I'll be interested to see what kind of methodologies you use to define what truth is.
I'm still waiting for you to explain what does it mean truth, what is true, what is false.
Well, I believe you can logically conclude where something leads to that can be truth. Okay, so this is essentially epistemology we're talking about here. So we're working with epistemology, and that's how you can define what you can consider to be plausibly truth. There are certain methodologies that we can use to try to conclude what if something is true or false. And because we're dealing with the question, does God exist? Then there's going to have to be questions to be asked. There's going to have to be certain arguments to be presented. But there's no point me presenting them to people who actually don't even believe there is anything that's true or false in the purest sense.
CD, are you gonna explain what is true, what is false? What does it mean truth?
So have you studied epistemology before? Have you done any of that before?
CD, this is the last time I'm asking you. Are you gonna explain what does it mean true, false, and the truth?
So where we can logically conclude using our rationale, our reasoning, and our logic as to if something is actually true, if what we believe is true. Regardless of what opinion is, regardless of people's opinions, we can actually distinguish there is something between something objectively true or objectively false. That's kind of what I mean.
I still don't see any answer for just questions.
Okay, well, how would you like me to answer it then?
In a simple way. In a simple way.
Okay. What would help?
Examples, maybe?
Of?
Anything simple. Please, not mathematics, not gravity, not consciousness.
No, I'm not going to use consciousness. No.
Good. Thank you so much. Because
what kind of arguments have you heard so far, so that I don't end up repeating myself, or not myself, but repeating things you've already heard?
I don't know what's in your mind. So.
No. Well, the thing is, there's no point me presenting something if you don't understand it. That's what I'm trying to say, and that's why I'm saying we need a basic premise to work off.
Okay.
Which is what is true.
Let's measure like this, okay? So, Julie Paul, did you get what he said about true, false, and truth?
Nope.
Okay, one no. Paul, what about you? Maybe he was not listening, but anyway, so I told you how I could understand if there's a possibility.
I'm sorry.
So, what did you say?
Sorry, I had to run to my computer there to
Okay,
turn the
okay.
mic on. I apologize.
No problem. So what I said, like, I could understand if you explain simply through some examples, simple examples, and I just like made some exceptions: gravity, consciousness, mathematics.
Okay. You do know, though, not necessarily gravity, but you do know that some people use some of those. Although I'm not an evidentialist, I'm a presuppositionalist, so I don't actually believe in the evidential arguments. But I know that's what people use because they think it's powerful, and they have their place. But the reason why I'm trying to establish what we may agree on what is truth, or how we get to that, is because you keep talking about you want evidence. That's always what you guys ask for, isn't it? If you say, does God exist? And if someone says yes, you're going to say, can you give me evidence? So we can't escape the concept of true and false, because I need to know how you determine what truth is in the way that you view the world. Otherwise, I can't work with. I need to work with you to understand what you know or what
D.
you think
Yeah.
truth is.
Okay. What about like again, like since you required this, and since you are the one who's complaining about this, which is not a clear thing for you, why you do not explain us what is true, what is false, what does it mean truth for you?
I think the problem is because people seem to have a different definition of what true and false is, but we have to work with some form of objectivity, okay, some sort of objective, rational standard. Otherwise, no argument is possible. And we've, and that's why I think it's important that if I was to present something to you, we
Okay.
can actually agree that when we're following it together as a premise, as we're following it, you and I or the people listening, we are all in agreement that the conclusion leads to something that we can all agree on is truth. Okay, you have to. Unfortunately, the reality is because your question is about God's existence, we are talking about something that most people do agree on is a transcendent mind. It transcends humanity. It transcends our universe. Okay, the only way a God can exist in that particular nature is it's not within the universe, it's outside the universe. Okay, if anybody you speak to, if they are of some kind of Abrahamic religion, they're going to say that their God created the universe. And in order to be able to create the universe, you have to be outside of it. So you can't be inside the very thing you create. So the point I'm trying to make is because we're dealing with something that's transcendent, you can't work with an evidential framework that's materialistic, okay, within science and empiricism. So the only thing you're left with is metaphysical questions, and using epistemology, you have to use those within a philosophical framework, an argument that's philosophical. They're the only ones that hold or carry any weight to be able to work with this question, and that is, does God exist? Okay, so that's why I'm trying to work with you to say what is true, what is false,
Lady.
and how do you work?
Okay.
How do you come to those conclusions in your
Okay.
worldview?
I was planning to kick you, but I changed my mind.
Thank you.
If you keep, but this one is worse. I will repeat
Okay.
one more time. I will request one more time. Like, do you
Yeah.
remember how many times I said, "Can you please explain what does it mean, true, false, and the truth for you?" Because you're the one who's complaining about this topic. I had never complained
Okay.
about. I have never needed to talk about what is true, false when I ask questions to people, because it was not that much important for me. Okay, because I know what can convince me about the existence of God. I would be a believer. Okay, it's not about true, false. Okay, it's about belief or not belief. So I don't understand why you keep stalling and
It's not
intentionally not
stolen. I do
not
apologize.
not not explaining the
All
exact
right.
topics that you require, because seemingly you know what do they mean, and so far I told you I didn't need them. I don't need them. But if you think we need to know those things, and if you think you know those things, please share, then I can say I agree or disagree. But every time I
Okay.
ask you, you don't want to do that, and I believe now you're doing it intentionally.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, I will try to establish what I think, how we can get to something that's considered to be true, and I think it's important that we establish that because in your last sentence you said things like convince, believe, and all these kind of things. That's all based on what you think is true. So we can't escape that. So in order to be able to convince somebody, we have to understand what they think truth is. So let me explain. So if we want to establish what truth is, okay, we have to know what the difference is. We need to believe that there are some things as objective, rational standards, because if there isn't, there's no argument that's possible. Okay. If it's just personal, if truth is just universal or preference, if it's just a personal thing, then science and reason just collapses into what's called relativism. So we need to ground that. So that's me establishing what I think truth is. So I believe that we need to have an objective, rational standard to work with in order for us to then, me rather, present a premise that you then understand. Okay.
Objective rational
So would you
standard.
agree with that then?
I don't understand what you mean by
Sorry.
objective rational standard. What's that? Can you elaborate more on that?
So when people get together, could be let's work with science, for example. So in order for us to be able to do science, okay, everybody needs to agree that there is some kind of standard to work with in order to be able to do science. Okay. Now we know that science works with things like inference rather, probability, and these are the kind of things that a lot of people try to use either for or against the existence of something, or in this case, God. Okay. Now, if we are saying that science is in itself fallible, okay, then that becomes problematic. We don't have a standard then. So it's very important that we understand that when we have a standard for something, it's because everybody believes in it. Okay. And that's the point I'm trying to make.
I'm saying, like, what is that rational standard? And your answer is science is not that, or science doesn't have those standards. I didn't ask what doesn't have the standards. I'm asking what are those standards for you and how you justify them.
So I believe a standard is something that there is a convergence where people are in general agreement that this can be considered to be not 100% unequivocal, because I think that in itself is difficult, but we can work with a rational standard where we can all agree upon that this seems to be plausible. It's actually proof beyond reasonable doubt. Okay, that's how we believe in anything. Okay, there are some people that believe in stuff that like, let's use God for example. You guys don't believe in God. Why don't you believe in God? Because you believe there's no evidence for it.
False.
But then if somebody tried, no,
False.
okay. So why don't you believe in God?
But the existent evidence is not sufficient to convince me. That's why.
Okay. So you've also got a standard almost immediately, then, haven't you? You've got, whether that's your own standard in your own mind or it's a shared
Yeah,
standard by others.
I have my own standards, and some people are sharing the same standards.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are those standards then? What do
Yeah,
you
see that
define as?
again, like why the hell you're just like every time you enter the room, like you want the table turned already, okay? And what you're doing always is just trying to turn the table, and you immediately trying to turn the table. Why the hell you're not presenting your position or your ideas about God, about truth, about true false? Like you just trying to start explaining, and you just go, science is bullshit. Okay, they don't have standards, and this is not the way that we can how we can know things. How can we know what is true, false? How can we know what is truth? Why you don't mention about those things?
Oh, well, I do apologize. What I'm doing essentially is what's called Socratic questioning.
No,
Okay, so
what
what
you're
I'm
doing is just poking into
no,
holes.
no,
That's
it's not.
all.
If it is, I do apologize if you feel that way. It's just it's
Always from
philosophy.
the very beginning.
Yeah, because it's philosophy.
Yeah, it is, but like when you find gaps or cracks in my reasoning, okay, or my worldview, doesn't prove your God. Like I don't understand your
No, it doesn't.
intentions.
No, it does. No, and I do apologize if you felt that's the way. So, if there are somehow flaws in your reasoning,
Yeah.
and it could be flaws in my reasoning, I'm quite happy to expose that as well. I mean, obviously, as far as you guys are concerned, I've got the most flawed reasoning probably of them all because I believe in a sky daddy, as people like to say. So that's fair. I understand. We on each side of the table, or each side of the fence, believe that there is some flaw in one another's reasoning. But the way we go through this philosophical line of questioning, which doesn't take long, is because if I can understand where you are from your position, I could then potentially maybe readjust my argument so that it fits within your framework of what you believe or what you could be then convinced is true. Because there's no point in me going off on one for the next 20 minutes presenting something, but you don't actually
But we
believe.
don't say that God exists. This statement is false. But we didn't say that.
Okay. Well, like I said, I do apologize if you felt that all I was trying to do was try to provide a baseline. That's what Socratic questioning is just simply trying to understand what you think, what you determine is true and false. Because that we can't escape that question, because the question is, does God exist? So someone has to prove it to you, haven't they? Someone's got to try and come and present something
Yes,
And then
that's what we want. We want you
yeah,
to prove
exactly.
it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
it. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. There you go.
yeah. So I do apologise. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm not, I'm not trying to do any trap or anything. If that's the case, I mean,
Well, many
trying
people
to.
did it, CD. That's why I assume, and I think it's a
Oh,
fair
okay.
assumption because
Yeah.
it's just wasting that. But let's be clear. Maybe like you are wasting the time because, like I told you, I don't think that this is a very crucial topic for me, true false, because I don't believe in like that we can know absolute truth. Okay, so when we say true false, yeah, we have some references, but they're not very solid. Okay, it's how we look at the universe, what we observe, and we just observe the consistent things in the universe. Then we just start from there. Okay, but when it comes to justifying it, it's becoming fuzzy. Okay, no good
No, okay.
justifications there, but at least I see many people around me, they see the things that I see, and we say, okay, yeah, it works like that. Then we start from there and we reason together. So these are the basis of the reasoning for me. Okay, but when it comes to true false in an absolute sense, we cannot know that. Okay, so if you
Okay.
say that, if you cannot do that, maybe you're gonna start thinking then there's no need to talk about this topic with me.
No, see, the reason why I'm here is because I'm quite happy to have these conversations with people, but I need to kind of, if I'm honest, I have to test the water to kind of see what level everybody's at, because there's levels even higher than me. If I'm honest with you, there are arguments which I'm still wrestling with to understand them fully. Okay, so I'm reading about various philosophers, and a lot of that goes over my head. But these are the fundamental questions for God's existence. I think if you look at most of the arguments, they are in themselves philosophical questions. In fact, I think the only questions that people have put forward in the history of time for the existence of God, every single one of them is pretty much philosophical. So, and that's the point I was trying to make a few moments ago, which maybe I didn't articulate properly. I apologize. Is in order for us to do or understand these arguments, we need to have some basic premises that we all at least try to agree on. And I think you kind of touched upon that in terms of
I did,
what
yeah.
we observe, and we use our reason to get. I'm trying to hope that I could be maybe somebody who may be able to turn the corner in these conversations, because when I've observed and listened, quite frankly, you know it, I know it, they don't go anywhere. They don't go anywhere. And it's because maybe the people have pressed the argument and you don't understand it, or their argument is so rubbish that it's laughable. It's going to be one of the two. So I'm going to try and work with you and say, if I present something, I'm hoping you can track it. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
Did we lose?
I
Okay.
think it's,
Okay.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
I wasn't looking at my screen either, and it all went very silent for too long. There's an awkward
Yeah.
silence.
I guess he had to step away. I just saw in the chat there.
One of those awkward silences. So,
Yeah.
yeah. So here's the thing. I'm not here to try and disrespect people. We've all got difference in opinions. I understand that. But if the other side of the fence is going to try to present an argument, you guys need to understand it. It's as simple as that. Okay. If I'm talking out of my backside, brilliant. At least you can understand that. If I'm talking about something that's a philosophical argument that's being presented within academia,
Can I ask you a question? Are you really convinced by like this sort of like the script that you're kind of running? Like, do you find this to be like a really convincing reason to believe in God, or are you convinced that God exists for like other reasons? Like maybe like, for example, you feel kind of lost and you need some sort of purpose and meaning, or you see maybe like as you said before, you're seeing like all the names of Muhammad in the UK, and you have this feeling of patriotism, and for this feeling of patriotism for the UK, you want to adopt these
no,
beliefs. Like,
that's just another opportunity where, as Phil said, sometimes the conversation could steer into a different direction quite quickly, and it would be rude of me to not answer any questions that people have. And I think we're both guilty of that. we've got a question, we're trying to stick to the topic, but sometimes there are overlaps. So if somebody believes in something, for example, it's not going to just be based on one thing. Okay, it's going to be multiple things. So it could be 2 or 3 philosophical arguments that I feel are very, very convincing. Okay, on the flip side, if I was somebody who didn't have those arguments, and I believe that there is something behind just the actual notion of believing in a God, I can look at a world where they reject that God. It might not be the strongest argument in the world, but even from a psychological point of view, I've even argued and granted with people in conversation, if we work on the premise that God is nothing but make believe, the Bible is nothing but fairy tales, it's all just a load of old nonsense.
Yeah.
Look what happens when we reject it. Because I do believe there is something human in us all. Obviously, history tells us that we need to believe in something higher.
Why?
I don't know why. I don't know why.
So that's
But
just your opinion. That we have to believe in something
something that
higher.
it's definitely something that we've noticed, and that in itself is quite fascinating. I don't know what I mean. I'm sure somebody will come in and talk about
But not everybody has that need. Like I don't have
No,
that
they
need
don't,
to
no.
believe in something higher. I mean, to me, it's just like when people say it, it's just gibberish. You know.
It's definitely can be gibberish for people if they've I suppose. See, I'm coming from an angle where that last topic we just talked about in the last few seconds, I've only got a basic surface level understanding of that psychological topic in itself. I think it's interesting, and I'll have to do some more reading into that. But then from someone else who
Why
has
is that Why do you think that's interesting?
don't you think it's interesting the fact that
No, not at all.
No?
No.
Well, a lot of people do. A lot of people do, and maybe this is the wrong group to jump into, where I'm the only one who only finds it interesting. Maybe
Well, people believe a lot of bullshit.
they do. Yeah.
And over time, people are indoctrinated for centuries and centuries and centuries and centuries to believe in bullshit. Like,
Hmm.
I mean, people before believed that Zeus was what is he, the lightning god or something like that?
Yeah, he did a good job, Chris Hemsworth. In fairness, in Thor, he was the thunder god, so he's a good one. But yeah, look, everybody believes in a lot of nonsense, and I know from the outside looking in, you guys think I believe in a lot of nonsense, and that's a fair assessment.
I do. Yeah.
Yeah, but then everybody's indoctrinated. I think you even said I spoke the other day. There's no such thing as a free thinker.
Well, I didn't say that. I said that it cringe sometimes when people put that on their profile.
Sorry, that's what you said.
Yeah.
Yes, so you did.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, because if somebody says they're a free thinker, for example, and this ties into this is the thing. If someone thinks this is going slightly off topic, work with me with this at the moment, because we talk about people who think they are free thinkers, right? But they're still going to have to read into somebody else's work. They're still going to have to form a conclusion, and that shapes how they view the world. So you're literally regurgitating other people's work, other people's philosophical writings, or someone's demonstrations for protesting certain things, and you go on board with that because you believe in that. And it does tie into the whole concept of true and false, and that ties back into the notion of God's existence, because you don't think it's true, and then I have to probe with these Socratic questions by asking, well, why don't you think it's true? Okay, and if you turn around and say, well, it's because I haven't heard good enough evidence, I'd have to then hear what those evidences are, first and foremost, and then I can be in agreement with you. I can say, yep, you know what, that argument is actually quite weak. That one has a bit of weight, but how was it explained to you? And all these kind of things. And I don't think you get many people of that caliber that comes in these kind of groups that manages to be able to get past that first premise, which is, can we actually establish what true and false is? It's a philosophical question. It's very basic, and I find it quite saddening at times that we can't move past that. And yeah, because otherwise we can't establish anything. Then, if we can't even get the basis, if we can't even work on the basis of what something is true and something is false, the whole concept of like any reason, any rational discourse collapses into like absurdity, basically, because we just go around in circles, and that's what I find a lot of these. You get these people jump in and they try to present their argument, but if you're already ready to tear the argument down because you feel the conclusion is not true, it could be a combination of because maybe the argument hasn't been presented well, or you just
Or
disagree.
maybe it's just a shit argument. I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
So,
maybe
for
it's just
example, I'll give an example. It's not my favorite argument. In fact, I never really bring it up. I'm going to anyway. So there's this argument that I know a lot of theists bring up, which is called the Kalam cosmological argument.
Right.
I give it about 45% plausibility. Okay, not 0, not 10. I believe it's about there's something to it. Okay, if it wasn't
what's to it?
So should we write? Okay, well, I'm not. I don't want to
I
bring.
mean,
I
it's just like a causality thing, right? And there's just like, just skip to the prime mover. If there's a prime mover or something,
Yeah. So basically,
Yeah.
Well,
it could be a farting unicorn or something.
Well, somebody else brought up the unicorn. It's do you know what I love when people bring up the unicorn, because in itself it seems to be in the same category to an atheist. It's something that is make believe and there's no evidence for it.
Right. Exactly. Just like yeah.
But I think someone earlier on made a good point where they say, well, you don't see centuries of the greatest philosophers arguing for a unicorn, and the reason why they don't do that.
So what? I mean, I could just argue for it.
Yeah, well, because it will be because what you need is what's called a deductive argument, because you're deducing it back to what the conclusion is. The conclusion, if we could prove that a unicorn was real, you could argue, well, so what? It's just like any other animal now, just with a horn on its head. It's just a horse, basically, with a horn
Well,
on
no,
its head.
it's a metaphysical animal.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if we manage to prove that
It's
it
the first
exists,
cause.
yeah, but if we manage to prove that a unicorn existed, how is that going to change?
I'll just use a Kalam cosmological argument for that.
Okay. So you said well, and I've heard this line of argumentation before, but remember, it doesn't carry much weight as an analogy, because if we manage to prove that a unicorn existed, what's the big deal? It's not going to change. It's not going to change anything. But if we could prove that a God exists, probably the most ultimate question that every human has asked in history, hence why you guys are in this room in the first place. You guys don't have the title is prove unicorns exist. There's a reason why you want to talk about this, because you know that this is the ultimate question.
Yeah, but they're both analogous. That's the idea. They're just analogous, and you're kind of just your dismissal, I think, is rather weak. Just because philosophers haven't talked about them or something like that, who cares? Maybe the philosophers were wrong, and there actually are arguments for an ultimate unicorn, metaphysical ultimate unicorn, and that this unicorn, your other dismissal that wouldn't change anything. How maybe it would change things.
Yeah, let me explain. So the reason why I say that a unicorn cannot be compared to God in the most basic kind of sense is because what we try to attribute to a God is what is considered, what people consider or think as a creator of the universe, who's a transcendent mind, who's omniscient, omnipresent, all these kind of attributes that we ascribe to a God. You don't ascribe those same things to a unicorn.
I can.
You can.
But I don't. Who cares? Who cares if you can or you can't? I mean, do you
understand? Okay, all right, fair enough. So, well, do you understand? I hope that you do understand that the reason why I feel the analogy fails is because they're not comparable.
They are comparable in the fact that
they're comparable because they're not real. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're not real, and they're comparable in the fact that the reason why we have this concept of unicorns is because there's these things that exist in reality, and we were able to put this this idea together in our heads and paint it or whatever. And it's just the same thing with God. It's just human beings have thoughts, and certain humans have authority over others, and it's just really developed a, essentially what God is essentially just an authoritarian, just like an authoritarian, invisible human, you
Okay.
know. So they're
So do
comparable
you
in
think
that
that's why
sense.
most people argue and have this question, and hence the title of this room? Do you think more people argue over the existence of God than they do of unicorns?
No, more people argue over the existence of God.
Yeah, and obviously we know, like I said, the attributes that we associate with a god are different to what we associate with a unicorn, aren't they?
Yeah.
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 So
Yeah.
and
They're
it's for
they're all made up. They're both made up, so they are
yeah. So
comparable in that sense.
even if you worked on the premise of that, I'll grant it for the moment, even if they're both made up things that are just our just our imagination, basically, one still carries more weight as a question than the other. Hence why hence why it's always been the question that people have been asking for millennia. And that's the only reason why I'm saying that the analogy is not fair, because you may think that sure they're both just made up things, and none of them are they're not reality. It's not real. That's fine.
Yeah.
But you still need to be able to disqualify one and put it to one side and say, yeah, that's not real. I mean, leprechauns, that's another one that people use. Yeah, okay, leprechauns, let's put them to one side because it's funny. It's
Well, how about
almost
how about fortune tellers
what
and
about them?
psychics? Why don't we put them in this basket then?
Well, because we don't think psychics are the creators of the universe, and we don't think that they are the transcendent mind that created everything, including the stars and the planets. And we don't think that way. Again, I don't, there isn't an analogy that can be comparable to God. You can try and maybe compare another god.
Oh, well, I could like Sky Hitler. People say like Sky Daddy.
That's a new one.
Like a
Is that what people say?
Pastafarian. What's that?
Do people say Sky Hitler? Do they as well?
Yeah, I mean, that's the way I view it. To
Oh,
me, it's now probably even worse. The difference between like the Christian God and Hitler, to me, it just seems like it's even a worse type of agent.
Okay. Well, that's a new one. I've never heard it. I've never heard God described that way. I've heard Sky Daddy. That's a good one.
Well, he's an authoritarian, and he genocides lots of people in the Old Testament. So to me, it's analogous in that sense.
Okay. Okay, but just out of interest, because obviously you have a moral outrage to like Old Testament passages, don't you?
Yeah, moral outrage to some of the New Testament stuff too.
All right. Okay. Well, again, instead of going off topic, because otherwise Phil will boot me, that might have to be another conversation to have. Just going. Yeah. So ultimately, let me go back to what we were talking about. It's only fair. One moment. Give me a second. Now, obviously, I'm trying to establish some kind of epistemic neutrality here, or not neutrality, some epistemic kind of foundation. Because I think what I find interesting is when somebody rejects theism, obviously there are all these different labels afterwards that people like to ascribe to themselves. I mean, the gentleman I was speaking to earlier on, he calls himself an agnostic atheist. That's an interesting one. I mean, it sounds a bit, contradictory in itself, but it is what it is. But we have to understand that even from an evolutionary perspective, which a lot of people fall back on, okay, my question is, why should we even trust that our evolved brains can actually track truth rather than just survival? These evolved brains from lower primates, why should we even trust our own faculties?
I don't know. I mean, can you give us a method that we can do that then?
Well,
we don't
yeah, I
use
mean,
our
from a
brains or
Christian
something. Or is there some other method that we
yeah,
have?
no, I mean, so obviously from a Christian perspective, or maybe even from a theist perspective, I don't know what some of the other theological principles are from different religions. But from a Christian perspective, we believe our logic, our reasoning, and rationale flows from a transcendent mind. We believe we are
I
made.
don't know
in
what that
His
means. Like it flow. What do you mean it flows from a
Oh, so
transcendent
obviously
mind?
flow for say, well, obviously from the top down, if you want to use an analogy of some sort, from the top down, we believe that our logic, rationale, our ability to reason, our ability to love, all of these things that we ascribe to our human perception of the world and how we can actually observe the world. We, as Christians, we believe that that is a mirror of God, in the sense that these are, we are made in His image. I could go really
This,
deep into that. But that's a surface level. Yeah.
what is any of that? I mean, it just sounds like gibberish to me. Like I don't understand like why we would need to have love. I don't understand like God gives us rationality or something. Doesn't give us really good rationality. Didn't give Adam and Eve good rationality. I guess could have given them a little bit better rationality. And like to say like logic, like I don't understand what any of these things mean. Like,
Yeah,
it just to me is just gibberish. You know.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, sometimes when we are talking about the existence of God, someone's going to have to bring up at some point some kind of theological analogy, and it's with the hopes that people understand them a little bit. And I suppose that's why I always used to take objection to people like Richard Dawkins coming on stage and trying to debate about things that are essentially metaphysical and theological questions, and yet here he is with a PhD in biology. He's got no expertise or understanding of the topic itself, and yet he managed to somehow sell millions of copies of books because he had PhD at the end of his name. So I do apologize. Maybe you can't help but bring in theological explanations to.
These aren't theological explanations. These are just, I mean, except for the made in the image of God thing. I mean, most of this is just like philosophical stuff. It's just, it just to me is like it just seems very meaningless to say that logic flows from God or love flows from God or whatever. Like I don't understand why God is required for any of these things.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the reason why that is a theistic position is obviously based on theology. It's not just we're not just making this up. We're basing this on some kind of theological principle, and we can't escape that. So, like I said earlier on, these questions require philosophical questions. It's not nobody's going to turn up into this group and send you a photograph of God or anything like that. So I don't know what kind of evidence. So this is the interesting thing.
I don't know. I mean, like, maybe we'd be willing to believe if, for example, we pray to Jesus and we ask him to empty out like a children's hospital to just clear out all of the the children and cure them around the world. Like if we had miracles like that, from like a loving God, maybe we could.
Okay. Well, again, and then we have to define. Then we have to define what love is, because it's only a few moments ago you said you don't understand why humans need love.
No. I didn't say that. I said I don't understand why God is required for love. Like to me, it seems like a feeling that I have towards somebody, and it has there's different types of love that I have with people.
Yeah, of course, it's different. Yeah, different love for your pet, love for your partner, love for your parents. So there's different.
Right.
I just realised there's the 3 Ps. Just made that up.
There you go.
Yeah, I might have to use that next time. Obviously, and love can be defined in different ways, but if we're not careful, then we are going to move into the subjects of ethics and morality, and love, hate.
Please no.
All things. And I don't think Phil doesn't want us to do that. So
yeah, man, because let's do this once, at least once. Then I promise it's okay to talk about these. We always talk about morality and other topics. Even the topic is God's existence only, because those people are the ones that we already talk about the necessary topics. Then when we are together, we talk. Okay, I just want to talk to you about this topic at least once. Okay, then yeah, sure, it's okay to talk about morality, but we have no talk about God.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, as much as I like the room and I like the conversations we have, sometimes they can lead to conclusions which open up newer questions. So that's why I think we go off topic a little bit. I do think that the two philosophical arguments you'd have to probably do a bit. You'd have to do a bit of reading on them, to be honest with you, if I were to share them. I don't think it took me a while to understand them as well, and that sounds counterintuitive. It shouldn't be that hard to believe in a God, and that's the question I ask myself sometimes. And don't get me wrong, you do get grannies down the church who they just believe in Jesus. They don't. I don't need to sit down with them for 45 minutes and talk about the moral argument and all these
Yeah,
kind
because
of
they're motivated. They're
exactly,
motivated.
yeah. And
Totally,
I
it's true.
admire them, to be honest with you. I hate the fact that I think too deeply. Sometimes I think it's more of a curse sometimes than anything else. I'd rather have that simple belief. I think it's. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you just want maybe what you mean is like you really want this to be true, and like kind of thinking about this and even kind of debating with us kind of may not be like the best thing that you should do because this there must be some sort of reason why you're in this.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think I'm trying. Well, first and foremost, I use the opportunity to be able to hear the point of, because it is about trying to listen to, trying to understand each person's side, and often it does end up being very one-sided. I'm just a bit concerned that if I was to present a particular argument, which I have on PDF, I do have on paper. These are the kind of things that I've been working on lately. So I do see these actually as an opportunity to verbally try to present them. But I do worry sometimes that it's taken me a while to understand some of the premises, some of the language, the words. And I came from a position where I didn't know any of this stuff. I had to learn these philosophical principles. And unfortunately, they are the only arguments that exist. So every time you pose the question, does God exist? Unless somebody is going to come to these conversations and actually present them, these arguments, you're going to have to understand them. And if you dismiss them based on not understanding them, then that is what's called personal incredulity. So if you don't understand them, you just dismiss them outright, and that's not fair. That doesn't make the argument crap. It just means that the argument has either not been presented well enough, or the argument, if it has been presented, you just don't understand it. And I think at this stage, I don't think you guys may be at the ready to understand it yet. James is a bit clued up about things. He seems quite a knowledgeable man.
Like, like, do you think this is really fair? After all you have done here, and you're saying that you guys are not ready to understand, this is fucking bullshit, man. Like, I was ready,
Yeah,
and I
this
begged
keeps feeling like
you,
it's a
I
preamble.
begged you
You need a-
fucking 10 times, please, man, please. What does it
Can
mean,
I ask
true,
James a
false, and the
Can I ask
truth?
James?
And you never
That's
you
fine.
never
Can I
came
ask
to the
James a
point.
question?
And now you are saying that you guys are not ready to understand things.
No. Can I ask James a question quickly? If he's there.
Yeah, go.
Thank you. Sorry. I don't think he's there at the moment. The only reason why I wanted to ask him this question is because I think he may know what I mean when it comes to trying to define what is true and false. That's all. It's not.
Okay, then let me meet you. Then let's ask him. Hey, James, this guy thinks that you know what does it mean, true, false, and the truth. Can you help us? Because he's not helping. Intentionally, he's not helping, but he thinks that you understand these topics. Please help us, James. Okay? Are you there? Or you need a mic? I think everyone has a mic. Let me check. Yeah, everyone has a mic.
I think he might be away at the moment.
Maybe, but I will wait till he comes. I want to listen from him because you don't want to share, and maybe we can disprove your statement that we are not ready to understand or listen.
Yeah, I don't mind people trying to disprove. I welcome it, to be honest with you. I don't mind. I'll tell you what, I'll give it a go. All right, I'll give it a go. I think someone's tried it before, but unfortunately, I think when it was presented last time, when I was listening, they didn't get past the first premise. And you don't like maths, so I'm going to try to avoid that as best as possible. So
It's not about
so
liking,
if I,
man. It's not about
no, I
liking.
understand. I'm not great at math. I'm not. Trust me, I don't know all my time. I understand the philosophy behind maths. not
No, I
necessarily the maths itself.
understand the problem behind why people bring math and what it causes. That's why I avoid it. It's not because
Yeah.
I don't like it, because it's something people still discuss, whether it's discovery, invention, whatever, and they keep bringing mathematics when to try understand something else that we don't understand properly. So it's useless, okay? It's useless to use a machine that you don't understand to solve another problem. That's why I avoid.
Okay. Well, yeah. Like I said, I mean, I'm happy. You know, I don't want to. The last thing I want to do is bring up something that you're not interested in, or so. And I mean, ultimately, in saying that, it's not always about whether I mean, we're interested in the actual topic, which is God's existence, and there are different arguments for that. So in many ways, we want to try to refrain from saying we're not interested in it. It's always about trying our best to hear it out, and then you can still disagree with it at the end. But it's obviously you got to allow people to. I mean, some of the most prominent mathematicians have wrestled with this question. I mean, I'm not using mathematics just as a premise by itself, but it does overlap with certain arguments. There's no escape from that. But there is somebody like, for example, Eugene Wigner. He says the miracle of the appropriateness of the language of maths for the formulation of the laws of the physics in this wonderful gift which we neither understand or deserve. He says we should be grateful for it and hope that it will remain valid in future research. What he means by that is he understands that it's something that we can
Hey,
always.
are you trolling right now?
No, not trolling.
Like
Do you know? Have
you
you heard
behave
of
like you're
Eugene?
trolling, man. Hey,
No, no.
man, I'm saying let's don't talk about mathematics. Like now you're speaking about a mathematician here. Like,
No,
you're
no, I'm not
literally
trolling.
trolling, man. Like I don't
No,
have
I'm not
much
trolling.
patience for you. You should know that, okay?
Okay.
Yeah. So you want to talk about God? Why you believe that God exists or not? That's the last call. The last call. Okay.
Okay, so I'm happy just to be a listener then at this moment in time.
Okay. Good. Good. James, are you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so CD claimed that we are not ready to understand some topics, especially about true, false, and the truth. And he thinks that you kind of understand those topics. Since he doesn't want to share what he knows, what he thinks he knows, maybe you can help us, okay?
So just so I understand correctly, he thinks that maybe me personally that I might be able to understand it, or you think I might be able to?
He thinks that you understand. So, okay, we don't know. Okay, maybe I'm the
We're
dumbest
too stupid.
among three of us or four of us. That can be true, okay? But he thinks that you are more clever than us because you can understand those things. So, and that might be true also.
Well, just so
So,
full disclosure, I have monkeys write my scripts. I don't even know what the words mean that I use. Like, I'm over here blowing snot bubbles and eating paste, but let's go for it anyways.
yeah, like can you try to explain what does it mean true,
Yes.
false, and the truth for you?
Yeah, thank you. And just to be clear, I'm not trolling, by the way, so just want to make that clear. Okay, so James probably knows that probably nearly all of the arguments for the existence of God are philosophical. That's correct, isn't it, James?
Arguments for God are philosophical?
Nearly all of the arguments for the existence of God, the majority of them, if not all, well, not all of them, but the majority of them are philosophical questions.
Well, sure. They focus heavily on logic and formulaic ideas approach to the issue. Sure.
Yeah. So my question to Phil and the other people in the room was, well, before we even get to that stage, because these are the biggest questions that academia are wrestling with and having debates about to try and answer these kind of questions. Before we move on to these things like rationale and logic, on the one hand, I could approach it by asking you guys, how does evolution or naturalism account for these kind of things? But that is later on in the premise. That's when I turn the question back onto you guys when it comes to how can you account for these things. But the baseline that I'm trying to work with before we even get that far in is how can we, as in trying to find some sort of neutral ground, how can we even determine what true and false is? Because when I've posed a question, I either haven't got an answer myself by the people, or they're trying to feel like I'm tricking them, and that's not the case. Because
Yeah, why we're thinking in that way, James, let me explain. Because I said this topic was not that much important for me all those years that I am discussing about this
You
topic.
mean evolution?
Yeah, yeah, even evolution. So, and I said, yeah, that seemingly I don't know much about this topic, but seemingly you know about these topics. You are the smart guy. Please explain. And I was begging like a fucking beggar. Many times I said, "Hey man, please explain. Please make it simple." He didn't. He didn't even start explaining. So that's why I think he's trolling here or trying to trick
I'm not
people,
trolling. So
and or
no.
just hey, look, man, you don't have any basis for for those topics, and you're an idiot and talking about this topic. That's what I feel. That's what I feel that he's doing right now. Why I assume that because he never tried to explain, really tried to explain what does it mean those things, because he's the one who's complaining about, hey man, we should know what does it mean those things, then we can go, okay? And I said, okay, no problem, let's do it. But he didn't do that, and I don't understand why.
All right, so it's important to understand the basics of evolution. So I have a short video clip I'm going to play into my microphone. Hopefully you guys can hear it okay. It's like 1 minute and it completely explains evolution. Then we can go from there, okay? How about that? All right, 1 second.
Be clear,
See if I can
Phil.
make this work.
This is good, by the way. Don't think don't feel the need to kick me out because you feel like I'm trolling. Because when I've listened to the various streams that you've done, I'm going to be honest with you, they're rubbish. Okay, the people that come in, they don't bring good arguments. Half of them don't know what they're talking about. Okay, so if you want this to be a proper actual
But it
thing,
seems the same thing for you. Like you're no better than they are. You're not really bringing any arguments or anything like that. You spent like the past hour.
well, James knows what Socratic questioning is, and that's what I'm doing at the
No,
moment.
I know what Socratic questioning is too. But like you've just
So
been
it's-
stalling for the past hour, saying the same thing over and over again.
So, do you know what Socratic question is then? Just so that we've got
Oh
a different
fuck.
thing.
No, my God.
Okay.
Hi, Julie, by the
Yeah,
way.
anyway. Okay, James, you're the one who's gonna have the mic for the time that you need to explain what is true, what is false, what does it mean truth. Then we can proceed. If you
We
want to do
can.
that.
If somebody wants me to, I mean, we can talk about
I
what
want.
is the all right. So truth, as I understand it, it has two different possible meanings. Truth can refer to honesty of intent in the way that you communicate ideas. Truth can also be a reference to whatever is objectively factual about the nature of any given thing. So an experience or an object, whatever is objectively factually correct. And we assess what is or isn't factually correct about our environment, about our experiences, based on our own prior life experiences as the reference point. So data that we've collected and how that measures against our experiences. Like if we have a long history, or at least a memory of a long history of data collection at a particular point, and it always aligns with a particular proposition about the nature of our environment and our experience, then we accept these data and our interpretation of the data as objectively true, right? This is the power of science, and that any
Cut you
given
here. Can I cut you here? So you are basically saying that we open our eyes into place and we start just collecting data. We just keep collecting data and we observe those things, we analyze, and we proceed from those things.
Right. So we have experience with gravity, for example.
Yeah.
We don't just hear about gravity, we've experienced it, we've witnessed it, or at least our perception is that we've witnessed it, and that perception has remained consistent and reliable in our experience. And so, as a frame of reference, we accept as true the existence of gravity.
Okay, so you're saying that when someone claims something, to be able to say true or false, we take that thing and we try to compare, fact check with the things that we previously collected.
Right, in our prior experience, sure.
Okay, good. So far so good. So true, false, truth. So that's what we call truth, right?
It is what we call truth, but there's room for subjectivity in the experience.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my favorite examples, about 12 years ago, there was a meme going around of a dress. It was a picture of a striped dress. Some people saw a blue and white dress. Some people saw a gold and white dress.
Oh, I know that one.
Yeah, the color blue is nothing like the color gold, and everybody either saw one or the other, and they were absolutely astounded at people that saw the other image, right? And so they collected data about colors. They analyzed the data about the image and concluded a truth statement about the image. And I think this is one of the powerful ways that we can understand differences in perceptions about politics and religion and things, because we have a common sphere of reference for data, but we also have an uncommon or unique experience with our perceptions of the data. And these can be highly impactful in what we think is true.
So like, can you just repeat for clarification? What do we do in such cases? Like the example of the dress that you have given, people see different colors than what we call true, false about such cases.
Right. So with the case of the dress, we do have an objective way to measure it, because colors, as we interpret them, as our brain interprets them, are an effective wavelengths of light. And so we do have electronic devices that can measure the wavelengths and settle the issue. The problem is that there are a lot of perceptions about data in our world that we don't have an objective tool set for, to be able to differentiate who's correctly seeing a thing or incorrectly seeing a thing.
Mm-hmm. So in the end, like, even when it comes to such kind of things, the dress exists, colors exist. We use a tool to, just again find a reference point to communicate. Like, hey, yeah, that's the color. That tool says that. We're not able to see, understand properly, or we don't see the same thing seemingly, because that's our experience right now. But this machine says that, and we go with that. But in the end, like, we go and find ourselves that we collect data from what we think exists outside of our bodies.
Right.
Good.
Right. So we're constantly receiving information in the form of sound waves and light waves and other forms of energy that get translated, they transmitted into electrical signals that travel to our brain. Our brain decodes that information and generates sounds and colors and like a hologram of the environment external to us that we accept as true, even though we've realized through modern science recently, in fact increasingly, that a lot of the hologram that our brain generates is subjective and malleable and a matter of perception, that these aren't always objectively true. But some of the things that our brain perceives about our environment are objectively true. Some of them are not objectively true, but our brain is filling in the blanks. The problem comes in the human inability to differentiate between which points of data about the outside world are objectively true and which things our brain is filling in blanks for. There are some things that we have objective tools for, other things that we don't. And so this creates a disconnect in our perceptions of reality.
Okay, so sometimes we cannot verify what's true and false.
Sometimes you're right.
Yeah. Okay. So far so good. Thank you so much, James. I want to kiss you. Okay. That was that much easy. I mean, sure, like what you have given us is just collection of a lot of experience and knowledge and ability of speaking, many things together. But at least Christ's disciple could try. At least he could try it. He didn't even try. So my question to him, do you agree with him so far?
About which propositions? I came in late, so I might have missed
No
some.
problem. No. You didn't miss anything. Because like we couldn't talk. You didn't miss anything. We couldn't talk. That was the problem. But I think we are somewhere here. I think we dived into a little bit, maybe more than enough. But do you agree with him so far, CD? This is important.
It did touch upon some good points. I think, and this does help actually when it comes to sort of setting the premise.
Do you think that he missed some big part of our topic?
I think there is a grounding problem with regards to this in terms of how we ground it, because according to a non-theist worldview, if you want to call it that, we need to figure out whether truth is actually real or binding for all of us, because from an evolutionary perspective, it explains survival. It doesn't explain truth. Okay, so while our brains might help us survive, it doesn't actually, like I think
Why we're
James
talking
kind of
about evolution?
alluded.
Sorry, I don't understand why we're talking about evolution.
Well, James brought it up as well, and we're talking about how we perceive truth, and we can only use our minds to do that.
Okay,
So
how
that's
we
what,
perceive truth.
and obviously, and our minds, from a naturalistic, from an atheistic perspective, you would probably argue that our minds, our brains evolved. So that's why I'm invoking the word evolution. So I'm trying to work on your side of the fence at the moment to try to understand how you account for things like truth. So James did touch upon that.
Yeah,
And
like, do you agree with him?
Yeah, I agree that there are problems with how we can try to perceive truth, but obviously that's going to be within a materialistic, which we can only do. We can only really perceive or observe what we consider to be true or false based on our own observations within our
Yeah.
materialistic world.
Do
Okay?
you have another solution for that?
Well, the problem is when we start talking about the question of God's existence,
Mhm.
we have to almost reject, as silly as it sounds, but the truth is we have to kind of reject those premises that James discussed, because we
Ooh.
are talking about, like I said earlier on, we are talking about something that by definition, but by nature, exists outside of our reality. Okay, he exists outside of it. So if we're ever going to be able to tackle this question, which is why now you probably understand why I've asked these questions about what we can determine what is true and
Seemingly that
false.
was unnecessary because you rejected
No,
what he
very,
said.
very necessary. I think James, what James said was so important that it probably allowed us to understand where we're going with this. Because what I don't want is people continually coming into these rooms trying to prove a God exists, but they don't understand that they're trying to work within a framework that they think it works, which is a theistic one, which means we're dealing with transcendental metaphysical questions, but yet you're still working within the paradigm of we need it to be empirical questions, things that we can observe and all these kind of things. And that's what an evidentialist perspective is. But I don't think it works. I think we talked about it before. I think an evidentialist perspective does not work when it comes to trying to prove God's existence. You have to work with a metaphysical principle. Okay, we are
What's
dealing
that
with something that's
principle?
he's outside of our nature. That's what everybody ascribes to.
He is outside of our nature. Maybe there's no such kind of a thing. Did you understand that?
What was your question, Phil? Sorry.
Like when you talk about God, something outside of our nature, X, and this X has a lot of properties. Maybe there's no such a thing for a non-theist, especially non-theists like me. Maybe there's no such a thing. If there's no such a thing, then what you can do is just to deal with the reality the way that James is dealing with. And you can't claim to know a God exists. You are not able to prove it empirically. You are assuming a God exists, probably. I think this is what we will end up with in the end of, if we can reach there.
Maybe.
How we get there, man? How we get there? Like how we get there? That, yeah, a God exists.
Let's see if we can get there. So the reason why I say, again, God has to be a transcendent mind. He can't be within our universe. Like I said earlier on, God has to exist outside of a universe. Okay. So that's why I'm trying to say we have to work with metaphysical arguments to prove it. Now, what I try to say to you is that we are trying to define what truth is. And then when I hear how you guys define truth, then I get an idea as to what framework you're working within to define what truth is. Because if I'm trying to present a truth that's outside of it, you're just going to automatically reject it, because not only is it not within your framework, you
Just
don't
do it.
understand.
Then let's try, man. Like you didn't do it. Let's do it. And then you, like let us to judge it, man.
Okay, so
Yeah,
would we
just do
agree?
it. Like enough with the
Okay,
preamble. Like you're
let's
just
give it a
repeating
go then.
yourself.
Let's have a go, right? Would we agree that what we attribute to a god in terms of his properties, his nature, is he would have to be outside of our. He will be immaterial, as they say.
Okay.
He's not in the material world. He's
Good.
outside. He's outside. Yeah. Would we agree on that, everybody? That he's
Okay.
for
Okay. I
God.
just want to underline something. So you're saying that if there is such a thing, if there is such a
Yeah.
thing, it should be outside of our universe. Okay.
He would have to be because, like I said,
It's okay, man. No problem.
theists.
No. You don't have to explain. I accept that.
All right.
If
Yeah.
there is such a thing, it must be outside of this universe. Okay. No problem. I accept.
Yes. And can I explain why by
No.
necessity?
No.
He
No.
would have
No. No. No problem. No. You don't need to. I accept that.
Okay. So now the reason why I work off that premise is because he is meant to be the one who created the universe.
Oh
So
my
you can't
fucking
be
God.
already.
Man,
You
like,
can't be already.
my English can be
universe.
so fucking bad. I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry, audience. I have terrible
No, I
English.
understand.
Okay.
Your English is very good.
No, I don't think. I don't think so because I just said, hey guys, the ones that understand my bad English, maybe because you also have bad English. Like if you remember, I said no need to explain,
Okay,
and
all right.
I feel like you
Okay,
keep
fine.
explaining. Is it
Okay.
true?
Well, sometimes we have to reiterate the premise so that so that we are clear.
I said
Okay,
no
so if
need
we
to.
reiterate,
I said many times we were clear.
Okay. All right. So we agree for the moment, if we work on that basis, if there is a God that exists, he
Mhm.
has to be transcendent and immaterial because he can't be within the universe. Right. Okay. Now, what kind of methods of inquiry would we have to use? What kind of lines of argumentation would we have to use to be able to prove if a God exists?
Please do it. Yeah, that's the thing that we need.
Yeah. Okay. So we have to work with metaphysical questions. Okay. So let's, for example, when we observe the universe, okay, we observe the universe and we can recognize, and we know this because otherwise we wouldn't be able to do anything like science or anything like that to be able to recognize and understand and work with the universe. Okay, there is this thing called a mind map, how our minds can map to the universe. Okay, we can find what are called or considered
And
to
we
be.
did that part. I think you don't have to go about this again and again because
Well, that's
James explained that very good. Thank you, James.
All right,
Again.
that's fine. If I start skipping the steps, it's gonna, it's not gonna make any sense. Probably won't make any sense anyway, but we'll try it. Okay. So the fact that we can actually observe the universe through our observations, and we can conclude that the universe is what is considered to be intelligible. Okay, not intelligent, intelligible. It means we can observe the world and we can understand that through things like mathematics. We don't have to go down that path too deeply, but we use something called mathematics to be able to understand the universe. We actually use it as a language to be able to understand the universe. Now, from an evolutionary perspective, there is no logical reason or necessity
Fuck
for us to be
evolution.
able
It's false, man. No need to talk about it. Fuck it. Fuck Darwin. Fuck evolution. Let's don't mention about it. Like go with the God, okay? Like you remember you said how we say if God exists part is true. So can you go there?
Okay, so I'll fine. Do you know what? I'll break it down. You got to remember these arguments are very in depth. They're not like a one pager. But I'll do my
If I
best.
feel like drowning, I will ask for help the way that I asked to James and other people. Don't worry, okay?
I'll make sure you got your trunks on. Okay, so when it comes to the reason why people feel these arguments are powerful is because once you realize that the universe, and I'm not going down the intelligent design road, okay, but I'm going to work with the premise that we have a universe that, for better for word, is mysterious, okay? Doesn't mean it's a God of the gaps argument, okay? I'm not saying because it's just God. It's what's called inductive reasoning, okay? When you conclude that the universe is so orderly, so rational, so intelligible, okay, and us insignificant beings on this planet who have evolved from primates, we have the ability to understand this universe. It's almost like the universe wants to be known, okay? Otherwise, it would just be mad, pure chaos. We wouldn't be able to understand anything out there, but we can. We're using our logic, we're using our reason, our rationale, but that shouldn't naturally conclude to map onto the universe. The universe doesn't care about us, supposedly. We're just this one ball, this one planet with us on here destroying ourselves, killing each other, dying of disease, all these kind of problems we have. And yet, on this finite planet with these finite minds, we seem to have the ability to understand a universe that really shouldn't care for us. That universe shouldn't really be intelligible. We shouldn't be able to understand these complex things beyond mere evolution, advanced mathematics, quantum mechanics, all of these amazing things that we can do. There's no evolutionary survival purpose for them. There just isn't. Okay, we should be nothing more than primates at best, killing one another, trying to survive on the planet. We shouldn't have any interest about what's out in the stars, but we do. And when we do inquire, when we do query it and start investigating, it leads to things that even some of the greatest minds, scientists, and we don't understand how we can make sense of the universe, but we do. So what a lot of people have concluded, and I won't go in depth, but what a lot of people have concluded, that when we're dealing with something like that, if we work off the premise that it was, even with just the Big Bang, okay, if something just created out of the universe, that's ordered, okay, and when there's order, okay, when there's intelligibility, when there's rationale behind the universe, because there is, it's not just random nonsense, it's something there which does have the illusion of design, okay, but it's when we start mapping our minds to it, when we shouldn't have to, that's when it starts leading to some of the strongest arguments for the existence of something that is transcendent. It's outside of our universe that has made the universe what it is, okay? Because we don't look at the universe and look at it and it's just random nonsense. There's order behind it, okay?
Good.
That's very gist, 2-3 minute conversation behind that, okay?
Yeah, how many days so far? Like I was just trying to get this argument, and it took many hours, and it just 3 minutes or 4 minutes. You see,
Well, imagine if I just jumped in without laying some sort of
you
baseline,
could,
and I just
you
started
could, you
talking out, and I
could,
just
you could. What James said
no,
is
I
something
don't.
that I always say so far, and you claim that I don't understand those things, and that was false. And now you're saying that we need those bases, like you could
Yeah,
try,
but
then you could say, oh, wait a second, then we should go back because seemingly we're not able to negotiate about some other topics which you think necessary. You could do that instead of stalling us for a long
that's not
time.
stalling. It's not stalling. If you listen to how these debates work,
That's okay. So
um,
then let me CD. So uh when so you said that like if things were chaotic, we couldn't understand. Like it that means it's not intelligible. So there wouldn't be a chance that we could understand things, right?
right, yeah, because the
So
intelligibility of our universe, it actually allows for our ability to
good,
reason,
good, very
which
good.
in itself depends on truth, and
Mhm.
and truth needs to
I
be
just need
real,
you to confirm.
necessary, and universal.
I just needed a yes or like I just want to make the counter argument, okay?
Okay.
So, like, do you think your God is chaotic?
So what's that question? Sorry.
Your God is chaotic, random.
No, I wouldn't say that. No, in
Okay,
terms of his
can I say your God is also intelligible?
well, if he's the creator of the universe and the universe in itself is intelligible, and we consider ourselves to be intelligent and we are his creation, then it could be fair to argue that the person who created us is equally intelligent.
No, I said intelligible.
Well, intelligible as in, yes, I would say so, yes, within the
Okay. Oh,
universe.
good. Very good. So you said we have interest in things, like we are curious to know. Again, you were just trying to polish the one statement that you made. Universe is intelligible, and I believe your God also have interest in things, and we already accepted that your God is intelligent and intelligible. So, and you just said we don't understand how we make sense of this universe. That was just like just a very small part of a argument starting like
Yeah.
as and argument from ignorance, but anyway, it's okay. So my question is, if your God can exist without requiring any explanation or cause, and your God exists intelligibly and intelligently, and when you describe this universe you use the same words, intelligible, How
Right.
come you're not able to think that the universe can exist without requiring any God?
Because when we look at the universe, we understand that there is that it's not just we have to really fixate and understand what the word intelligible means. Okay,
Oh,
if the universe is the opposite, then we wouldn't be able to do anything really, and that includes the world as well. By the way, so it's all kind of like it's hand in hand, the universe and the world itself. If we are not able to do the science that we all take for granted, okay, to be able to understand the world that we live in, to understand the universe that we live in, then if we couldn't do that, then the logical conclusion is that the universe would be unintelligible. Okay, we wouldn't be able to do any
we
of this
already
stuff. And
agreed, man. I don't understand like why you're
yes,
going you're going
that's
back, not forward. We already agreed
okay.
that universe is intelligible.
Right. So but the so intelligibility cannot just be born out of randomness. There has to be a purpose behind
Okay, I can
intelligibility.
say the same thing for your for the cause of the universe. So you like you're not making an argument for a god even. You're making an argument for a cause, and you're saying that the cause must be like this. And if the cause is intelligible again, and you're saying that like it cannot come from randomness, okay? So it means it comes from an intelligence or intelligibility, no problem. So then they're the same things again. Like I could claim to say, hey, that
Yeah, I mean,
cause also
you can
needs the same thing.
interchange.
And
Yeah, you can interchange the word cause with God. We
yeah,
can work with the word
yeah.
cause for the moment.
Okay,
Absolutely.
but
Yeah.
if one intelligibility in your worldview doesn't require a cause, why this universe requires a cause? Like why this universe cannot exist with these properties without a cause?
Well, there is, without going into some of the other philosophical arguments, obviously the fact that the universe came into existence to begin with,
Okay,
something's caused that to happen. Now, the reason
something
why we have
caused.
the reason, yeah, well, we work on the basis of something, and we work on the word cause. I'm happy to run with that for the moment. Something or something that has caused this universe to. The reason why we think that is because if the universe, we work with the Big Bang for the moment. If something just came into existence, okay, just from that minute, tiny little dot, and then expanded as it, because obviously we know the universe is expanding. It's expanding outward. Why should it? Why does it need to be orderly? Why does it need to be laws that we can map our logic to and our reason and our
But let's
rationale?
fix
Why?
something like before proceeding, CD.
Yeah.
Like, well, when you say came into existence, what do you mean? So there was no single point and it appeared from nothingness and then it started expanding. That's how you, describe the thing?
So from my understanding, okay, the Big Bang is that the universe came into existence from a single point, okay?
From a single
And
point.
as far as from that particular theory, there wasn't anything before. It came from nothingness. Now that is a rabbit hole I don't want to go down because that's
Oh.
a different topic entirely, which
Yeah,
is
but that's
interesting.
very
We can
important,
get
man.
there, but
That's
not for
very
this.
important.
It's important, but the general consensus at the moment and the agreement, or the general agreement within that field, is that it came into existence. The Big Bang came into existence, and it's not necessarily about what was before it as such, but we can conclude that something must be rational behind this creation because the universe itself is rational. Okay, it's intelligible. That is not born out of just random, unguided processes. Okay, because that would just create a universe that, well, first and foremost, if there wasn't the laws and the orders and the rationality and all of that, there probably wouldn't be any life that existed in the first place. It wouldn't even create the conditions in order for life to exist. And we've tried these different models where we've worked with the principles on if we change these parameters here and there in terms of the conditions needed for life, we play around with them, as in these hypothetical models by even atheist evolutionary biology. They will tell you from just our understanding of life wouldn't exist if it wasn't for
Man. If I take one knowledge from your God, one information, then your God wouldn't be all knowing. Okay? So that means your God has a designer, creator?
So what was your you're taking something. You're taking away something from God. Did you say?
Yeah, I take information, just let's say 10 bits of information from your God.
Right.
So that makes your God not all knowing. So that means your God is has a designer.
No. So
Okay.
when people are
So when you
working
change something with one parameter, if it can change, if it wouldn't be the same thing, that
within the
doesn't mean,
universe.
yeah, that
Okay,
doesn't
yeah.
mean it has a creator. According to your
Well,
worldview, but it's not mine, okay? According to you, it doesn't mean it has a creator. If I change your God, it wouldn't be a God
when
anymore.
you say your
The way
God,
that
because at
you
the
think.
moment I'm not even working on the premise of I couldn't care less about Christianity, Islam, whatever. I
Okay,
don't
okay,
care what
okay,
I'm talking
okay.
about. God, we're talking about
But
or
we cannot ignore also because that's India. If we agree on something, that will be the place that we're gonna go.
not necessarily. I think
Not
the reason
necessarily.
why these, if people through inductive reasoning, if people conclude and they feel compelled or they believe that when they look at these arguments more in depth, not here but more in depth, if they conclude that something like something that would be akin to a God exists, then of course then they're free to choose and do their further investigations as to what religion that would be. Unfortunately, there's loads of them, which is a bit unfortunate, but that's just the reality of the world that we live in. So this question in itself is not about which religion is true. It's about whether or not, like your topic of the room is, does God exist? And like I said, this argument I'm working with at the moment,
Yeah, good, good.
a very powerful, very compelling argument. Not just by I'm telling you, but by the fact that it's being, as we speak, discussed and worked on by some of the great philosophers that are alive today. Graham Oppy, for example. Graham Oppy is a famous atheist philosopher, and he tries to argue or counter this. Okay, but what he does every time it's presented to him,
Why
okay.
we're talking about him? Come on.
No, because I'm
There
trying
are
to give.
enough atheists in the room. Okay, but forget about other
the
atheist
reason why I'm
people.
bringing him up is because I'm trying to give you an example that when people try to counter this argument,
Which
okay,
one?
the people who are probably what you would argue are trained and better placed to argue against it, okay, what they do is they always lead every time you bring something that they can't explain, they always say it's a brute fact. So that's a philosophical term that's used. It's just a mere brute fact. In other words, they'll say it's a coincidence. So if I present something to you and you don't have an answer for it within your framework, which would be obviously non-theist, you would say that's a coincidence. And I would grant you, I say, do you know what? Fair enough. I would say that it could be a coincidence. But then what happens is, before you know it,
Why the
you
fuck you're playing by yourself, man? Like it's like you have a chessboard, you're alone and you're just playing for the both sides, man. Hey, don't do that, man. Hey.
what's that? Okay, well,
Like,
I'm
you
trying
have
to give you
enough atheists in the room, man. Please.
Okay, so do you believe that a lot of the things that are observed, which we don't understand, are just
I don't believe.
coincidences?
I don't
Okay,
believe.
well, okay, so a coincidence would have to be something that we can't explain it, but it is just what it is. It exists, and we just
That's the
crack on with
that's the definition of coincidence?
Well, if I was to, like I said, do you believe that the fact that life is life on Earth and the fact that we live within a universe that seemed primed for life, would you say that that is that's just a coincidence, or because it would have to be, because if you don't say there's a design, that means there's no purpose, which means if there's no design or purpose, then it's just it just must collapse into coincidence.
I don't know whether
It is what it is.
I don't know whether it was a coincidence or a design, okay? I cannot understand. By observing the planet, I cannot understand whether it was a design or not. And I cannot understand
Yeah.
whether it's a coincidence or not at the same time and at the same level. So I don't have any conclusion or judgment about that, okay? So I look at the same universe, okay? I can say the same things the way that you're saying for your God or for God, let's say, not your God, for God. Something exists with its own properties and it doesn't have a cause. And like saying that the universe began to exist, like no one claims that there was nothingness and universe popped into existence out of nowhere. They don't claim that. They say that yeah, energy cannot be created, cannot be destroyed, and the universe expanded from a single point Still, we're talking about
Yep.
something, and that single point is universe for me. Also, the universe is just in a different shape right now. Like the things in the singularity turn out another thing right now. The energy, dust, whatever atoms, now they're stars and planets. But it was there for me. So I don't know whether it was always there, or but I cannot even claim that it didn't begin to exist. Maybe you're right. Maybe it was nothing and popped into existence magically. Maybe that's the case. I don't know that also. But you also don't know that. You assume that there was nothing, and God created those things, that God brought those things into existence. That's what you believe for no good evidence. You don't have good evidence for it. And again, like when we go back to main things that
Assumptions,
you
by
were
the way.
defending, like the
These are,
intelligibility,
yeah,
these
these are
are
not.
these
These are
are
not.
the similar properties in a god that you are trying to prove. If one exists without a creator, then you have to go, hey, okay, maybe the universe also exists without a creator. And I don't understand why you cannot do that.
Okay. Well, just to be clear, so these aren't just assumptions. When you do inductive reasoning and it comes to a conclusion, we are using the very things that we take for granted, which also cannot be accounted for outside of a theistic framework. So just to be clear, these are not assumptions here. When people follow what they consider to be a logical conclusion based on the arguments being made, the conclusion is not an assumption. Okay, you can reject it, but for the people who feel that it's a very strong argument, that's not them assuming. Okay, there is evidence to the contrary to that. Okay, so we're working with an argument that is very strong. Okay, it's not 100% unequivocal, again, because we are talking about inductive reasoning and we're not talking about 100% proof. Okay, and that's the thing I need everybody to make clear when it comes to all of these arguments. We don't look for 100% proof. Okay, it's impossible. Okay, we work with the proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So if an argument is presented, it's not an assumption on our part. It's because we've gone through the evidences, which again, they have to be present. They have to be presented well. Okay, but this is why I keep saying that the notion of coincidence rather than design. So if you're going to reject the notion of design, okay, that's fine. We have to work with a coincidence. But the thing is, if we're working off the basis of coincidence, things like all these intelligible things that we have that we associate with that, so logic, math, the natural laws that apply everywhere, always, okay, without exception.
Christ,
So these are natural laws.
do you think God is coincidence?
No, I think
Okay, no.
God is
Okay, yeah, good.
a
No,
necessary being.
okay, no. If not coincidence, doesn't mean it's a design, right? Do you understand that? If no coincidence, that doesn't mean design for you, not for me. I'll just repeat
Well, the
again.
thing is,
If no
yeah, go ahead.
if no coincidence, that doesn't mean design. So if Earth, life, whatever, anything, pick, doesn't matter. If not coincidence, doesn't mean design. Why you don't accept that?
Okay, so the reason why I think it is design and not coincidence is because the intelligibility presupposes intelligence.
Okay, good, very good. Your God is intelligible. You accepted that. Sorry, God is
But
intelligible.
the universe is
Good, no problem, no
intelligible.
problem. I'm just trying to show you're double centered, man. Like God is intelligible as you accepted like 25 minutes ago. So then why it doesn't necessitate an intelligent designer for it? Why?
Because if the universe is intelligible, if the universe is intelligible, then whatever created it has to be intelligent.
Okay, good. Like if the creator of this universe is intelligible, whatever it created it must be intelligent also. So that means the creator of the universe has a creator. Do you accept that?
Okay, because so let's work with the premise that it isn't designed. Okay, so it isn't designed. We accept that the universe is intelligible. Okay, because we can observe it with our own eyes, but we're still going to reject the idea that the universe being intelligible doesn't necessarily mean that the actual whatever created it isn't intelligent. I mean, that in
That
itself
should be easier for to digest, not for me. That
should
should
fall.
be easier for
That's
you
that's
to
it.
digest.
Well, is it easy for you to digest that if something is intelligible, whoever's created it must be intelligent, not
Very,
the other way
very,
around?
very. I have no problem that. Maybe, like I always say, maybe there is a God. Maybe there are 5 creators. Maybe there are 10 intelligent creators of this universe. I don't have any problem with it. I can easily digest that. If someone says that, hey, I believe there are 10 intelligent creators of this universe, I say, okay, I just don't believe, but that doesn't mean like your belief is false. Just you should present me good evidence so that
Yeah,
maybe I
I
can also
understand. I
believe in that.
understand. I mean, I understand. So, I mean, if I'm going to try and bullet point it, if you want to call it that, within the argument, you have to remember intelligibility reflects a mind because rational patterns implies a rational source.
Good.
Okay, because we're
Good.
working with no.
Your
Let me
God,
finish.
the God has the same things. No, no. I'm
So you
saying
can
time.
reject it. I'm just laying out the premise.
God has similar things. Make the same conclusion, please. God,
So, but
the God that you
interrupted me.
mentioned.
I'm not trying to complete the actual what I'm trying to say to you. So, if you let me finish, okay. So, if we work on the premise that intelligibility from a theist position reflects a mind, we say that because rational patterns imply a rational source. Okay. Now, if we're working on the premise of design versus accident, let's give an example. So, like a crossword puzzle. A crossword puzzle has intelligibility because it came from an intelligent author, not random ink splattering all over it. No, there is something we can see that there is some rational order. There is some sort of behind
Yeah.
that in order for us. It's not just random. There's an intelligence
No problem,
behind that.
man. Like you're just repeating the same things that I understand and I hear all the time.
Okay,
No,
well, that's fine because
okay.
we're trying to meet in the middle here. Yeah, so that's good. So
I don't think this is
likewise,
good.
why isn't it good?
Because you just keep repeating the same things that I understand from your side. And why am I hearing like it? To me, it feels right now. It feels like someone saying, "Hey, the sky is blue. Sky is blue. Sky is blue. Sky is blue. Hey, sky is blue." I say, "Shut up, man!" And the person keeps saying, "Sky is blue." So no need to repeat, man. Like something that we obviously see and we can accept. Okay, universe is intelligible, and I go one step further. I accept. Okay, it requires an intelligent source. I accept that also. So why you're repeating?
Well, when I said an intelligibility reflects a mind and then
That's
rational
what you
patterns
said.
imply rational thoughts, yeah, I just said that about 30, 40 seconds ago, but that's the first time I've said it.
Okay, and
Okay? So don't accuse me of repeating myself when I haven't, and please don't. I've not told anybody ever to say. I haven't said shut up to anybody before. Okay, I don't work with that. So if
I didn't
that's
say
okay.
that. I didn't say to you that, but I'm not promising, man. Probably I'm gonna say it.
Sorry. Well, I apologize. I thought I heard you say. I thought I heard you told me to shut up.
I
So.
said that the guy who's saying sky is blue.
Oh, okay. Well, he can shut up. So,
Yeah, he
'cause we
did.
know this guy's okay. Good. So the point I'm trying to make with that analogy is because likewise, you could say there's a cosmic crossword, okay? Because reality is intelligible because we believe it's authored by a rational mind, not by blind coincidence. Now, the reason why I'm repeating that is because I need to make sure that that is a premise that from here on in, we understand. We can't get intelligibility if whatever's behind it is not intelligent. That's just contradictory. You can't get intelligibility without an intelligent source. So that's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay.
That's why when people continue this argument, it leads to what is considered to be a transcendental mind, which is intelligent.
Okay. Okay.
So
What is new here? Like you just repeated the same things that I heard.
right, okay. So that what like I said, I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna leave it there because quite frankly, this is a very long, deep, long length conversation. And I just want you to know that the basic premise is if the universe is intelligible, okay, then because it's not chaotic, it can't be coincidence because the universe is ordered. It's not random, okay? And the order, and then what we use to be able to map our minds to that universe are principles like logic, rationality, reason, all these things, which is why we then say over to you because we've already explained that the logical conclusion must be intelligibility, needs intelligence. Okay, if the universe is
That's the
intelligent,
assumption. That's the assumption that I can
it's not
easily
an
accept.
assumption. That's the
No
thing.
problem.
Why do you think it's an
Okay, okay. Fuck me, like I'm wrong about that. That's not an assumption. Okay, this is the conclusion that I accept. Okay, no problem. So why you never answered this, or why you never think about what I'm saying? So the same things that we find in the universe, we find in the God or in the source of the universe. So you say that that necessitates such a source, and I say okay, let's accept. And when we look at the source, we see intelligibility, we see intelligence. It's not chaotic, it's not random. Why it doesn't suggest another source?
Well, what other source would it be then? What other source would it be?
X, another thing, because you are saying that something to exist
but
like
that's fine.
this, something, you repeated 3 times the same thing that I already heard. Okay.
Okay.
You
So
claim that
sorry.
such things, okay, such properties necessitates a cause source similar to this one. But when we go to the source, why we don't apply the same logic? Because the source has the similar properties. It has intelligibility, it has intelligence, it has patterns, it's not random, chaotic. Why it doesn't have a cause? Why it doesn't have a cause?
Okay. Well, even if we worked on the premise that there wasn't a cause for the moment, the fact, and then again, you're working with X. We're calling it X, aren't we, for the moment? Yeah.
The
So we're
cause
calling
or
it
the
X.
cause of the
It could
cause?
be anything. You're kind of arguing that it could be anything, right?
For
Fine.
what?
It could
For
be
what? For what? Sorry.
For the universe to exist, you're working off the premise that there was no cause behind it, correct?
Come again.
So we have a universe, we can see it, right?
Mhm.
There's no argument there, and we can accept that it's rational, it's orderly, it's intelligible.
We did
We've
it
all agreed.
already. Yeah.
We've all agreed on that.
Mhm.
Now, how did that universe come into existence?
I don't know.
Okay.
You believe that
What do you think?
there's an intelligent cause behind?
Okay. Why do you think that people, even atheist philosophers who are kind of, agnostic and whatever, why do you think they conclude when they run through these arguments and they follow the logical conclusion? Why do you think they think that what must be behind the universe or whatever could have caused the universe, or the fact that the universe even exists? Why do you think they must feel that whatever that is, doesn't matter what you call it, could call it X? Why do you think that they think that it's intelligent?
I don't think, like, not all of them.
You don't think that.
Did you
but a
think
lot
that,
of
that
people
there's a consensus among philosophers that they think that there's an intelligent cause behind the universe?
Yeah, and it's not just a theist position. It's not just a theist position. There's a lot of agnostics. There's a lot of people that wrestle with this, because to get intelligibility has to have intelligence behind. You don't. Okay, so
Okay, good. No problem. Sweetie. Man, oh my God. You keep repeating the same things, man. Like, I'm so tired. I got it. It comes from an intelligent source. Where the intelligent source come from? Tell me. Tell me where the intelligent source come from. According to your reasoning, it must come from another intelligent source. Do you believe in that? Do you believe in that? Then why? Why are you making an exception?
Do you know why these conversations never work? And this is why you're probably going to boot me.
Because you don't think
you're quite
about
happy
something very important. I think you know what you're escaping from.
Escaping from what? You're trying. Okay, rephrase your question, and I'll try and answer it.
The intelligible universe, according to you, necessitates an intelligent source. And the source is also intelligent and intelligible, and it's also not random. It's also not chaotic. Why? Universe necessitates a cause, such a cause. Why the cause doesn't necessitate a similar cause? That was the question I keep repeating maybe 15 times.
Yeah, but I just didn't understand it properly. My apologies. So, look, at the end of the day, we have to work with something that's intelligible. And I'm trying. Now, you might think I keep repeating a question, but that's the conclusion. There's nothing more to me to say other than that. Okay, if something is intelligible, then the logical conclusion that something behind it must be intelligent. That's, you can call it whatever you want. Okay, it
I
doesn't mean that.
accepted that. See, it's like
And that's it. And that's
I'm
what
gonna take courses.
that's
James,
what
are you giving English courses? James or Paul? Are you giving English courses? Because I feel so dumb. Because maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I should take logic courses also. But first, I want to start from English. Man, I say I accept. Like, okay, I accept.
Well, there we go. That's the
Okay,
end of the
let's go.
conversation. I guess.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Like then this cause must have a similar cause, but you don't have such a conclusion as I see.
You're changing. You're saying similar cause. Nobody's
That's
saying that
similar.
God.
That's similar. We
No.
like we agreed on that. Like I ask you, like you start from the intelligibility of the universe, okay? And you said,
Yeah.
okay, it seems to me it's not random. I said, okay, no problem. I accept. I asked the same questions for the God. You said, okay,
Yeah.
God is intelligible, God is intelligent, God is not
No.
random. Okay, X, in this case, universe, cannot exist without an intelligible and intelligent cause. Then why God can exist without such a cause?
Right, but you have to remember, nobody's saying that God is intelligible. Okay, we're
You
saying there
said
is
you said many times God is intelligible. Many times.
no
You said
the
yes.
universe. So the universe is intelligible because it's how
Okay.
we perceive and understand it. So
Okay, see, like this is some level of dishonesty here because you said clearly, yes, God is intelligible at least 3 times. At least 3 times. Go to the live right now. You can find it, okay? You can find it. Now you're saying I have never said that. So that means your God is random? I don't think you're gonna accept that. But this conversation is over. Yeah, we have recorded it, luckily. Tabula. Man, wow. What a gymnastic. That's the thing. Like these people claim that, oh, these guys don't understand such things. Okay. Yeah, we don't. What do you offer? Look, we have a universe intelligent. We don't know how it exists, but I think there must be an intelligent cause behind it. Okay. What about the cause? Let's don't think about the cause. Let's don't talk about the cause. Let's don't talk, okay? It exists. It's not random. It's intelligent, intelligible. But don't go further. Don't talk about further, okay? Why? Because I believe it can exist without any cause. Oh, voila. Voila. But when it comes to universe, no, you don't think like that. You cannot. Why? Because of the double standards, because you believe in other things without good evidence. That's why you want to force and you stuck yourself in a position that it creates some exceptions that you ignore or you maybe intentionally do that. I don't understand that part. But that's so sick, man. Okay? Just compare those two things. They're not different. They're not different. There's intelligence in the universe, there's intelligibility in the universe, and there are the same things in your God. Okay? In your God. But your God exists without any creator, without any source. But what about the things that you said so far? Intelligence, intelligibility cannot exist without something intelligent creating it. What about that? Why do you forget immediately your claims? And you even said, I have never said my God is intelligible. While you said at least 3 times. I said, hey man, do you say that? You said yes. Anyway, I'm so tired. Someone wanted to talk, but I'm sorry, like that was so intense. That's why I couldn't give the mic. But fireman is in the room. But Paul or James, if you guys want to start, because I need to rest a little bit, okay?
So I'm going to go in just a minute, but I did
Oh.
post.
Hey, fireman in the building. What's up, gentlemen?
Good. But let's hear what James is saying. I think it's urgent.
Yeah, I'm not going to be here too much longer. So if anybody has any questions for me or whatever, then now is the time. But I did post a few videos that are relevant and might be helpful for some people over in chat.
Good. CD should check those videos, I think. I know that the last guy is an atheist. I don't think he's saying something different than I think.
right? So I understood what Christ's disciple was meaning and what he was saying.
Okay. Do you have any comments, by the way, James? Maybe the points that we both missed. You think?
I mean, I understood the premise, right? And it's, I'll grant that there is rationality in his structure of ideas. I get why he thinks what he thinks. Like he managed to communicate those ideas to me. And part of the reason I don't accept them is because I think we lack enough knowledge and we lack enough mental processing power to be able to account for what it takes or requires to have the universe that we do have. It is a theory, a supposition. It's reasonable, but it's still just a theory or a supposition to say, I think the only way we could have an intelligible universe is for an intelligible external entity to make it happen. And I get the logic, but I don't think it's foolproof. I don't think it's absolute. I don't think it's inarguable. I think it's just a good point to make, a rational justification for his conclusion, but I don't think it should be treated as decisive or final or absolute because I think it's tenuous. I think it's a valid argument, but that doesn't really settle the argument, right? So I respect it. I understand it. I get it, but I don't know what to do with it. Even if I grant it, for the sake of argument, there's an intelligent creator for the universe. It's not a god to me because I don't worship it, right? I don't worship the sun in the sky, so it's not a god to me. Even still, like Dan McClellan, I posted a video there in the comments where Bibles do talk about the Yahweh guy has a god of his own. He's not the top dog god. He had a father god. And then the question comes back to your question is, well, then who's that father's God, right? And even if there's this one singular entity and you want to call it a God, we're still looking at an infinite regress. We haven't really solved that problem either because thoughts are events. And if a being has always been thinking that then they've always been having internal events within their own mind. And if their thoughts are logically ordered, then they're sequential, which means they flow in a direct flow of time, which means we have an infinite regress of thoughts within the mind of God. Either way, we end up with an infinite regress. Either way, we end up with a brute fact. The brute fact might be that the universe simply consists of energies that have always existed, always been changing in ever-changing forms. It could be that the ancient Stoics are right with their God theory, that God is simply the state of the self-ordering nature of the universe, that the universe itself is self-sustaining, self-ordering, intelligence self-organizes, self-manifests, and this intelligence gives way to virtue in greater forms of sentient creatures, and that we call this morality. We call this an extension of intelligence. The Stoics called it God. God for them was not outside of the universe. So the idea that in order to have an intelligence responsible for the universe, that it must be outside of the universe and preceding the universe, and that the universe has to have only happened once, these are all just assumptions, right? And they're reasonable assumptions, but they're not conclusive assumptions. It's reasonable to think them, and it's also reasonable to reject them. And that's my final say on it.
I totally agree with you. Like that's the thing that's why I'm not rejecting any god. Like I can even bring more gods into equation. So like this is not like complete denial of a concept. It's just not being able to accept for lack of understanding. So because when we assume what he assumes, we have to assume what I was questioning, and he never mentioned. He didn't want to go there. Like if intelligence necessitates another one, then the cause of the universe necessitates another intelligent cause, and that cause another infinity. So James was talking about infinity in a god, but the one that I'm talking another infinite regress. So in any case, they are causing an infinite regress problem. If they're okay with it,
So
they have to believe in multiple gods or some sort of problems. But if not, the
so you're
solution is
essentially saying the only reason you don't believe in God is because you don't understand it.
no, not exactly. So just I'm not convinced by the presented evidence. So what he's presenting me, that doesn't work because his worldview is that there is one cause beyond the universe and it's all, and it's intelligent, and the reason why universe is intelligent because of it, and this cannot exist without any intelligent creator. So I'm not able to buy that because
So you don't think this would be able to happen? Just so you essentially just believe that
that everything in the universe just happened by circumstance,
Like I don't
by
know.
accident.
I don't know, man. Like I said, I don't know whether it's random, accident, coincidence, or a design. I don't know.
So, are you a deist or are you a
Agnostic atheist.
nihilist? You're an atheist?
Yeah.
Then
He's an
I'm just,
agnostic atheist, a soft atheist.
I'm trying to just understand sort of where you're coming from, because it's kind of hard to come by that what's the word? I'm trying to like understand your reasoning, and if your reasoning is that you don't believe in God just because you don't understand it, I don't think
Didn't
that's
say
really
that.
good reasoning.
It doesn't say that,
Well,
man.
no,
Like, you're trying to put it into my
that's
mind.
what I heard, and that's what you're sort of implying.
No,
with,
no.
you know.
I even answered your question, but probably you didn't catch it. I don't believe a God exists because I'm not convinced by the presented evidence. That's all.
So, what evidence would you need to believe in God?
An evidence that matches with the claims. For example, someone who has like incredible powers can bend the laws of physics, and like I'm talking about miracles. I need the demonstration of such a thing.
So, what
Then I
type
can
of
say,
miracle? Like, I
okay,
mean,
good.
if you look at Christian,
Christian God, very good, very good. We are going so good.
yeah, well, they
So,
believe in, they have plenty of
miracles.
Evidence regarding miracles and stuff like that as well.
No,
So,
look, they're all of them so-called evidence. Like it's just someone said so. Oh, it's written.
well,
It's to me, it's a pure evidence.
that's, I get that point, but at the same time, if you're gonna ignore, like historical documentation,
No,
right? Then what?
not 100%. No, not 100. I believe that there was a guy called Jesus. I believe that like Romans killed that guy. But
Mhm.
if the claims are he came back from death after 3 days, no, I don't believe in that. If you claim that this guy can walk on the water without any tool, I don't believe in that. If you believe that there is a God and he's the son of God, I don't believe in that.
Well, I see, and even with that, I mean, I get where you're coming from, but it's like,
What about you, man? Mason.
I'm sorry.
What about you?
I'm Catholic, so yeah, I do believe in Christianity. I believe in the Trinity, that Jesus was the Son of God. But getting into it, I mean, you look at it, it's confusing to me to listen to atheistic perspectives, because I don't see how you can look at like sound science and just sit there and like deny that everything that makes up of what we are just happened by like sheer circumstance, by sheer coincidence and evolution. And it doesn't make sense to me. I don't really grasp that fact, because I find it just so, I mean, I don't even know.
Man, like I
Can
think you
I
didn't
step in
listen.
for a second to kind of wrap up
Man,
what I heard so
man,
far?
your mic.
What's up?
Your mic, like either you're too close or there's another problem.
Oh,
But
let me see. Hold on.
just 5 seconds, okay?
Okay. Am I
What was your
fine now?
Mason?
Yeah, hello. Am I
No,
fine?
it's muffled, man.
I'm too far back. What about now? Can you hear me?
It's
That's
better.
good, man.
Better.
That's good right there?
It's
Okay.
better.
Great. Great. I had to do a mic check. But I just
Not
wanted to
sure.
step in for a second and kind of summarize what I've heard so far. The caller was saying, trying to figure out the purpose and how did this all get here, being the Big Bang Theory. And he's saying that this is an intelligible, the word he kept using,
Thank you,
universe, and
fireman.
that
Thank you for
yes, yes, yes,
confirming. Thank you so much.
yes. I listen, man. I listen more than I speak.
Thank you.
So so he said that
Really?
it was it was an intelligible universe. And I'm kind of piggybacking with the guy who just said, the Catholic guy just was speaking. What's up, sir?
What's up, man?
He said that it was intelligible. So basically it had, we've heard this argument before. It's called intelligent design, right? The world is intelligently built, the universe, it had to be an intelligent being. But now we came to the problem of, okay, then who created God, right? Okay, this created God. Oh, then who created that? That's a rabbit hole that never ends.
Yeah, we
But you
tried to
said you could
teach
get to
him.
the source.
Fireman, that was the exact lesson that we were trying to teach. But he even
But see,
didn't think that.
That's why I spoke on it.
Can I say something?
You said if you get to the main source, but even the main source, you can ask who created that, what created the main
Yeah.
source.
So how you solve the
And
problem, Fireman? How you solve the
so
problem?
now on your end too. So it seemed like that guy was looking for a reason, and he's saying that, of course, it had to be intelligent life. But you're saying that, I don't know how this universe was made. You're not even going on the scientific version, which would be, of course, I
Well,
believe, the
no,
Big Bang Theory.
the Big Bang Theory, again, is just, I mean, it's a theory based off of what we know, right? And what we know is that essentially the only thing that's really confirmed about the Big Bang Theory is that there's radiation in space or whatever. The whole theory of the Big Bang was that radiation like combusted or some shit and then like became it's a whole thing, right? But the Big Bang Theory, Christianity doesn't say, oh well, guess what? That's false. Christianity, well, some scholars would disagree with it, right? But there's some people, it's debated among Christians a lot of the times because you have a lot of people think that, okay, well, yes, it could be an explanation for the creation, right? How God did it, right? But that doesn't mean, like, we don't know. Like, you can't necessarily say this theory is accurate or has any like actual value because in reality you don't know.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't, trying to have an argument about something that I mean, you can have the argument, I guess, but I mean, it's something that most
What's the
people
argument?
are.
I'm kind of lost. Like, what's the
knows
argument?
except scientists. We only have two different theories: what religion gives us and what science gives us. And science gives us, as far as we know, the Big Bang Theory, which you just said, and religion gives us a creator. Correct?
Oh,
Pretty much.
yeah, but so what we should do? Like, we should take
Are
what
you,
religion gives.
Fireman, are you Christian or are you atheist?
I'm a theist. I'd rather go
He's a
directly.
he's a Bible
Not a
believer.
Christian.
He doesn't call
Yeah.
himself a Christian. I don't want to go through that whole thing, but that's what he is.
But you know what a theist is? That's the same thing, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, you believe
Kind of.
in a creator, but you don't believe he's or is that deist? You
Deist,
believe in
No. He believes in the
what I believe
Bible.
in.
He believes in the God of the Bible. He just doesn't call himself a Christian. That's all.
That's it. That's all. He's right.
Oh, why not?
Because I don't believe a lot of stuff that Christianity teaches. It's a lot of things that's not in the Bible that Christianity teaches. That's how I see it.
Guys.
Okay, so you're a
Like,
Protestant.
But I didn't want to get deep into that. Right.
like to
That's
me,
why theist,
you're
sir.
both Christians, and we're
I'm a
not
Bible believer.
here for
No, sir. You can't call me something that I'm not. I'm a theist. I'm a Bible believer.
Okay,
And I
so
believe in
like
God.
you guys are
God.
both Bible believers to me,
Yeah,
but
you can
our
say that.
conversation is
Yeah.
God's existence. Okay.
Yeah, he believed in the Bible too. So good.
Yeah, you both believe that God exists. You both believe in Bible. So
Exactly. Yeah.
like technically, one of you guys are enough to have this conversation about God's existence.
Right.
But you should
Well,
speak in
a lot
turns,
of
okay?
I'm sorry, I'll go first. Even with Protestants and Catholics, there's still a lot of debate in a lot of things. Protestants go off the basis of sola scriptura, which is the Bible alone, and this is what we see most Christians nowadays flocking to because of modern influencers. You have not just modern influencers, but well, I was trying to Christ disciple. I was trying to explain the differences here, so I can, because it's not the same. It's not the same theology, to a T at least.
What and what? They're not the same.
Well, no, that we both believe in Jesus and God, but there's different
Mason,
practices.
this is not the topic of this room. Do you understand that?
Well, yes, I'm just trying to
Okay,
explain.
but I can arrange a room for you guys if you want to debate the differences.
Okay, so let's talk. I guess we can get back to the topic at hand, since that's
Okay, Fireman, still I sense a problem in your mind. Can you please go to the live right now and like just try to speak right now, and then go to live and you can understand my complaint.
Right.
Fireman.
Man, I'm gonna leave out and I'm gonna come back in.
Okay,
All right.
okay, good, good. That can create some space for us, for Mason and I. So
what is
why you believe in God? That's the question.
Well, there's multiple reasons. For one, personal experience. Two, and I know most of you disagree with personal experience, but two, I don't believe this world was created by accident. I believe in morality. I believe in good. I believe in evil. And once you understand human nature, you probably would as well.
Yeah, yo, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
That's good.
Hopefully I sound better. But I wanted to interject on what you just said, and you're absolutely right. What you just said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You agree with that, or
are you gonna interject, or
say what you said again? Or repeat it again?
Oh, I was talking about. I believe in morality. I believe that.
Oh, I know what I want to be. Actually, do you know that atheists believe in morality too? A lot of people get the misconception that atheists don't believe in morality, but I've talked to enough of them to know. I can't say this particular guy does, but majority of I've spoken to have.
Well, most of, and this comes back to psychology, right? An understanding of how we are raised, right? Most of us were raised in an area of moral compass, right?
Yeah.
I come from America, right? So we believe that killing people, murder, rape, etc., is wrong, right? If you went to the other side of the country, they said, oh well, if you do it in the name of such and such belief, you're justified. Right. And if you go and you read the Quran and you study that, you'd understand the differences in morality between Christianity and the Muslim faith.
right? Like for Christianity, like you could beat a slave or whatever. Like there's rules for that. So that would be a
Well,
kind
no,
of
see
difference.
that, and this is the thing, is that people confuse what slavery then and slavery what we have.
We don't. I don't want to do that. It's
no. It's just it helps. We need to talk about this because this is
it's owning person as property. We do this all the time, and it's so boring.
Well,
just owning another person as property, and
but if you
in
read
the Bible,
specifically,
read the Bible, and the Bible tells you how to beat a slave.
You haven't read the Bible because if you have read the Bible, you would not understand this topic.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's a whole rabbit hole. If we're going to do justice to the topic of biblical commentary on slavery, then we got to dedicate an entire
it
hour
says you
to
can
it.
free slaves in the Bible, and you're arguing.
Yeah, you can free slaves, and you can also beat them. I mean, what's your point?
That's a free decision that you have to make. The point
decision you have to make where it says you can
you're
beat a
comparing slavery then to American slavery in the 1800s.
I don't know why you're bringing.
I
literally just. Why are you bringing up irrelevant stuff? I'm talking about beating slaves. It tells you how to beat a slave.
We were talking about slavery in general, buddy. We were talking about.
It doesn't matter if it's slavery in general. It's talking about beating another human being that you own as property.
It's how they're treated. Okay, that's the main fundamental difference. Okay, buddy.
I'm talking about specifically the Bible. It literally tells you.
I get that.
Yeah.
I get that concept. Okay.
I didn't
But
want to
Okay,
go
so why
down
are you
that
bringing like the antebellum slavery? Why are you bringing that up? It's irrelevant to what we're talking about.
because you
road.
brought up
Exactly.
slavery
How we
within the
going into
Bible.
slavery?
You're comparing slavery within the Bible to American slavery. What happened in America?
I'm not comparing it at all. You are. You're the one that keeps bringing it up.
You brought up slavery. You
No,
brought up they could be slaves.
Yes,
That's how this conversation started.
And that's in the Bible.
Okay, so what's your point?
Yeah,
What's
earlier
my
you was
point?
talking about morals, man. And I don't know how we get into the slavery conversation, but you was just generally talking about morals.
Well,
And
no,
I
what
was telling you,
he was doing is he was
The moral
comparing.
concepts
He,
still
he brought no, he
apply.
brought up the Quran, and he used the Quran as some sort of example of some sort of poor morality or whatever. And I just go, yeah, and we
Compared
can
to
compare the Quran.
Christianity, yes, it is
Yeah,
different.
right. And then we, when it comes to slavery, we can just compare them, and we can talk about the horrible slavery stuff that's in the Bible. That's all I mentioned.
Well,
That's the
no,
only reason why I brought it up.
I mean, you're saying that slavery in the Bible and slavery, but you know, are you an American? Did you come? Are you from America? Is that what you're comparing it to?
I'm not comparing anything. I don't know why you keep saying I'm comparing something.
Well, no,
I'm not
because
comparing anything.
you're
You are.
no, because no, listen, because you're taking.
Okay, guys. Let's go with the topic. Okay, so like, why we're talking about slavery?
It just came up.
Okay,
he brought
like,
it up.
do you understand why it came up?
It came up because I was talking about
Morality.
morals compared to
Good.
the Muslim faith and
So you see,
Christianity.
like, then he was right. Well, like he said, you brought other religions and compared. But anyway, so
I compared them,
okay.
yes, but he brought
Do you
up
agree that?
slavery.
Okay, do you agree that like slavery, like for example, you can beat your slaves if like till they die? Like, I mean, if they don't die, it's okay. So do you agree that this is in the Bible?
I'm gonna have to go back and relook because I'm gonna tell you, be honest. I've been slacking on my
Oh,
Bible reading.
okay.
But I do
Because
remember.
earlier you said that I had. Earlier you accused me of
No,
not reading the
because
Bible or not knowing the Bible. That's funny.
specifically, no, different though. It is
I tell you, yes, in the Bible.
Okay, so like he's also a Bible guy, Mason. Do you trust him?
Yeah, it is in the Bible. Just
Oh,
talk
he
about
left.
slavery.
Okay. I think it's unnecessary anymore. I think he left. But like
Yeah.
I think the reason I'm asking, and Paul, you can correct me. He was bringing this topic because the same people claim that this God is all loving, and
Right.
he's not able to understand how an all loving God can say, "Oh, it's okay to beat your slaves," means that's also okay to have slaves. If they don't die, it's okay to beat them. So, and
But
he's
here's
questioning,
the thing.
hey, how an all loving God can say such kind of things?
Here's the thing. That's to me, that's the oldest argument about the Bible. Man, I done heard that argument a million times
Okay.
about if God is all loving, why did he which is one of the atheist main talking points right there.
Yeah.
The Bible condones slavery.
Well, what's your
Then
answer,
they
Fireman?
say, oh, well,
Okay,
if
let's
God
go
is
your answer.
hold on. Please let me finish, sir.
So
If
we know
God is
what you're
all
talking about.
loving, why does he kill babies? Why does God let the suffering go on? Why my grandmother died?
You
If
can
it's a
explain
God, why?
only one. You don't have to explain all of them. Just explain slavery
There you
part,
go.
okay? Yeah. How can you justify that?
How can you justify what?
Like an all loving God says it's okay to beat the slaves.
Okay, I can ask another question. Why
What?
wouldn't the all loving God just create an all loving world?
Hold on.
That
I remember
well, I
something.
think we should ask this question, Fireman.
Okay, so
Yeah, because if there's an all loving God, he should create such a place, not a
I
place with
remember the
full of
scripture now.
problems.
Matter of fact, yeah, I got another question. Why make us at all?
Come again?
Why make us at all?
I
Humans ain't
don't
nothing
know.
but a
You
God.
tell me. You tell me. You believe
Can I
in
say
God,
something now? I
Why
remember.
make us at all?
but you should tell me.
Okay,
Yeah,
We
good
don't believe a
question.
God exists.
Okay,
Especially
so
when you make
the whole thing that you're
something.
talking about when it comes to the beating slaves bit was when they were in disobedience, right?
Okay.
To keep them obedient to
Oh,
the
man, I just want to go down this rabbit hole.
Yeah, that's what
Go
I would do
ahead.
with my human property when they don't please me. I beat them. Sure, yeah.
But I mean, at the end of the day, there was rules that specifically talk about that you are allowed to be free. You're allowed to, and there's all these other rules.
Where does it say that?
Well, if it depends. Hold on, let me go back and look.
Depends
But
what?
it does talk about being able to be free if something happens. If it talks about a lot of that, right? And just focusing on the
It does what?
slavery part, just at face value, without reading the scripture that aligns
Well, you
with
don't
that.
have any understanding of it. Like you didn't even know it existed until like 5 minutes
What do
ago.
you? I knew it existed. I knew it's in the Bible.
You literally
because
you
that's
said that you
the
need to
main
read your Bible
atheist
more.
talking point is, oh well,
Guys.
there's slavery in the Bible. It justifies slavery, buddy. Guess what? It's not the same slavery.
Okay, I mute him
It doesn't
also.
matter.
Hold on.
Okay. I muted him. Like, I hope he's a good guy and goes back in the live and check like where he was not knowing till Paul said that's the case in the Bible. He said, I don't know. I should go and check. And he came back, and now he says, no. And, like, that was not the case. So please go check. Okay, what you said, that was clear to us. Okay, look, to us it sounds like a lie. Okay, but this is recorded, man.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
fair.
yeah. No, we cannot also talk to people who just denies what they're saying even when they're being recorded. So you should
Right,
understand us also.
Yeah, I myself have a low tolerance for gaslighting, but Phil, this is your space, your channel. Do you want us to have a discussion on slavery?
Okay, like I just tried to connect it in a proper way. Like I said, I assumed, and I said, Paul, if I'm wrong, correct me. I said, Paul is bringing this topic to show that there is no such a God, because all loving cannot cause such kind of things.
Well, specifically, I actually brought this up because he was comparing the Bible. He was talking about morality. He compared the Bible to the Quran, essentially gesturing that there's some like bad stuff in the Quran. And I just mentioned the bad stuff in the Bible. That was it.
Okay, fair. You corrected me, but I think if we talk about this topic in that sense, that would be more beneficial because they believe that there is such a God, but at the same time they believe that their God said it's okay to beat slaves, so we can say that okay, that means it's okay to have slaves. So what kind of a God is that? All loving, but it's okay to do all those things.
These are fair questions. And Mason, just so we understand each other, sometimes these discussions get personal. They take a turn suddenly, and somebody feels a need to defend themselves. And we don't want that kind of a dynamic here on this space. So sometimes we hit that mute button so that we can kind of reset, so that things aren't personal, and then we can move forward. We're not trying to demonize you, I promise.
Yeah. We need some chill moments. It's a
See,
debate.
here's the thing. Like I said earlier, you can ask that questions about a lot of things in the Bible, not just slavery. All right, God did destroy the world by water according to the Bible.
Environment. Like you also
Okay,
keep
yes, I'm
repeating
listening.
yourself, like the guy that I muted before the one that I muted, like Mason. So I muted someone because he was keep repeating, and in the end he said something which was obviously false. So, and repeating part is so boring for us. Okay, so you are saying that we can ask the same questions for these things also. Okay, we are already asking. Please give the answer.
About slavery.
About all those questions, like you keep bringing other questions
What you mean?
when
I'm
we
lost.
focus on one of them, because I think
All
it's
right, what you want
easier
to
to
focus on,
handle
brother?
one of them, which is slavery. But if you say,
Okay.
hey, we can ask the same question for other things, okay, let's ask.
All right, you want to deal with
Babies,
slavery?
we can start from it. Like if this is not okay for you, like change it. Let's dig it. Okay, so
You
you
want to
said
deal with
baby
the
killing, right?
slavery?
It was you who said baby killing.
Yeah, I said you start the world, actually.
Again?
Before. The whole world.
Creating the whole world?
No, he destroyed the whole world before, sir. Killed all life on earth.
Oh, the flood.
Oh,
Yes,
flood. Okay. Okay, good,
telling you.
good, good, good. Okay, so now this is also okay. It's the same topic for us. How can an all-loving God can do such a thing? So, but please answer.
That's the reason why I brought it up, sir. Yeah, of course.
I
Well,
don't
yeah, I
understand.
don't
You
think that
didn't need
firemen.
to. You didn't need
What
to.
you
I don't think.
mean? We
Sorry.
having a conversation, and I just told you that there's other things in the Bible too where he did things that you might say are atrocious or wouldn't might not agree with. So that whatever it may be. And second of all, if you want to get into slavery, sir, he took the Israelites out of slavery. So what? So you're I know that you atheists never want to talk about that. You
Why does
forget
that
that some
matter?
kind of way.
But
Yeah,
why would that be relevant? So okay, so he took one group out of slavery.
Yeah,
Big deal. What about the
you
other
took that
people?
slavery. Why not just leave them in slavery?
I have an answer to that.
No.
We can talk about it if Phil wants us to.
It
Yeah,
will be
just to
really
throw
off the topic, James. Like,
since you won't force it. Go, yeah,
okay,
right
like,
there.
okay. So we escape one topic, fireman. Accept. Okay, you're right. But you also escape from the one that we want. It's also okay. And I let you to choose. Okay. So do you want to talk about flood?
Yeah, let's talk about the flood. I'd rather talk about that because to
Good.
me that's worse.
Please, please. Well, you
That's
should
okay.
understand why we're bringing this because we don't understand how an all-loving God can erase entire
Yeah,
humanity, including kids, babies, and all
I
animals. Okay.
understand the question. I had somebody ask how a loving God, why God let her grandmother die. So people want answers. I understand that. If
Please.
it's a loving God, why my grandmother had to die?
That's not the question. Like the question is
Yeah, I
why.
know.
Yeah, the issue is going to be I don't believe that a fireman believes that God is all loving. I don't think he holds that position,
No,
if
I
I'm not
don't.
Exactly.
Thank
mistaken.
you. I don't
Yeah.
believe that.
So
Thank you. I don't. I'm glad you said that, sir. You took it right out of my soul. And that's the reason why I'm not a Christian. Christians believe that. I don't believe that God is I believe he got hate too.
Spirit.
And I can show
That
you in
saves
the
a lot of
scriptures
times.
where God
Fireman,
says
I'm
he
so
hate too.
sorry. Fireman, I'm so sorry. That saves a lot of time. So we don't have anything to say. If you don't claim that your God is all loving, this critique doesn't work for you. Okay. No need to waste time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I'm glad.
But you
I'm
could
glad
say
because it
that
doesn't.
at the beginning. We didn't need to
Right.
fuss around.
It's fine. You just said it, so we got to the point. Great. Nah, I don't.
No, but I should thank Paul, not you, because he brought it up and you said yes.
Right. I think we got off on the wrong foot because of that conversation. Remember, that's why I said don't draw assumptions
fireman.
about me because I'm not a Christian. Don't draw assumptions.
Hey, fireman, I have a question.
What's that?
Yeah, do you consider yourself like an Israelite or a Hebrew Israelite by any chance?
No, no, but I believe a lot of their teachers, some of the things they teach are true. I think it's some truth in a lot of different religions. But I'm probably what you would call non-denomination. That might be the more accurate title to for lack of a better word. But I believe the King James Version Bible, word for word, exactly what it says. And Christians tend to twist the scriptures. So, and I don't do that. That's the reason why in the Bible that I read, the King James Version, it says that God hates too. God loves and God hates, but Christians would just say, "Oh, it's all love." Nah, I don't believe that. It's hate too, because he have all different emotions the same emotions that we have, because we're created in his image. He has. God laughs too. Some people think God just always serious. Nah, he got a comedic side too.
Fireman, we understood that, man. We understood.
I want to say
Yeah.
something real quick.
Yeah, go
What's
on,
up?
James.
Right, just real quick. Some people in chat are feeling censored. Here's the thing. Even I myself find some frustration in that when you have a whole lot of people on one panel, sometimes we want to say something and there's just no space for that because there's already a discussion in progress.
Uh-huh.
It's not a way to tell people that their voice doesn't count or that we don't, or to silence disagreement. It's just, hey, we're trying to control the flow of the discussion, and sometimes that means we have to stop talking, and if somebody else has to keep talking, right? It's not personal.
Yeah, very good example for that, James. Like many times, even
I'd like to hear more of Mason, by the way.
No,
I'll
sir,
let
you
him.
said
I'll
you
let
wanted to
him.
talk
I'll
about
let
the
him
flood, right?
after fireman. But let me say this also. I agree
All right.
with James. Even there is more in these rooms, in my rooms. Even me myself, I feel muted by the talkers here, speakers. I'm not complaining, by the way. And I had to mute myself. Okay, I'm not able to speak, and I left my room many times. Okay, so that's why I agree with James. It's even more crucial here. I'm punishing myself even in my own room.
Yeah.
So
And I'm guilty of it. Sometimes Phil has to leave because I won't shut
that's
up.
okay.
And then
Like,
I'm like,
that's
you
okay,
know.
man. That's okay.
But
Like,
I want to address one quick point that CD keeps bringing up in the
oh,
sidebar.
okay.
Phil is not. Notice that Phil is intentionally not using the word morality, right? He's using the word loving, right, or all
Mhm.
loving, right? So he's not making a moral judgment here. He's
Yeah.
simply saying that words mean things, and if you're going to say that you believe in a deity that is all loving, and then the description in your same book shows him not being loving, then you're in contradiction. Noticing the contradiction is not a moral stance. It can be, but it doesn't have to be, right? And so this is an important distinction that I need people to understand.
Anyway, so
I think it's the choice of words. I would rather say that God is all good. I think that's what it was. It's the loving word, because I believe that God himself cannot do evil, but he created evil,
fine,
if that
man.
makes any sense.
Fine, I
So
see.
I
I
just
see.
want to inject it in
Okay.
there.
So we need more than preaching. That's why I'm gonna unmute Mason here. We
Right.
need more than
Gracias,
preaching. Okay.
brother.
And I'm really just on y'all conversation, man, because I had my own argument set up, man. But
For
I
the
just kind of going with the flow right now.
existence of God,
So
then yes.
whenever y'all he finished, I'm gonna dive into what I wanted to talk about.
Good. You're both Bible believers. You should arrange, okay, by yourselves. But if you guys keep
Nah,
over
I'm good,
talking,
man. We don't believe he's Catholic. I'm not Catholic. I don't need to arrange nothing with nobody. Sorry, but go ahead.
then I will arrange. Don't worry.
Well, I'm
Go,
cool with him
Mason.
though. There's no problem.
Okay.
But I don't know what you mean by all that.
Okay.
There's so many different topics.
One topic: God's existence.
Well, no, Fireman, the philosopher, talked about the flood, and I wanted to talk about that, but James brought up something about morality.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to understand here, James, is how can you believe that? How can you believe in love if you do not have a defined definition of morality?
Well, look up the word love in a dictionary. It doesn't mention morality. We don't
But
need
see,
to.
well, if you look it up in the dictionary, right, who's from an atheist perspective, right, you in a sense technically wouldn't believe in love because you don't believe in a higher power that could love, right? In a sense.
Well, it depends. I mean, I don't speak for all skeptical non-theists. I can't speak for Phil. So if you're just asking me about my position, I'm a moral anti-realist like Phil is, except that I treat morality as if it's a real concept, because I believe that ethics are essential to good health and function for society, and I value good health and function for society. In the meantime, if I make a point about somebody claiming that their God is all loving and that that's the Bible God, and then the
But
behaviors and
what I'm trying to find out is what is your, in a sense, definition of love?
Right. So
is
all right.
love the acceptance of wrongdoing?
Good question.
Hold on. The Bible's offer definition of love, and in part it says love is patient and love is kind. Right.
Yes.
If somebody wants to argue that
God
there's
is love, God is patient, God is kind, right?
Or these are statements, these are claims, these are descriptors or adjectives, sure.
These are true.
And so if we know a human in the world that we want to say they are the epitome of loving kindness and patience and charity and blah blah blah, and then we say there was this time where they drowned every child, every baby, every puppy, and every kitten
But you
in
have
the
to think
neighborhood.
about that too. Okay, so God is patient, God is loving, God is kind. Okay, so imagine how many people on this earth would have to simultaneously reject God to the point where he has to get to that point.
Man.
That's what you have to consider.
Good
Why are we saying that, okay, well, it's God's fault that, all these people died in the flood? No, people have their own individual free will that the Lord gave them, right? And these people chose to willingly separate themselves from God. The adulterers go against what the commandments.
Yeah, those evil babies.
But anyways, if you're going down that rabbit hole of
but hold on a second. Don't you think it's kind of ridiculous? Like, did the babies or the children, did they reject God too?
Oh man.
Well, if you get down into it, it's like, well, they're being raised in that environment. So they're going to be raised as essentially idolaters, people who, aren't, willing to. It's psychology, simple psychology.
So God couldn't change your psychology or anything like that. It's not like he's all
No,
powerful.
he's all powerful, but he does not infringe upon man's free will.
Except when he murdered a bunch of people in the exact same story we're talking
It's not
about.
infringing upon their free will.
It's not?
They had the decision to choose God or to reject God.
And they rejected God, and then God killed them.
That's not infringing upon their free will. That's saving the world from further decay. And because if you get into the morality of just basic individuals, right? Just basic individuals, you know, you understand that it can it can, people are capable of some really shitty, I mean, you know, you probably know, right?
Yeah,
Let
sure.
me ask you this, sir. Can a baby die? Why people act like babies are so exempt from the realities of life? Have you ever seen the wildlife when a baby deer or something is born? As soon as it's
Why are you
born,
asking this? What's the point of this question?
and eats it. So is that using a baby? Oh, God killed babies to pull at our heartstrings. It doesn't work with me, sir. It might work with those Christians. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, it doesn't seem to work for Mason either. Go ahead, James. I'm sorry.
No, it don't work for me either.
I didn't hear what you said, so I don't know.
So if you go into the wildlife and save those babies from getting ate by lions, then I believe you. But go ahead.
Like, what do you mean? Like, that's just.
Yeah. But go ahead with your conversation. Don't. Yeah. You know, you heard what I said.
I mean, that's just like simplistic. I mean,
yeah, pretty simplistic. That you're so mad at people.
Well, it's
that you drowned every puppy and kitten in the neighborhood.
Oh, now it's to the puppies and kittens.
Because Noah, if you read the Bible, actually, Noah brought every two animals. He brought two animals. One male, one female on the boat. Right.
So
this is why reading scripture is important.
He drowned almost all the puppies and kittens in the entire world, but not every single one.
But see, it's like I don't understand where you're coming from as an atheist, because as an atheist, those things don't have more value. So I don't understand why that matters to you in any way.
And we can have that discussion.
Hey, you know what I find funny? The Catholic guy, what's your name? Because I can't see it on my phone, but what's your name?
Mason.
Mason.
Yes,
I guarantee you, Mason, this guy, my guy right here, is this the philosopher?
No, it's James.
I don't know which
James. Okay, James. That makes you live in America, right? Do you agree with the death penalty?
No, I don't think it's a great idea.
Oh, but you do agree with punishment.
Sure, in some context, punishments are called.
Yeah, I do agree with punishment. So I wonder why people have such a and for the sake of argument, sir, I think you probably do agree with putting somebody to death. You might not agree with the death penalty itself, but you might kill somebody if they did something bad enough.
In self-defense or defense of innocence, if it was necessary, sure.
Somebody come and kill your mother, you gonna take them out. You ain't gonna worry about they're going to get in the court the death penalty. You're gonna want to seek revenge. That's what you're gonna want, sir. And I know human emotion.
Not even nice when people. Isn't it nice when people tell you what you believe instead of you just telling them?
They're so full. Why do atheists all have such a problem with God's judgment and His punishment on the world?
Because people are trying to tell us that God is all loving or He's all good or something like that. That's just garbage.
Yeah, but even the world, all right, is the world all loving?
It's true.
Nobody made that claim. I don't know why you're asking. No, we don't believe that the world is all loving. I don't know why you're asking that.
Well, I don't believe. Like I say, no disrespect to your Mason or everybody. I don't believe that God is all loving anyway. Just loving, just love. Nah, it's a hate there too, because before he destroyed the world, it said that he repented, that he made the world, and in some translation it says he hated that he had made this world. So
it says that he didn't.
For him to kill it, I'm gonna tell you what he hated. He hated the same thing that I'm seeing right now: murder, violence, and it's getting worse on the earth. And these days are just like the days of Noah. He destroyed that world because of the violence, sir. It's just like now, he destroyed the world because of the violence. But go ahead.
He didn't like
He
that
could have stopped the violence. That would have been a lot better than just
he gave
killing
us free
innocent
will,
babies.
Well, he did stop it.
and by him giving us free will, God, he's true to his promise. God is, right. So he's not going to break our individual free will that he gives us.
Okay, so he values free will over like saving people and like making sure babies don't get killed or anything like that. Like he values free will
actually
over
likes
that.
that a lot. That's why
Yeah.
most
It's more
Christians are
important.
pro against abortion. Right. But if you get into it, man,
what?
I don't know. I'm just trying to have a conversation.
Yeah.
It just got quiet on the panel.
Well, I have a bad habit of accidentally taking over the conversation, and I'm really working on that.
No, you're
so
good.
so a lot of times I see an opportunity, but I pass. I'm quiet.
Okay, James, don't worry. So
Yeah, you're okay, James.
like for the confusion, we can easily correct that. Like the main topic is God's existence, and
God's
since you guys are
existence.
believers, you can tell us why you believe that God exists. That's the main topic. But sure, sometimes we are talking about morality.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes we go off a little.
Yeah.
I believe in God for multiple reasons. As
What's the
I've
best
stated
reason?
before. Well, it's hard to pick from one because there's so many.
You can take your
Good ones?
time.
Well, no, I don't think it's something I have to really think about, but I just looking at the world, I can't imagine a world in a sense this all happening just coincidentally. Like this just somehow,
Yeah.
some way humans existed. We have this whole ecosystem within our body of living things
Mason. Mason.
Yes, I'm sorry.
So
Yeah.
we had the similar conversation
Exactly.
when you entered here.
Yes.
I asked the same question, but I couldn't get any answer from the guy who doesn't have a microphone in the room.
Well, that was my answer to
I look at your
question you
God. I look at your God, and I also cannot understand how this existence of your God coincidental. Like how? Like it doesn't make any sense. So
Like, what
if
do you
it
mean coincidental?
like do you think your God's existence coincidental?
Do I think it just just happened?
Coincidental?
Like, it's one of
Coincidental?
those things that's something that we do not have, and just because we don't have answers for certain things, right? That doesn't mean it's not true. It doesn't mean these things happened.
Okay.
What? No,
Okay.
it's
So when
true.
you say I don't know, like, do you understand what does it mean? So if you don't know
Just
whether
because
you're like Mason, let me. If you
Go
say
ahead.
I don't know whether my God exists coincidentally or not, means maybe your God exists and it's the one who exists alone coincidentally, or it means not. He's not coincidental.
It's not just. I don't understand what you're trying to say here because
Okay.
it's
If you listen me carefully, you'll maybe I understand, maybe, because I had hard moments with the other guy. So when you say, even if you like behave as an agnostic about your God, when I ask the question, do you think your God is coincidental or not? When you say I don't understand how God works or God's essence, no problem
I mean,
at
like, I
all.
can't. There's some things I'm ignorant of. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like, oh, well, I know,
Mason, I accept that, and I'm gonna say on that thing, okay? So when you say I don't know, okay, instead of claiming that, like you were very, very like certain and confident about yourself when it comes to universe. You're saying that the universe cannot be coincidental, okay? But when it comes to your God, you choose to be an agnostic. You're saying I don't know.
But
Okay,
no,
no problem,
I'm
no
not
problem.
choosing to be agnostic. I know.
You don't know.
Well, don't tell me what I know and I don't know because I
You
clearly
told me,
know.
but you told me like you don't understand. You don't know.
Put me in positions of where like I
Okay, then
know
tell
I
me,
am.
do you know your God is coincidental or not?
You're saying, do I know if God's existence is coincidental
Or not? Do you know?
Like, are you? Do you mean now? Don't get like upset when I'm trying to break down what you're trying to say here. Okay.
Let's see what you're
Um,
gonna do.
so you're essentially telling me that, do I know how God came into the universe? Right? That's
No, no,
essentially what you're
no,
saying.
no, 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 no. Like I'm not talking about universe. I'm talking
Well,
about
no,
the
what I
existence
mean
of
is that God's presence,
God
right? I
present
don't
coincidentally or not.
like. I like. Do you? I'm just. I'm struggling to understand what you're trying to say, man.
That's a
'Cause
clear question. Your God's existence is coincidental or not?
coincidental or not, are you telling me? Are you asking me if I believe that somehow he came into the universe unexpectedly,
No,
or
I'm talking
do
about
you think that he
universe. Like, do you
or
think
like what?
like I think like I'm talking to the wrong person because you're Christian, right, man?
I'm Catholic, right?
Okay, but
I'm still
you
Christian.
believe that there was a time that there was no universe, but your God was existing, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
What's the
I'm not
point?
talking about the universe. Forget about the universe, okay? Imagine the times that the universe didn't exist, okay?
What I'm trying to say is God still exists within,
God
the
exists.
cosmos, right?
Okay, within it doesn't matter. So this existence is coincidental or not?
It does, because this could send you to somewhere bad or somewhere good, depending on how this
I
conversation
don't
goes.
No,
understand,
no, no.
man.
He's just we're trying to figure out
Why are you
if
afraid,
God's
man?
existence.
I'm not afraid.
Okay, like you can say I don't know the answer. You did it
That's what
already, and I just said it. You said don't put words into my mouth. I was like, okay,
I'm
man.
just
Like I
asking for
don't know what to do.
clarification, dude. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Whether or not
I'm not
God
trying
existed
to
in the
say
cosmos
something. I'm
before or
asking a question. So you believe that your God is in a cosmos right now? That's also weird. But anyway, it's okay. I'm not judging that. Doesn't matter
I don't
where your God
understand
is
your
in the
argument.
cosmos or
Bringing up
in
pointless
existence. Doesn't matter. So your God
rhetoric
exists.
here. Yes,
Your God's existence is coincidental or not?
it's not coincidental. It's by does I don't like.
Okay, man. Okay.
I don't understand,
Take your
because it's like
time.
if you can't.
Take your time. I don't think you're sincere, man. That's a clear question.
Yeah, that conversation was hard to listen to, man.
Yeah, it's so hard for me, especially I just did the same thing before. So here's the
Man,
point for people, okay? Just repetition. When it comes to universe, when I ask when the question is the universe, he's not confused. He's saying that universe exists, yes, okay? And he's saying that I don't think the universe is coincidentally existing. He's confident about himself. When it comes to God, he's not able to understand the question, which doesn't make sense to me. Because when it comes to universe, you understand it, man. No problem. It's working properly, right? Your brain properly works. But when it comes to your God, you're not able to answer. And I'm very okay with the answer that I don't know, okay? I don't know.
exactly.
If you don't know, it's okay, man. But
Basically,
I'm gonna say something even when you don't know the answer, okay?
basically, you started off with the question, why do we believe in God? Correct.
Yeah, that was the main question. Yeah.
Correct. And his answer was pretty much the same that the God said before, talking about intelligent design. You know, the universe is here. This world was created. Somebody had to create it, and which led you to ask him,
Yep.
your question about
And
which pretty much I think you asked a first guy.
yeah, the first guy
You
who's
know,
unmuted. It's the same conversation.
right. Same conversation again.
And
And
same
he just
same
couldn't
no
say
answer again.
when we ask you how was the universe created, you're saying that you don't know. That's your answer, correct?
Yeah, I say I don't know about the universe. So
Right.
I don't go one step further and I don't say I don't know.
Right. And
Because you're
he
just
basically
moving the
was telling him he
problem.
couldn't say that as far as you concerned. Like he couldn't just say, look, I don't know.
Yeah, he could say that. Like I don't know. Like he could say whatever
Yeah, but
he
he did.
wants.
Right.
Yeah, but he didn't say.
So
But here is the logical conclusion here, fireman. So if he says, I don't know whether it's coincidental or not, so that means either it's coincidental or not. Okay. If it's coincidental, then that means like such a thing, such a God, intelligent, powerful, knowledgeable, is existing coincidentally, then we can use the same assumption for the universe also. Universe is big, intelligible, complex, has information. Okay, like if one thing can exist coincidentally, then we can say the universe can also exist. Okay, if he says no, it's not coincidental, then we have to say then there must be a cause for it. If he's not saying that, then he's just breaking his own rules, because when he looks at the universe, he says that no, I don't think it's coincidental. Okay, that means it has a creator for him. So for another thing which is not coincidental, that the conclusion should be similar, not an exception. That's the problem in both ways. Yes, no, I don't know, like all leads problems, no solution. I hope you understood right now, Mason.
Yeah.
So sometimes, like when I take them, like people somehow magically understand the question. I realize that in many of my conversations.
I didn't understand if you're talking. Does God exist outside the universe? Like you're saying, is it coincidental? Like, is it an accident that God created the universe? That's what it sounds like you're saying. Like, it's not.
Mason, oh my God, Mason, I
But
even
no, look, we
explained
don't have to
clearly.
argue about it, bro. Like, I want clarification here, because if we're gonna talk about it, because I need to understand what you're saying
Okay,
so
what
that I can
part you
break it
didn't
down.
understand? What part you didn't understand?
But you said did God creating the universe or something a coincidence?
Mason. Like I think you're not listening at all. I said clearly
I'm
two
listening.
times.
I just don't.
Okay,
didn't
okay,
understand.
then just focus on my voice, okay? Like
Okay, go
these are not tricks. I even made my points, okay? I made my conclusion already. So no tricks, no
I'm not
traps,
saying that
okay?
it's a
You're
trick.
safe.
I'm not saying it's a trick. I just don't understand. Like,
Yeah.
break it down, man. Like,
Yeah. Forget about universe. Forget.
Okay.
Delete.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
We
done.
have
Got
your
it.
God. That's all. Nothing. Nothing. Okay? Just imagine that. My question.
Okay. So yes, he
Mason.
existed before that.
Mason, do you think your God's
It was.
existence coincidental or not?
We went full circle, man. Like, I don't know.
It's not a circle.
Are you saying that?
I'm not
Are
saying
you
anything.
saying
It's
that
a question.
Well, you're saying like you're coming from a point. Are you asking if someone created God? Is that your point?
That was not my point. That was my conclusion based on one of the options, okay? That's the conclusion, but not only one conclusion, okay?
What other options are there?
There are only two possible options. Either God is coincidental or not, okay? When not, we have two options, okay? When not, either God exists without a cause, or God has a creator, okay? We have two options here. Do you see that? So something coincidental can exist with a creator or without a creator, according to your belief system or your reasoning, okay? So therefore, you can apply the same thing for the universe. If universe is not coincidental, that doesn't mean universe has a creator. How we know that? We don't know that.
Well, we know the universe isn't coincidental, so
you don't
I
know
don't.
that. You don't know that.
Well, I do, because
How?
the Bible.
Oh, the Bible. So
Well, no,
we
'cause,
leave
like,
the reasoning.
that's
We
what I
go to
believe,
Bible.
right?
Okay,
So
go.
if this is, I don't. I don't even, because it's like you're repeating the same question, but you're not giving me, any actual, like you're just repeating, like you're not giving me a
Yeah,
breakdown of
I'm
what
repeating my question because you don't want to understand or you don't want to answer my question. That's why I'm repeating the question. Yes, that's
No, that's
true.
not true. I have no disingenuous
Then
intention here.
then
I'm
why the
just
hell
trying
you're not
I just don't
answering?
understand what you're doing.
He
You're repeating.
basically asked you, man, how God.
You're
You
repeating
believe
this.
that God
I
exists,
can't.
so how God get here, man?
I 2 times explained what I was doing. Even
I'm trying to help y'all out, man. That's more of a simpler
there's no
question.
help,
How does God
fireman. No. That was
who
over.
created God,
That's
right?
over. No. That's over, man. He like I even clarified what I was trying to do. I explained 2 times. Okay, what I was trying to explain. This will be the 3rd time for other people, not for him. I don't think he's gonna understand that again. So if God is not coincidental, that means either God doesn't have a creator or God has a creator. So universe is not coincidental. If this is your conclusion, you should say the same things. Either universe has a creator or not. Okay, that's the whole purpose. And I explained that even 2 times before. Anyway. Do we have other arguments?
Cause I always got some arguments in the hat. Always. It might not be on a specific topic, but it's still an argument to atheists. That's the only thing, but which still proves my belief, why my belief is in God. So ultimately it still proves the same point, And here's what I wanted to the premise I wanted to throw out, right? Guess I'll get started with this one, right? Let's say I agree with you and say, okay, there's no God, right?
Wait a second. Like, that's not what I say, man. So how can you say let's agree?
Okay, we'll put it this way. Do you believe that there are people that have religions and beliefs, and then there are atheists?
Repeated religions and atheist people?
Yeah. I'll ask you this way: are atheists the only group that doesn't believe in a God?
Yeah, you can say that. Yeah.
Yeah, you think
Atheists
so?
are people who don't believe in a God. Yeah.
Because this is what I wanted to ask. So what about a Satanist?
Satanist?
Yeah.
The one who believes in Satan or worships Satan?
No, well, from what I get from Satanists is really them just poking fun. They're saying they don't really worship Satan. They just use it as a euphemism to say they don't believe in God. But it's not like they just worship. That's what they told me. So, and you can look it up, and that's pretty much what it's saying.
Okay.
Now I've seen some say they worship Satan. I don't know specifically, but I do know that they don't believe in God.
Satanists, they don't believe in God. Okay.
No.
Okay. I
And
don't care,
nihilists
man.
either.
Hey, fireman, I don't care
Nihilists
about
either. So
Satanists.
hold on. My question to you is, if I did decide, what first of all, let me ask you this: what would you consider yourself? You say agnostic, right?
Agnostic atheist.
Okay. Now, if I did not believe in any God or whatever, why should I say I'm an atheist? What's so truthful about that other than Satanism and nihilism?
Why you should be an atheist?
Yeah.
I'm not saying
Because
you
you
should
said
be.
like atheist is the default. If you don't believe in a God, anything, atheist is the default. And I'm saying, well, it's not, sir. Because there are other groups that don't believe in God either. So what makes atheists any different than those groups?
Because they believe in Satan? That's the difference. We don't believe in Satan
No,
also.
not nihilists. Let's talk about nihilists because I just told you that
Okay. Well,
Satanists
no,
don't believe in Satan. They just don't believe in God.
fireman. You are the one who brought Satanists, and you said that they're the same. Let's finish this one first. Okay, it's easy and
Satanists
quick.
don't believe in God, sir.
Yeah, Satanists don't believe in God, but they believe in Satan, right?
No, they just use Satan as a word. I just explained that I've talked to them before. They explained that they was like, man, that we don't believe in Satan. We just use that as a euphemism, as our
Okay, so
rebellion
okay, so
and
they
belief
don't,
in God.
but they don't believe in God then, right?
Right,
Is that what you're saying?
exactly.
Okay,
Y'all
then they're
saying
atheists.
something.
Then they're
They
atheists. They
don't
may
Okay,
not
yeah.
believe in God.
identify. Yeah, then they're atheists. They may not identify as atheists, but they're
Oh, so
atheists.
you're saying that atheists not actually what they think they are.
If they don't believe in God,
They
they're
are
an atheist.
atheists. Yeah.
Well, you know, just like somebody who believes in a God and says I'm not a theist, they're just wrong. They are a theist.
What about if you know what a nihilist is?
Okay.
Do you know what that
Well,
is?
what about them? They don't believe in God too, right?
Yeah, they don't believe in God, but they also don't believe what atheists believe in.
Like atheist
No.
doesn't believe in, so you can't say
What you mean? Atheists
they don't believe in
Yes,
what
you
they
do.
believe in.
And an
Yeah,
atheist
they
can be a
don't believe what
nihilist.
atheists believe in.
They're not mutually exclusive. An atheist can be a nihilist.
So
Yeah,
They're
but
completely different.
the difference between the atheists, I disagree. I'm gonna have to disagree because I heard this argument before. I
Disagree.
disagree because
Okay, you're free to
because
disagree, man.
atheists, the difference between the nihilists and the atheists is atheists believe in purpose in life and meaning, good and bad, right and
No,
wrong. Nihilists don't believe it. They don't believe nothing. They think that nothing matters. So I'm sure of that, sir. That's the premise. Nothing
Okay,
matters.
okay,
Now,
okay, okay, okay. If that's the difference, I accept that's such a difference. Like they don't like life doesn't matter to them or nothing matters to them. If that's the case, I don't know. And things matter to me. Okay, so that's the difference. So
exactly.
what? So what, fireman?
Right. Right. Exactly. So what I'm saying is things matter to the Christian too. So everybody got their
okay,
own
thank
belief.
you.
For some
Yeah.
reason, atheists think they don't have any beliefs.
No, atheists have beliefs. They just don't have a belief in God.
Exactly. There
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah,
You just took it out of my mouth. Which they have. They atheists hold a lot of the same values as Christians.
not the
Would that
same
be safe to
always.
say?
Like we share similar things. So what, fireman?
Yeah. So
So what? Yeah, we
what you
share
call a
similar
fairy
value.
tale, you yourself are following.
Sorry, come again.
You yourself are following the same things that you're against.
Not same things. Some things, not all the things.
And what I'm telling you is the nihilists, even the Satanists. What I'm saying is that the atheists, you want to be a goody two shoes. That's what I call you, goody two shoes atheist. The goody
I
two
don't.
shoes atheist. And when I ask you why you want to be so good, I ask you why, and you know what I get?
Oh,
I
you want
go
to
down
ask
the
me?
same rabbit
You
hole
you
as
want to
you
ask me such
atheists.
a question? Why you want to be
You're telling
good?
me the best for society. I already know.
Who says what is best
I
for
know what you're gonna
society?
say before you get to it. When I ask you these questions, you're gonna say what's best for society.
I don't have
When
an
I
answer
ask you
for
why
that.
you should be a good person.
Farmer, I don't have an answer for that. Well, why are you bringing that? I don't understand.
Let me ask you this. Doctor tell me I got 6 months to live. Let's say 3 months, right? Why not do what I want to do and why play by any rules? Let me see if you're gonna keep on acting like you don't give two shits. Now let's see. Let's see if we can play this game. Why should I play by any rules or give a damn about anybody's rules? Christians, Islam, atheists, yeah, your rules. Why should I play by anybody's rules? Let's see.
You don't have to, man. No one said.
Yeah,
At least
yeah.
I didn't say that.
You go. Huh?
I didn't say that. Like, do whatever
No,
you want.
hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead. Maybe I missed.
Rewind.
Go ahead. Answer the question then.
Like you're asking a false question. I'm not saying that you should do that. You should follow these rules. I didn't say that. So you're asking a false question.
All right. I'm gonna ask the question again. Why should I just gave you the premise? I only got 3 months to live. Why should I play by anybody's rules, Christians, atheists,
That's
or
a
anybody?
false question, fireman. Like I don't
How
know
is it?
how many times I should explain what is a false question. I have never said you should follow someone else's rules. I've never said that. Then why are you asking such a bad question? It's a false question. You can do whatever you want, okay? I'm not saying you should follow these rules. You should someone else's rules. Do you understand that, fireman? I have never said you should play with our rules. You should go with someone else's rules or blah blah and etc. No one's saying that. Am I clear to you? I need just yes. Just a yes. Yeah, it's boring. What can I do, CD? I mean, the thing is boring, not person. I agree, CD. Okay, he's not saying yes, so that means either he's not listening, or he couldn't listen, or maybe he doesn't want to engage anymore. I don't know why he's not engaging. But it was pointless. Anyway, if there is anyone who wants to go back to the main topic, still we have a lot of people in the room. But I'm tired. I am tired, 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 tired. Fireman, why it's so hard to understand that atheism doesn't suggest any rules? Okay? It's not a religion. It doesn't have a book, sacred book. It's not something like that. It's only not believing a God. That's all. Simple. No, nothing further. It doesn't say do this, do this. It doesn't say this is right, this is wrong. It doesn't say that. Why you don't understand that? Okay. Okay. Oh, we have Ro. He was here many hours ago. And
Undergirded. Oh, thank you so much. I love that. Undergirded.
so, Paul, what did you say?
Saying I saw Christ's disciple there said something about something being undergirded. It's like one of those like gibberish words that they like to use a lot of times.
Oh, okay. And morals come from religion. You don't believe in God, and etc. Oh, let's give one more chance.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, and if I could just for like a second, like I guess maybe what I'd like to know, maybe Mason can understand this just a little bit better, but it's just the idea that like why God created the universe one way instead of the other way,
What do you mean?
like why? Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I just asked, what do you mean by that?
Well, it just seems like it's random, like the way that God created the world. Like maybe he could have created the world another way. And why would he care about like good and evil?
Well,
maybe he's
you know,
evil. Like why wouldn't he just be evil?
well, no,
Like what determines any of those things? It just seems it's very random. Like we could just come up with 8 million different different like things that could possibly like a God could possibly be, or its thoughts, or how it creates the world. Why this way than any other way?
Well, if you go back to Genesis, it talks about the Garden of Eden, right? The Garden of Eden was essentially paradise. Everything was good. God told Adam and Eve not to go eat the apple because that was the one rule. They lived in paradise. They had
Right. And
everything.
why did he not want them to eat the apple? Like what determines that? Like is that just random?
Well, no, it just was. I assume just testing their faithfulness, right? And
No,
they
I'm not
had.
asking that. I'm asking the fact that he desires one thing over the other. He doesn't like certain
What do
things.
you
He does
mean?
like certain things. It just seems to me that it's just chaos. It's just chaotic. It's random.
Well, no, I mean I wouldn't say it's chaotic or random. I'd say testing one's. God gave us free will. He decide, and we chose to disobey.
Why would God care if we disobey him? Why would God give us
Because
free
he gave
will?
us free will. It's a thing of faithfulness.
Right. And why
Right?
why
It's not
why did
like,
he give us
okay,
free
well,
will?
I'll
Why did he give us free
answer your
will? Like
question,
why
man.
did he favor the other than not free will?
Well, like, because he's loving, man. He's loving, okay?
And why is he loving?
Can I
Like why is he
can I
hating?
finish, please?
Well, you're not really addressing anything I'm asking.
Well, no, I'm trying to, but you're kind of going over me here, man. Okay? You talked about evil, you talked about good, you talked about all this, and I'm trying to explain to you, okay? The evil, we ate Adam and Eve ate the apple, right? Which was instilled in the Garden of Eden to test man's faithfulness. We disobeyed, right? Meaning, right, that paradise, literal paradise, was taken from us because of our transgressions. Okay, and essentially, right? That it's unfortunate, but it affected the entire world, right? It affected the world we live in, and it affected suffering, and you know, it gave us all these things that in today's time, you know, it's a mess, you know. But you know, eventually you get into the New Testament, and it talks about, you know, how suffering benefits us, right? How it makes us better people to go through these things, to go through these trials, to go through these tribulations, and come out on top, faithful to God, right? But you know, and you think about it, because you know, a lot of people in today's times, you know, they think God is like a genie, right? He's not that. That's not what God is, right? He's loving, he's caring, and he cares for each and every one of us, you know, and he cares, you know, enough to stand by his promise on the free will that he gave us, right? But what was I gonna say?
Yeah,
Right?
so far you haven't addressed anything that I've asked.
Well, no,
You're
you. I
talking about
did
things that are completely
actually.
irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant, because you were talking about suffering. Why does suffering exist? Right? You said, "Oh, well, you know, why does suffering exist? Why do we have to go through all this?" So it seems just
I never
chaotic.
said that. I know that wasn't my point at all. I never asked about
Well, no,
suffering.
that was your question. That was your question. Why is it chaotic? Right? And
No,
what
I'm
I'm
not.
doing
No,
here is,
I'm saying I'm asking why God desires to do one thing over the other.
he didn't. What do
Like,
you
it just
mean?
seems random. Like, why couldn't God have completely different thoughts? For maybe he doesn't create a universe, or maybe he creates a
That
universe
doesn't
of
even make
candy
sense,
canes.
man. I was trying to make the point of that to test our faithfulness. That's why the suffering was brought into the world, because of Adam and Eve.
You're just not understanding the question. We'll move on.
Well, no, you asked I'm burned out, bro. What did you asked?
Let's move on. You're just not getting the question. We'll just move on to
No,
a different
because
one.
you were talking about. I get the question completely. You were talking about you know, at first you were talking about why does it seem so chaotic? You know, that's
No, I didn't say why things seem so chaotic. I'm saying
well, that's
that
what you
God
said
is
at
chaotic.
first.
I'm saying that God is chaotic. How do we determine, like, why does God desire one thing over the other? I'm not even talking about suffering. I'm just talking about anything in general. Why does God desire to create a universe instead of creating a universe of candy canes? Why does God desire to create a vast universe of lifeless universe?
Well,
Right?
I mean, that's just like I mean, it just seems irrelevant, you know, like, why bring that up? You know, it's like, okay, he could have made this, he could have made that. You know, what's the point? You know, it doesn't matter. He made this. You know, so you know,
So it's just out of some sort of consequence that God is the way he is. Just like, you know, in our view, the universe is just, you know, or your view of the universe, that it's if God didn't put it together, it's just some sort of consequence, or it was just random or whatever. I don't know why we just can't apply that same principle to God.
Well, you know, you'd view it as a consequence because you don't believe in. I'm assuming here that you only believe in. You technically are a nihilist. But you know, I tell you, without, what is this guy saying? So Adam and Eve messed up, right? But why the freak should we have to suffer because of them? Well, because that was the ultimate test of faithfulness, in which, you know, man failed.
Yeah, but we didn't. But let me take the test. I'll take the test. Why does somebody else take the test for me? That's not very fair. Why am I being punished for that?
Well, you know, in today's society, if you go towards the New Testament, it talks about how suffering develops us into better human beings. And instead of, you know, back in the old days, you had to sacrifice animals in order to, you know, you had to sacrifice something. right? So now we go into New Testament. Jesus died for our sins, right? And now we have the New Testament. Now our suffering, right? Our pain, or whatever the heck we go through, right, builds us to be better characters. And now we can freely repent of our sins without having to sacrifice animals or having to do all that. You know, and this is why we have
I don't know. This
reconciliation.
doesn't seem like that addressed any like what the question I was asking.
Well, I was. What do you mean? You said, why should we suffer because of what Adam and Eve did? And I answered that question.
You didn't really answer the question. You just said something about people killing goats, and now they don't have to kill goats.
Well, no, I was
we can just repent. Like I
explaining.
don't understand how that's relevant to anything.
Well, it is relevant. It's relevant to, you know, the belief system. I mean, I don't know why you're trying to like say, well, that's not irrelevant. I mean, it's relevant. You know,
I think it's just weird that that somebody took a test. I didn't take the test.
Well, no,
right?
it was there, right? But they listened to, you know, and they failed essentially. And whether you realize it or not,
I didn't fail. You didn't fail.
No, we fail daily, right? That's the point.
What do you mean fail daily?
Well, I mean, you're an atheist, so you're not. I mean, but bringing it into perspective here, you know, we all mess up. We all have trials. We all have tribulations, and we all every now and then mess up. You know, and that's
okay. Okay. So we're just created to mess up. Is that what it was?
No, not at all.
Like Adam and Eve were just created. Hard. They were created to disobey God.
No, not at all.
No.
They're in the image of God because, you know, he just made us in his image, and, you know, eventually
made us in his image, but they made us in his image, but we disobey him.
Like that's not God's fault, dude. That's ours.
Well, didn't God know that he was going to create people that were going to disobey him?
He created. Now, and if you get into the whole Protestant thing where it's like, oh, well, Protestants.
We don't have to get any Protestant thing. We'll just get in your view. We don't need to talk about anybody else's view.
I was gonna break it down a little bit more, but we're not gonna. I guess we don't have to go into that. What was the question?
Just out of interest, are we just kind of assuming that there should be an alternative? Like, in other words, God should have made, could have made. In fact, we would like for him to have made a world without evil. Is that essentially what the atheist position is? Is kind of
Well, I mean, like I would just say that it would be nice if we had a world where horrific things didn't happen to people.
But it's like,
you know?
I don't even understand that position as an atheist, because it's like you can't believe in a sense.
You know, I understand their position, because at the end of the day, it is a kind of question that we all ask sometimes when we have suffering and problems in our own world, even as Christians. Of course, we have that natural instinctive question to ask that. Absolutely, and it's nothing wrong with the question inherently. But what I would say is, you have to remember, if there was a world without evil and therefore without contrast, suffering, or the possibility of wrong, you're going to have a couple of problems here. Moral agency, there'll be no courage, compassion, integrity, or sacrifice, because goodness would be automatic, not chosen. There'll be no emotional depth. There'll be no grief, no joy, no real happiness, no laughter.
There'd be no grief? Oh, no.
There'd be no freedom.
No, one of the things.
What do you mean there wouldn't be any freedom?
Well, no, because then you don't have.
I'm not even proposing that. I'm just proposing a world where horrific things don't happen to people.
I'm sort of bringing up a different argument. I was going to say, well, technically, you wouldn't have free will, but you have free will, but not in a sense the real, raw tendency of free will, because human emotion.
Well, you don't really have any free will anyways under your.
Well, no, we suffer because of our own free will.
No, we suffer because a lot of people suffer because they're abused. They're abused by adults. They're abused by people they know.
Free will.
There are people who are killed.
Individualistic free will.
Whose free will? The abuser's free will or the victim?
The abuser has free will.
And the victim.
We suffer on our own accord, man.
The victim. What do you mean? The victim suffers the victim is responsible for somebody essaying them?
That's not what I said. I said
Well,
that.
Can you clarify it?
Okay, I will, brother. Okay, the let's say someone was sexually assaulted. Whose fault is that? The individual who sexually assaulted them, right?
Right.
But they have their own individualistic free will.
Free will, and they've taken away the free will of the victim.
I mean, the victim still has, I mean, I guess choice in the matter, but I mean, it's you.
What?
No, like you said, they've taken away their free will. They still have individual choice in life.
Yeah,
didn't
but
really-
but now somebody has taken away their innocence. Somebody is giving them this horrific traumatic event.
I get what
right,
you-
and so it's okay. It's okay if humans violate other humans' free will.
No,
when it comes to doing horrific things to them.
I'm not
But
justifying.
God forbid, God stops these sexual assaults from happening and violates the free will of the perpetrator.
He'd be breaking
He
his
can't.
promise.
Well, he shouldn't have
breaking
made
his
that. That was a
promise.
dumb promise. That was a stupid promise. He shouldn't have made that.
I think
Free will?
we're approaching the conversation differently, because I don't know if anyone's pointed it out. I'm not sure, but evil is not a created thing. It's an absence of. Okay, it's what you have to remember. If someone says, "Why did God create evil?" It's like asking, "Why did the sun create darkness?" The sun creates the light. Darkness exists when something blocks it. Okay. It's like the yin, it's like the yin and yang. Well, it's like the yin and yang situation.
It's
Isn't
the
it?
whole. Yeah, it's the whole.
I don't know why you go into this whole thing. I mean, all I'm saying is that people are essayed, and
Well,
that
no,
there is this agent who has the
That's
ability
awful.
to stop it and doesn't stop it. And you're saying he doesn't stop it because he made a promise. I'm saying he shouldn't have made the promise.
Well, is
free will?
Is essay
Make people
objectively wrong,
slaves?
or is it
You
subjectively
people say
wrong?
you're against slavery, but you're saying you would be in support of not having free will. How does that work?
I'm saying that God should stop they from happening. Now what do you mean by when you're talking about free will? What are you talking about exactly?
The individual choice, man.
Individual choice for what?
For anything, you have your individual mind, and you can do whatever you want with your mind.
Right, but not a victim of SA. They can't. They have to live with that trauma for their entire lives.
You're confusing. You're saying essentially that person who was sexually assaulted has no free will after they've been sexually assaulted.
Jesus Christ.
No, I think what he's saying is it's the free will, the free will of the person who's doing the assaulting. That's what he's kind of alluding to. I think
The person that's committing the crime,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's
is
what you're
taking
getting.
away the free will of the victim for that experience, and then
For
that
that
person has to
experience.
live with the trauma for the rest of their lives.
But I mean, that's just the basic concept of free will, man. I mean, it's unfortunate because humans are evil, wicked human beings, right? And we know that because we see what goes on in the world. But you can't say that just because that doesn't mean I mean, you have your individualistic choice in everything, and if somebody takes away your choice, I mean, that's
an
unfortunate thing. I mean,
The irony is, though, we're all talking about moral virtues here, but if there wasn't even a choice between good and evil, moral virtues would collapse into automation. If there's no, do you understand what I mean? It's like the fact that we even have this conversation, the fact that these words exist, like morality and right and wrong and all these kind of things. If we were to remove if we were to remove evil from the world in terms of if you could start all over again and you were given the opportunity to create a world without evil, then they would actually literally be like bots. The people
Just create a world where it's not possible to essay somebody, or it's not possible to rob somebody.
But then
Just
that's
make
the
a world
world
where
we
cancer
can
isn't
create.
possible. Just make a world where cancer isn't possible.
well, and a lot of our wounds are self-inflicted. Humans hurt themselves like any other animal.
But I'm talking specifically about somebody who was essayed. So you don't have to do the. You don't
No,
have to go through the whole apologetic about
It's not.
humans being evil and stuff.
I mean, it's the truth, whether you want to hear it or not, man. I mean, it's.
Yeah, but it's not really it's not like really addressing like what I'm talking about. Just
I
obfuscating.
mean, in a sense, it is. I mean, you still have the individual. I've said that too many times. You still have the choice to make any decisions you want with your life.
Well, out of interest,
If somebody sexually assaults someone, that's a fault in their own psychology and how they were raised. That's a fault on their own moral,
Yeah, I'm just saying, just stop
beliefs
it.
and character.
All I'm talking about
and-
is just stop it or just prevent it from happening. Like somebody would be about to do it, and there's like a force field, and they couldn't do it. Like that's how I would create the universe.
That's our responsibility, though, not God's.
Why isn't it God's responsibility? He created the universe. He could stop it. He has the power to stop it.
Hold on a second, but you don't believe in a God, so shouldn't humans who don't believe in
Yeah,
God?
it's an eternal critique.
Responsibility. I understand that, but you have to. But you're working on a premise that there is some sort of objective moral wrong that's been had, not subjective.
I'm not working on any premise at all. I've never stated anything about that.
You are.
So you don't believe rape is
No.
justified, or you do? Because I'm confused. Because by an atheistic perspective, nihilistic perspective, it's morally justified.
What's morally justified?
In the rape, in the eyes of nihilism.
Okay, explain to me why it's morally
because
justified.
You don't believe in morals. Life is meaningless. You don't have purpose. Essentially, is what you're saying.
I never said that. I never said I don't have purpose.
Well, that's what, in a sense, nihilism is. God gives purpose, right?
I don't think he said he's a
But I
nihilist.
don't know what that means.
Well,
Yeah, I
you're
never
an
said I was a
atheist.
nihilist.
Atheism and nihilism is directly connected. Now, you can believe in something, but that doesn't mean that doesn't divert from your.
Atheism can lead to nihilism, but not everybody gets there. I've had this conversation before. The point, really, what we're trying to make, Paul, is when we ask somebody who's an atheist, do you believe that there is something inherently wrong with something objectively? 9 times out of 10, they will say, well, I believe in my personal opinion that it is wrong, but then they'll follow up and say, but I believe that it's only subjectively wrong. And that creates a bit of a problem because it means you're not really in a position then, yes, we believe and we share your moral outrage, but on the other hand, you're not really in a position to say it's wrong if on the other hand, that morals are subjective.
Okay.
So that's the point we're trying to make.
Well, I didn't say. Yeah, I don't know why
agree
you'd be
with
making
you.
that. I don't know why you would be making that point. I never said
Well-
anything about my moral views.
Well, he's making a point because you brought up the SA victim.
Right.
But
I've never stated like what my moral views are.
No, but the way you framed it is the way you framed it is that you were obviously against that, rightly so.
Yeah,
and we agree.
you are too, right? I mean,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Well, I believe your moral framework is like ours because we've talked about this a little bit before because a lot of the things that have shaped your morality is not born in a vacuum. It's been shaped by some traditions that have been handed and passed down.
Well, you live in
It's not
primarily
you
Christian
don't make your own.
society.
You don't make.
Yeah,
your
but I don't
own
know
morality.
where that that sort of principle comes from. Like being against that, I don't know why that would have anything to do with Christianity or why it would be relevant.
Well,
to
because
Christianity.
Well, let's see. It depends on where you live. It's a psychological concept, man.
Know what that means because it seems like in the Bible it's actually the opposite. There's an opposite position there.
Well, there'll be some villages where marital essay would be considered totally normal, and the villagers wouldn't even bat an eyelid. There'll be certain parts of the world where it would be considered acceptable.
It's
and
justified in the Muslim faith.
Yeah, exactly. There are certain.
Yeah, and it's justified in the Christian faith too. And
it is not.
Certain parts of the Bible.
We do not.
Of course, there are.
No, because then that would be the sin of adultery.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Its stories are in the Bible.
That doesn't mean it supports that, dude.
Doesn't, because it seems like there's a specific command about it.
Well, if that was, we'll just speak. They're about.
Well, I mean, there's like the story of the There's a story of the Amalekites or the meaning. One of those stories where they go in and they tell them to kill everybody, except for the virgins. They keep them from that. They wanted to keep them from themselves. That's in the Bible.
Sexually assault, or that's not rape.
What do you mean it's not? What do you think? What do you think
said,
a soldier?
Kill.
Yeah, kill everybody in the village.
Have you read the story of all?
Kill everybody in the society except for the young girls. Even kill the livestock, kill the pregnant, everybody. That's what it says. It says all that stuff in the Bible.
Herrick
And then it says
F said sleep with virgins. Yeah. Well, let's see.
take the virgin girls.
Does that say that doesn't imply rape or adultery?
What do you think what kind of thing do you think was going to happen when you command people, bloodthirsty soldiers who have just killed and massacred a bunch of their enemies? What do you think that they're going to do? How do you think they're going to take that command?
Well, they're not like that because they have the rules of what the Lord has already given them.
Well, they have no problem murdering babies. They have no problem murdering pregnant women. They have no problem doing any of those things.
I mean,
Well, first and foremost, you're contextual. You're trying to contextualize something that happened about 4,000 years ago within a framework that is nowhere near the new covenant from a Christian perspective, and you're trying to somehow.
I don't see why that matters.
And well, it does actually, because you're still trying to pour moral outrage onto something without understanding the full context. You may think that you can break it down to simply black and white, what you read and what you get from it, but actually, there's a lot of nuance to that theological.
Yeah, the nuance is a genocide. It's simply what it is. It's just genocide. That's simply what it is. It's a story of it's an in-group versus out-group story where one group of people viciously murdered another group of people. That's what it is. That's the context.
So you don't think there's so you don't have more justification of like, okay, so let's say Palestine invaded Israel, right? Do you think that is morally justified?
What's morally justified?
Like, let's say Israel hit back first. This is going to be a like complete hypothetical. You don't have to read much into it other than that, right? But let's say Israel,
a country can defend itself. I don't have a problem with that. That's not what was going on here.
Well, there was context of war.
Well, there was also,
and unfortunately, that's a gruesome reality.
How people are, and if you read the story of Baal, it talks about a prophet who dealt with people who were essentially Satanists ruining the land, people going around doing awful things. They're essentially the people who were like the flood. The people, or they acted how the people in the flood would, like adulterers, all these other people, and
not adulterers.
Well, no, it comes to a point where it's like, okay, these
they're
people,
adulterers, so they're adulterers.
No,
so
it's more than just that, man. They're murderers.
Why even bring it up?
They're the people you hate, essentially, is what you're telling me.
Why even bring up the fact that they sexual stuff? Like, why even bring that up? Is that a justified reason to murder a bunch of people?
Well, you said it was earlier, so I mean,
when did I say that?
Well, you didn't say that essentially, but you sort of implied it with your stance on rape and all that. But,
guys, it's okay to talk about morality, but please, do not, go into politics or mix.
Don't use certain words.
No, yeah.
It was just a hypothetical, man.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. We cannot rewind it. Okay, so we cannot delete that. So just please, okay. Like, morality is okay for now, but don't you don't have to implement it into politics or other things. Okay. Thank you so much.
Yep, got it.
And a bum.
The thing I don't understand.
No, thank you.
Is from an atheistic perspective, you can.
None of that matters from an atheist.
No, I'll tell you why it does. Okay.
Why doesn't it matter from an atheist perspective?
Well, what I mean is that you essentially don't believe that it should, or it's justified. I'm sorry, you're not coming from a moral position, is what I mean to say. Because atheism is rooted in nihilism. And technically, if you believe in true atheism, then you're technically a nihilist, because God is essentially. Well, you don't believe in God. You don't believe in morals. Atheism is true nihilism.
Well, wait, I don't believe in morals. Why do you believe that?
Okay, so you don't believe that. Okay, so you don't believe in morals. Okay, so what are morals? Let me ask you that.
Well, you're the one making the claim. Why don't you tell
me
what morals
I'm
are?
just
You're
trying
saying
to
that I don't
understand
believe in
you.
morals, so you tell me.
You said you didn't believe in morals.
I never said that.
No,
Well,
Paul,
just
no,
like 3
Paul,
seconds ago.
Paul didn't
Guys,
say that. He didn't say that necessarily.
Well, that's what I heard. That's my bad.
I've
okay.
never stated my moral view. I've never
But
said that I affirm objective
anyways,
or
okay,
subjective
you,
morality.
by the atheistic standard, yes, you don't believe in
He
standard
doesn't believe in
morality.
objective morality. That he won't be able to. That's something that you won't get an atheist really to admit, as in morals are objective. That's one thing.
What are you talking about? There are atheists that affirm in
But
objective
that's
morality.
because they live in Christian
No, because they
countries.
have good arguments. Because they have arguments
It's
for it.
It's a psychological thing. It's how all of America is built up. The only reason you believe that, probably believe, I'm not sure, I don't know your moral perspective, but if you go into this rabbit hole, right, you're essentially saying that I don't know where I was going with that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where you're going because you keep
Well,
like,
no,
you
if
keep
you were
stating
talking
like
about
my
morals, you don't,
beliefs.
as an atheist, you don't believe in morals, essentially
Who
because
said
you
why?
don't believe in a
Why?
God, and morals
Why
come
can't?
from religion, right? So if you don't believe in a God, you don't believe in a religion, so therefore you don't believe in morals.
That's nonsense.
No, I think
That's
that.
not nonsense.
Okay,
If I may,
guys. Sorry for like quick interruption, but I really want to help. Okay, so Paul, I think in this level you should tell them like, do you believe in moral values, or you should like open your cards a little bit. Okay, are you there, Paul?
Yeah, why though? It seems like Mason already knows my view.
Oh, okay.
Well,
They're
He's already
assuming.
stated that atheism. If I'm an
Okay.
atheist, I have no morals or
Okay,
something.
but
You can.
I think like they kind of feel like assume like, and in this case I can give credit them a little bit, but please to try to help them like explain like do you believe in objective morality or like,
Oh, I don't know. I'm not really sure. I haven't really decided whether I affirm
You
an
probably live. You
objective
probably
stance
live
or
like.
a subjective.
You
I
probably
couldn't tell
live
you.
like on morals. You probably. I've always said this. Most people born in the West, they may not. They may reject the God of their previous ancestors, if you want to call it that. If that's the best way to describe it. But they will still live. But they will still live. Well, because if you go back far enough, there's probably going to be Christianity in your family or Islam or something. So there will be some kind of morality that you would have inherited. You may live in an atheistic or worldview.
Nah.
Or, no,
I mean, yeah, I mean, beliefs set from my parents and family and my experiences. A lot of my beliefs about like right and wrong, how I personally see them, is just based on my experiences.
Exactly. That's what I mean.
Yeah, and your experiences are based on obviously the society that you live in, and while it is liberal and secular, pretty much, there is still nonetheless a Christian foundation that we don't have to go far back.
Like what? Like what's the foundation of my moral beliefs? Like give me an example of something that would be a foundation of Christianity.
Well, you believe. I'm assuming you believe rape is wrong, right?
Yeah, but as I just told you before, that under the Christian view, that's not very clear if it's right or wrong.
It is, because it would be adultery. You're sleeping with someone who's, not.
No, then there must be then there's contradictory statements in the Bible.
It's not a
like
contradictory statement.
Well, because in the Bible, because in the Bible it tells you it literally. I just talked about that.
Where does it say go around rape everyone?
It doesn't say that. It says go in and take the. I'm not going to say it in front of a bunch of people here in public, but go in and take the whatever.
I mean, most of us are men in here, man. I mean, we can have a civil conversation.
I'm in public. I don't want to say this in public. People might take it the wrong way, so that's why I'm trying to use my words correctly. But like they say in that story in the Bible to go in, like I said, and kill off everybody, even the livestock, and then take the young ones for yourself.
Isn't that just a reality of war, though? I mean, that happens all the time. Even people don't need to be commanded by their supposed.
Oh, okay. Then maybe they could be commanded not to do it. Then wouldn't it be better? Wouldn't it be better to be commanded not to do it? Wouldn't that be better?
But it doesn't say. It doesn't say. Oh, well, go have premarital sex with the children. That's not what it says.
Oh, what do you think? What do you think it means? What do you think? Like I said, what do you think of
What verse are you thinking?
bloodthirsty soldiers that just like killed a bunch of people? What do you think they're gonna do?
Well, we're not like the Muslims, so I'll tell you what, we wouldn't go around.
Well, yeah,
making
I don't. That doesn't seem to help. That dismissal isn't going to really help.
Well, I mean, they're allowed to have sex slaves, buddy. I mean, that's you just go.
Yeah, you're and allowed to in Christianity as well.
No, you're not, man.
Yes, you are.
Where's the verse? I mean,
Well, there are numerous verses in the Bible. I mean, again, because we're on this
I mean,
topic,
no, like I'm pretty sure there's not a verse that says go around and have.
No, there isn't. But there's plenty of verses that basically within the Old Testament, because we're working with that for the time
Which
being.
verse?
So you've got Deuteronomy 22, verse 25 to 27. Do you want to read it out to you, or do you want to try and find it quickly? So that's Deuteronomy 22, verse 25 to 27. And then also there's one also that follows that afterwards, verse 28 to 29. And there's more as well. There's Exodus. We've got some examples of condemnation by the narrative within the actual passage.
You said Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy 22, verse 25 to 27, and then you've also got verse 28 to 29. There's basically consequences. It's not nobody just gets away with it and they get a pat on the back and high five. You know, there's consequences.
I just don't see like for like that belief and any other ones you could like share with me that you could say, well, the foundation of these moral beliefs that I have, these moral views are based on Christianity.
Well, at the end of the day, if the moral beliefs or the moral framework of your society that you literally live in, if they were inherited by any other culture, then yeah, you just be thankful. That's why I always say to people sometimes, be thankful that you have, and I keep saying this, Richard Dawkins is thankful that he lives in a culturally Christian society. Doesn't believe in God.
You said Deuteronomy 28 through 29?
Deuteronomy 22, and then it's verses 25 to 29.
Yeah, I don't care what Richard Dawkins says. You don't have to keep like.
No, well, the reason why I'm using him as an example because he's somebody who's going to be in a position.
Because he's a racist. He's a racist.
He's
an idiot.
He still holds a position. There are people who are.
Do you believe in racism?
Do I believe in racism? I don't know what that means.
You might have to rephrase.
I don't know. You're just an atheist. I thought I'd bring it up.
It's not a belief system, is it? But I do believe. I do.
No, yeah, it doesn't really make sense. I get it.
I think racism.
Do you mean am I against racism? Is that what your question is?
No, I don't know. I was like, well, you're a nihilist, so you do it by the standard of which,
Standard of which what? How do you know I'm a nihilist as well?
Because I'm going based off what I said before about your atheistic position. That's what I said.
Just to be clear, atheism can lead to a nihilism, and it does seem to be slowly but surely heading that way. And whether people acknowledge or understand that, but it's like what we talked about the other day about family values. If people start rejecting these kind of things, it starts. We are devaluing.
Nobody's rejecting family values. That's just a dog whistle. It's just a dog whistle people make up.
Not a dog whistle. Let's be clear here. The word hinging upon which we're working with is values, which can be linked to ethics and morality. The point I'm trying to make is when people start rejecting or dehumanizing certain ethical situations, they find
like what
well, for example, abortion. So abortion. So that people use language these days. People use language to dehumanize the situation. So instead of calling it a baby, they call it a clump of cells. Instead of calling it a child, they call it a fetus. They use particular words to be able to, understandably, frame it so that when they're talking about it,
I'm trying to understand I'm trying to understand this moral framework that you said that I get from your religion.
So if your moral frame, so clearly you don't shape your own moral framework within your own mind. Society shapes.
I do all the time.
So and really, okay. So
I'm a free thinker.
Okay, there's no such thing as a free thinker. By the way, I've had this conversation before. At the end of the day, whatever you consume around you is what shapes the way you view the world. Okay, so whatever morals you've been built up into your mind, you're going to hope, you're going to pray, for better for word, that everybody else around you shares those morals. Because if they don't, society.
By the way, that's not right.
A lot of people do and a lot of people don't share my values for a lot of things. Like I don't think you should be able to rev your car engine, and people do it all the time here, right?
Well, we're talking about morality here and the
Well,
ethical.
I think that's kind of a rude thing. It's an inconsiderate thing to do, right? But other people don't think it's an inconsiderate. So we have different
It's not
views.
talking about rape. It's talking about. That's just like it's talking about essentially just like the time. Like that's just something at the time that people did. It wasn't. It's not necessarily. It's not talking about rape. It's
Well, it
talking about
says
giving
here-
a daughter to someone.
Well, it says here,
Oh, okay. What is that's kind of a weird thing.
That's
So
not
they're
a
like,
weird
so
thing.
daughter is like a property.
They did that all through literal.
So would you do that? Would that be okay for you to do? Is that one of your? Is that one of those values, Christian values that you support?
Again, you're trying to apply for a 4,000-year-old.
Right. Yeah, because you keep talking about
today.
these values that are like the
We're
foundation.
not in the Old
foundation
Testament,
of my
man.
beliefs. You guys were talking about the morals that shape the foundation of my beliefs, right?
Is Christianity, yes.
Right. So I'm just trying to understand your view on that. You know, do you think that you should be able to give your daughter away to some other dude without really her?
Well, people do that already.
giving
That's
her-
the whole concept of marriage, right? You're giving someone away.
against their will. They don't really have a choice
No,
in the matter.
it doesn't say against your will. It doesn't say, oh, well, these
Okay.
people were. Well, even then.
So they had a choice. They had a choice in them. So the woman, oh, actually, no, I don't want to marry your friend. I'm sorry. You think that's how it went? Oh, okay. If you don't want to marry him, that's okay. I'm just. Oh, look, I'm just setting you up.
You have to remember that you are in the minority in terms of how you view a lot of these things. There isn't.
I don't care.
That's fine. And ultimately, that's totally fine. At the end of the day, but ultimately, your opinion, although we are trying to get it, ironically, we're trying to get it. Your opinion is quite irrelevant in these kind of conversations because you've already built up an idea of what morality is in your own mind, what is right and wrong in your own mind, and yet you expect to neither. And you are, whether you like it or not, the way you live your life, you hope to expect other people have the same. You want everybody else to have the same morals as you. Okay, but that's not going to happen if you're just going to keep them within yourselves. That's why society collectively.
That's why I'm an activist in my community. That's why I talk about these things all the time. I debate people.
Yeah, that's fine. And the reason why you're debating people is because you're hoping that the morals that you've made up in your own mind, because you've already said that they haven't been shaped by anybody else. You've come up with your own sense of morality, and you're going out there and doing activism and what have you with the idea of what I would imagine to hope people can adopt your moral values. Is that your goal?
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah.
Yeah. So how can that happen if there isn't anything that's considered to be objective morals? Because if it collapses into subjectivity,
well,
it's game over. There's no point really. There's no point in even doing activism in that sense.
Oh, really? So if we if for example, like we have an issue in the city, and I'm trying to convince people that this is a problem, and it seems like it's a problem, but because you're throwing around this word subjective, I can't really do that because I don't have a way to ground my morality objectively. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you're hoping everybody else will recognize that it's a problem. But like I said, if morals are subjective, you're going to have to hope that enough people are going to agree with you in order for there to be a protest.
Well, that seems to be the problem for lots of things. There was a time we actually had to fight a war in the United States because of slavery. We had people didn't agree. Some people wanted to keep slavery going, and other people wanted to abolish it.
But even then, if you do a research, well, never mind. That's irrelevant. I was gonna say something.
You do your research on what?
Nothing, just the whole slavery bit. It was only 20% of people had slaves in the U.S.
I don't see what the relevance of any of that is.
Well, yeah, that's why I said it was. That's why I said it was irrelevant, and yeah. So,
look, I think these are important conversations to have, but we need to find some sort of I think a lot of people.
Why don't we do this? Why don't you tell me how to ground morality objectively? Maybe you can give me some way we can do that.
Well, first and foremost, we have to work on the premise that if people who are of the non-theist position believes that objective, and this is the case, so there may be some outliers, but the majority of people think that morals are subjective, Now, the way I argue that is, well, what props up that subject?
Well, no, it doesn't. Look, we're not talking about a subjective morality. You don't need to even bring up. You just tell me how we get to objective morality. That would just make it a lot easier for us.
Well, it doesn't work that way, I'm afraid.
Well,
you have to work with your premise first, and then with what's called reductio ad absurdum.
I told you I don't have a premise. I don't have a premise.
Well,
I don't have a view either way.
I think you actually share a lot of values with, and I'll try to explain that, but I believe you share a lot of moral values with us. I don't claim that you. I don't claim that you don't have any morals, and I don't claim that you're.
Well, I know, but I'm just making it very clear because you seem to be implying that I have a subjective view on morality, and I'm saying that I may or may not. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't decided one way or the other. I'm not a philosopher.
The only reason I said that technically you wouldn't have morals is because of the atheistic perspective, right?
The atheist perspective
you
is
might have your
no
own
God.
individualistic belief.
No,
right?
no. The atheist perspective is just a position on whether or not God exists. That's it.
Yeah, but
there's absolutely no other position
believe in
past
God, right? God gives you purpose, right? If you don't believe in the God,
I have purpose.
Well, okay. By whose standard? Do you believe in Christian?
It doesn't matter with
morality?
my standard. By my standard.
Your standard.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Which in itself is problematic because it means.
Why is that problematic?
Because you're pretty much reducing morality to relativism. So
well, hold on. We're talking about
you're
purpose.
Essentially
here.
saying the world revolves around you, and you have your own.
I'm not. I don't say that at all. I never said any of that.
You didn't say that, but you're implying it by. You're choosing.
No, I don't imply that at all. No, actually not. No, my activism is like my purpose in life. Like I spend hours and hours like working on this stuff. I don't even get paid for it. Like that. You could say that's my purpose. My purpose is to enjoy life. My purpose. My purpose is to enjoy good food and have good sex and meet great people and hang out with my family and hang out with my friends and travel. Like those are all things. Those are my purposes.
Have you noticed the order that you do it though? Like you should be putting the family and stuff first, and then the rest secondary. But that's
sometimes they.
At the end of the day, look, there's not that. In the whole grand, in an ideal situation, everybody should be able to do, their best version of their best, be their best version, do.
Yeah, but my point is I do have purpose in my life, right?
Well, you're essentially saying that you are what you define, like you're essentially saying that you have the I don't know how to explain it, but it's like you're essentially saying that
just tell me what
you're going with your own definition of what purpose is, not necessarily what purpose is. You think purpose is like
what's purpose?
Needless pleasure and like
it's not needless.
Well,
I need pleasure. I need pleasure. It's nice.
Comfort is not purpose, man. Comfort and pleasure is not purpose.
Why? My purpose is pleasure. My purpose. Now, what's your purpose? Can you tell me your purpose?
Unfortunately, hedonism and decadence is proven to be time and time again a downfall.
I'm not a hedonist. I wouldn't consider myself a hedonist.
What you've just described is pretty much the definition.
What? Because I enjoy having sex.
No, there was more to that. There was more to that.
I enjoy eating.
You're saying that's your purpose. That's what you're saying.
Right. Enjoy life and have sex and eat and go out and hang out with my friends and family and all those sorts of things and travel. Why? What's wrong with that? That sounds like a great purpose. It's better than being a slave to God.
It works for you. It doesn't really work. It works for you.
It works for me. Yeah.
You feel like that's something that gives you some sort of meaning. Yeah. Right? That doesn't give you meaning. It doesn't give you meaning.
What do you mean it doesn't give me meaning?
It doesn't. It's not. It shouldn't be your sole. Like
I didn't say it was my. I listed like a bunch of other things that I enjoy.
You said it was your purpose.
I think I said pleasure was my. I think I said pleasure was my purpose.
Yeah, which is hedonism.
Yeah, that means a whole sort of different things. But
at the end of the day, that's people choose that path. At the end of the day, it is what it is. It's when and to be honest, with you, on the individual level, quite frankly, it doesn't really matter. One man can just live in his house for the rest of his life, never leave and just watch Netflix all day.
That's fine. Yeah,
his
if
choice.
they want
That's
to,
his
if they
choice.
like doing
And
that,
then
that's
what
fine.
happens when the whole of society just literally does exactly
Well,
the same?
that would, I guess that would be problematic. I don't know. Who knows?
Well, there's a means to an end, isn't it? I think ultimately that's what we need to
But
get
people
to.
can, but people believe in,
yeah,
but people believe in God and do those things all the time. They
direct
sit at home and watch
connection,
Netflix. I don't understand how that's relevant to a belief in God or not.
I cancel my subscription. It's rubbish. Yeah,
I tell you what, it's a waste of time, man. It's a waste of time.
Look,
I mean, it's like, well, all we're doing is just wasting our time talking about this stuff, right?
Well,
no, I don't
Is that
think
any
it's a waste
better?
of time.
We could be watching Netflix, couldn't we? Really, but
There's nothing on Netflix.
I think it's important to have conversation, especially with people. But
Yeah, absolutely. But I think what we're trying to get to is you live in a society that has Christian foundations. I think we've talked about it before. You don't even deny that. And I'm trying to say is that society shaped
I don't
the
know
way
what
we
that. I
see the
don't know what
world.
that. When you say Christian foundations,
So if you go back 40 years, 40, 50
I mean, like
years.
we could say like I could grant that there are things in our society that are a result of Christianity, just as I can say there are things in our society that are a result of the Roman Empire or the Greeks or the Persians.
Yeah, that's culture.
Yeah, but their influence has a big influence on our beliefs and how we live our lives. It's not just Christianity; it's those other things too.
Yeah, and that's why I say that's why I said earlier on, you're not a free thinker. There's no such thing as a free thinker because something has shaped you. Whether it's not just morality.
I was being a little facetious there when I said that.
Oh right, yeah, but Joe, I keep forgetting you're the one that says when put it in people's bios is cringe. I keep forgetting who keeps saying that. It was you, wasn't it? Yeah, look, I think we have to work. We have to work from a premise somewhere in terms of how we understand the world. Okay, now you don't have to go back far in the West to get an idea as to how people in those times viewed the world. Okay, whether you
In
agree
what times?
or not.
In what times?
Talk about like medieval times, probably.
But I'm talking about if we use America as an example, what would have been the heart of the community not long ago has changed now, but not long ago the heart of the community would have been the church, not the pub,
It's the same thing with Rome. You used Rome as an example, but Rome did become a Christian nation, so you still have that directly rooted in Catholicism.
Yeah, there is a continuation. There is a continuation.
I'm talking about like the Roman Empire that existed before Catholicism or Christianity took it over.
Well, yeah, they
built a lot of roads. They built a lot of infrastructure.
Oh, you're talking about like physical, not like.
Lots of stuff.
Like,
they contributed to art. They contributed to science and literature and all these sorts of things.
Yeah, no, but we're talking about morality here. And I suppose science and literature could be slightly intertwined with morality, depending on the ethical scientific practices and what have you. If a society thought it was completely like eugenics, for example, if society thought that was a perfectly acceptable and reasonable thing to do, from an evolutionary point of view,
there are people who
wouldn't be any objections to it. From an evolutionary perspective, there wouldn't actually be any actual objections to eugenics. There wouldn't be. Because it's going to, if anything, improve the species. The point.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true.
Well, let's think about what eugenics is. Eugenics, as far as
I don't know if we want to get it. I don't know if we want to get into a talk about eugenics, but I don't necessarily think it's going to improve society.
I was just using it as a very brief example.
But there are plenty of people, including Christians, who do affirm it.
Affirm what?
Eugenics.
Oh,
I mean that's like the principle. It's one of the principles of our nation.
I don't think so. I think the principles of your nation have been built on mass immigration. That's always has been.
No, the one of the principles of our nation is really just built on the fact that we only listen to rich people. Rich people are smart and everybody else is stupid. And so if you're poor, fuck you.
I don't think
that's basically the attitudes.
It's just most people who are and happen to be rich happen to have more outlets and more people to connect with.
Yeah, and they have ridiculous like made up narratives that they work really hard for their money and stuff like that.
Most people who are poor are humble and have I think a lot of them have a lot better perspective on lives than people who are rich and narcissistic. But
Yeah, but
even
like, as
poor
I was
people,
saying,
even poor people can be not. You can be poor and a narcissist. You know.
yeah, poor people make bad decisions all the time instead of rich people.
Yeah.
And I'm just making the point that rich people aren't necessarily because they're rich or smart, so we should listen to them. Obviously, we shouldn't. But anyways, that's regardless of what we're talking about. But yeah, it's just like it seems like my purpose, that I have, seems perfectly fine.
Yeah,
And I
to
don't know. It
you.
seems
Well,
better.
yeah,
It
to
seems
your
better than being a
individual.
slave to. And that, yeah, and for you, your purpose, the one that you have,
No, but we try
is
to
better
work
for
with,
you.
yeah. I mean, look, I think everybody attempts to try and, we all live in communities, and we have, and this is what I try. This is what I've been said before. I think that the example I used earlier on, and I don't think anybody can. Well, they can try, of course they can, but you can't disagree that you can't. You don't have to go that far back in time in America, and even in the United Kingdom. Every Sunday, people used to go to church. And people tried to
Look what happened
live.
when you left that in the UK, man. Look how the UK is doing right
Oh
now.
well, that's a different
Yeah,
story.
now
Yeah,
let's,
I'm bringing up
yeah.
politics. I'm sorry. We'll just.
Yeah, no, but
Yeah.
well, what's interesting? Well, that's liberal secularism for you. Like, people
Yeah.
going their way.
Yeah,
People
but see,
apply their
again,
own.
like, I just bring up the examples. I'll just bring up the examples of places
epitome
like
of
Alabama or
atheist
Mississippi
behavior.
or Arkansas, where people are very religious, and the state is at the bottom of almost every single thing that we measure, like well-being. Like, they're at the complete bottom. The
But
more
then
religious a society is in the United
California's
States, it seems
doing
like
great
the worse.
right now, man.
California's still doing a lot better than a lot of other states.
Well, I don't
It's not
know.
even close when we're
I
talking
think
about the religious states. California has a housing crisis because it hasn't built enough housing.
Well, religion is not based on material wealth or that kind of prosperity. At the end of the day, I mean, that's a problem that the government needs to solve. It's got nothing to do with what they
It has
believe.
nothing to do with any of those things. It's just that you have these people very religious. They go to church every Sunday, and they happen to live in one of the worst states in actually probably one of the worst places in like the modern world, in the first world.
Okay,
like
well, imagine if we took those churches away tomorrow. How do you think
Where
they
is
get
that?
through? How do
I
you
don't
get
know. It might be a better society.
Where is?
So,
where are the
so
countries you're
we've
talking
seen
about?
we've seen places where they've taken where pretty much there's no churches there, and that's
Where?
so-called society. Well, you give me an example of
Well, UK.
Let's do a comparison quickly. So if you
Prime
want to work with the states where they're still very religious and they go to church, but on the other hand, you said that there's a lot of poverty and other kind of issues and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they use religion as a tool. They use the religion, the in-group, out-group stuff that you like to talk about. The in-group, out-group stuff. They use that in order to wield power. So they rich people don't have to pay taxes and stuff like that. But the taxes are kept very, very low. The schools, just about any like infrastructure that's important for like educating people or keeping people healthy and all those sorts of things are drastically cut.
In general, we just literally describe. I could swap that out and just describe the government, really. Or you just the way you've explained that. I mean, ultimately, wherever there's people, there's a power struggle. There's going to be a power
Right,
dynamic.
and they use these same talking points that you do to gain power. They use these they're religious. They use these religious
You have to
arguments to
think
talk about the vote for
and-
me, because if you vote for the other people, they're lunatics. Don't vote for the other people because they're secularists. And we
Well,
we
some
have to have people going to
are.
church.
You have to think, if you're secular, what is your basis of moral, worth there? Like, you're essentially saying,
What's
like,
your basis?
in California and the UK and all these other places are prime examples of secular examples that just crumble.
No, like the UK would just like a great like a big problem with the UK is the fact that the government, like austerity, where the government just doesn't spend a lot of money on infrastructure and stuff like that, and for a long time the UK's been in decline.
It's not even a thing with
It's government choices. Again, it's like this is what I
infrastructure.
don't like about like these things where it's because people don't go to church anymore. We have these problems.
Well, no, because people are
it's a very shallow
rejecting.
view.
No, it's because people are rejecting moral truth, and moral truth.
Who's
derives
rejecting
from
moral
something.
truth? What does that even mean?
I'm sorry.
What does that mean, moral truth?
Well, like there's obviously, I'd say a moral truth within the world, right? Like there's a clear
Okay.
definition of what good and evil is.
Okay.
Right?
And so why? Okay. And why do we need God to come to the conclusion about that?
Well,
if we
because
use
guess what? Without God, guess what? Guess what happens? You don't have a definition of good. You don't have a definition of
Why
bad.
not?
Because
You're
God is
just
good, right?
restating.
God is what gives us our morality. We have the Ten Commandments. These are things that laws that we live by, or are supposed to live by, right? That determine our morality. That determine
So your
what we
morality
actually.
is just determined on what God says.
It's His laws for us. It's not necessarily. Well,
Right.
I mean, yeah.
So it's just what He says.
I mean, let's
And
appreciate
why is that a problem if it's the creator of the universe and you're gonna like sit there and just like what deny that he's right on these topics? I mean, I don't.
Blah.
I mean, you're like, oh well, creator of the universe. Oh, guess what? You have this version of morality, and I don't want to do that because I'm gonna do my own thing. Like some like what?
Well, we can see it in practice, can't we? We can see it
Yeah,
right
well,
now.
I mean, like, yeah, I mean, like,
narcissistic
for like,
at that point.
yeah, well, no, I mean, like, for me, like,
A
I
little bit.
reject things like it's what's narcissistic about it? Like, for
But
example,
you're
like,
saying that you're a central. Everything revolves around you. You don't have like you're
why do you say
rejecting.
that? Why
Well,
I
no,
never
because
said that it revolves around
Hey
me.
guys, just so you notice, Phil is getting ready to change the room. You can follow or you can stay here. We've got an awful lot of people here. It's going to be hard for most people to join the conversation, so it's up to
Thank
you.
you so much, James.
I've
Because
even checked the room. So, how many people in the room?
some silence. Okay. I can rest a little bit. I was going nowhere already. I could save Paul from there, but he kind of enjoys there. And that. Anyway, guys, I sent the link already. Like maybe some other people are enjoying that conversation, and you can join with that link. They still there. Probably they'll keep speaking about the same topic. I didn't want to interrupt them. They were enjoying, so yep. Let's see, and this will be the last room also. So so maybe I should. Oh, I should start. Yeah, I should start. Thank you so much, Julie, Scamchan, Vibe, Nick too. Welcome. Thank you for being here and for the tips about the fireman. So Tio, thanks for being here today. This was also a very long one. And SHK, thank you so much. Paul, you're not listening right now, but thank you so much. You're still there fighting. I appreciate that, man. Vibe, we cannot do without you. Thanks again. Okeanos Helis, thanks for being here. If your DNA was here, please follow him, subscribe him on YouTube. Okay, this is one of those I cannot see the name. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Yeah, Justin Stafford. Thanks for being here. There's someone else I cannot read the name again. Ebby. Thanks for being here. We had Jay. I don't know who is Jay. Who is Jay? Who is Jay? Jesus, the way, truth, and the life. Okay, thanks for being here. Anarchist. Thanks for being here. The search for terrestrial. Thanks for being here. Mr. Parker, thanks so much. Thanks. We have another J. Fuck, that will be hard to find. That will be hard to find. We have two J's. Since I'm scrolling, I don't see if you guys are helping me. These J, I don't look the most blah 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 blah. I don't know. Thank you. Maybe it's Joshua. I'm not sure. George, thank you. Shara Sharma, thank you for being here. James, yeah, you were cool. You helped us, and you're helping us. Thank you so much. And this, I don't see this one also. YouTube. Oh, maybe this is YouTube. Thanks for being here. Secreto. Yeah. Thanks. Bible Enjoyer. Oh, okay. I didn't see, but yeah, seemingly he was here. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Cuber 100. I don't know. Like, who's this? But thank you. Thank you all again and again. Yeah. I'm not leaving immediately. Just I'll wait a little bit more. Then I'm gonna leave soon.
Hi,
Hey, lie.
what's up?
Nothing much here. How about there?
Sorry?
Nothing much. How about there?
Okay, I got it. This run is leave on you to know it's
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
why you can follow my YouTube channels. Um, where are you from?
Oh my god. Okay, so you didn't like the topic, I think.
Mm, okay, I don't know.
You don't
Thank
know.
you.
Bye bye. Thank you. Leo. Like Dev Star. Patra. Okay. We have some people here. You guys want to talk about God? Yeah.
What is the topic?
The last goal for believers. God's existence is the topic.
Hey, hi, friends.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're clear, man.
Oh, yeah.
Nice to meet you guys. How are you?
Fine. How about you?
Yeah, we are good.
I'm very well.
Okay. He thinks that he can hijack my room. Not many people can do that.
My friends invite me PO1.
Yeah, guys, but please read the topic and welcome message so that you can save my time and energy.
The topic is God existence. Do you believe in God which and why?
Good. Yeah, good. Very good.
Absolutely, I believe in God, brother. Why not?
Okay. I don't know. If not, I don't know. You should tell me if not. But you didn't say not. You said yes, you believe. So
Yes, I'm believing.
okay, which God
I
you
believe
believe?
in God. I'm Christian.
Okay, cool.
I believe in Jesus.
So why you believe God exists?
Okay. Yeah, I believe, but I don't. I don't believe in God. If we're going back 5 years ago, I don't believe in God.
Okay, but why do you believe in God right now?
Maybe the life gave me lesson that God is really exists. I've been suffering through so many problems. I think I cannot survive by myself. But yeah, I don't know. Something helped me. I don't know, like some can I say spiritual powers, like guidance me through my problem, and I can survive and throw out things because of that spiritual existence. And I think this maybe is God. And I learned about the Christianity. My family is Christian. I think I already believe in God.
You already believe in God, but why do you believe in God again?
if you ask me again, I think because the life lesson, yeah,
The life lesson.
life lesson, yeah, I've been I've been lost so many times, you know. I've been failed so many times without with myself. I think I cannot survive, brother. Yeah,
You cannot survive when exactly?
yeah, with my own power. I think there's some high existence helping me.
Okay, so if I say I believe that
Mm,
someone created your God because
okay, someone's created
yeah,
my God.
because your God couldn't exist
Okay,
because
okay, and
he
who?
cannot provide his own power. Someone else
Okay, so
must
so there's some so
charge him.
there's some existence, some powers create my God, right?
Yeah, because you say that I can't exist without God, so then your God cannot exist without other creatures.
Without others, okay, but who's sitting on the peak if it's not God? Who's sitting on the peak? Who's the beginning if God's
Oh,
not didn't respond?
in the beginning, there are two creatures.
Okay,
Yeah,
and who's the creatures?
they're like father and mother creatures.
Yeah, but I think it's not a biology. I think.
No, they're not like biology thing. Yeah, they're like gods.
Uh, I think it's kind of hard to find the real answer
Mm,
if we're talking about the
me
some
too.
spiritual thing, you know, brother. Yeah,
Yeah, it's hard to find. I agree with you.
it's like a circle, you know. We always keep moving. We couldn't find the way. We couldn't find the answer if we're talking about it. But how about you? Did you believe on God, or
I don't
do
believe
you
in
believe
God.
on God, or you don't believe? And what's the reason you don't believe on God?
Okay, because I don't see good evidence. That's why.
Okay. Hmm. If God's not exist, so what's the beginning?
Maybe Big Bang.
Maybe the Big Bang.
Yeah.
Okay. And before Big Bang, what's there?
Maybe there was nothing before Big Bang. I don't know.
There's nothing. And how can we exist? How can we exist? The
Huh?
Darwin theory or something like that.
I don't know, man. I don't know, like
Uh,
how God
it,
exists.
it was like mm, if we means to be nothing, if there's nothing in the beginning, ow, you make me. I've been thinking about it for so for a long time ago, but I believe that there's some highest powers who's exist before us, but there.
I know it already, man. You told me. Come on. Yeah.
Okay, and how about the others? How about the others' opinion? Marbon.
I just, to be honest, maybe sometimes I feel like maybe I believe, maybe not, because I feel
What about now?
I have experience because I prayed to him several times to help me, but he didn't help me.
Hmm,
It was really sad, I think. Yeah,
okay.
it was a bad experience.
That sounds sad. Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah. And we know that there are billions of people. They pray and they don't get answers.
Yeah, they don't get the answer, brother.
Yeah.
It's called destiny, brother. We already have destiny before we come to this world, I think.
yeah, I agree.
Okay.
But
And if you don't believe about some spiritual thing like that, yeah, Do you believe afterlife? You believe in that?
I don't
Yeah,
believe in afterlife.
You don't
um,
believe? Okay. So after we die, you believe that we go into nowhere.
No, like no, that's not what I
We
think.
just die,
We go
and then
underground
what?
mostly.
Mm,
Isn't that real, man? Like we go underground. That's not a fact.
we're gonna bury it, yeah, and then
Like in my culture,
we,
they do that, right? Like they're not burning in my culture, but yeah, some cultures are just burning
okay.
the bodies. But I think in general, just under the ground. I think
Where are you from?
I'm from heaven, man.
You from heaven?
Yeah.
Oh, so you are the heavenly Father, maybe, yeah.
No, I'm heavenly friend.
You heavenly friend,
Yeah.
okay. Oh,
Hey, Avi, it's you, Abby. Avi Munto.
Sorry about that. Yes, yes, AB. You can call me AB.
Okay, so okay, you came from YouTube. Good, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I think you know the concept already.
Um, yes, I am an Orthodox Jew, or at least I try to be. And I just want to start off by saying definitely not even close to an expert on any of this, but very interesting. So, um, I would start off by saying that
Were you hearing an echo? Maybe. I don't know. I think
let me know if it's okay now.
Avi, like I just started hearing you right now, but I have some suspicions.
Oh,
Okay, go on. Let's test it again.
okay. So I don't see conclusive proof for God, but I also don't see a scientific explanation of how the origin of the universe came to be about. So I want to start off with that.
Good, good, good. But that starting point is already, doesn't lead us anywhere because you're saying that we don't know how. So what we should say, therefore God did it?
So I think that's a good point, and yes, but the reason would be I also see it being a logical jump to say we don't know how, therefore science did it. Like I also or that there is a scientific explanation. I also am not at that conclusion. I'm not at
Okay, me too,
neither.
me
So
too,
I do
me
feel
too,
like it's
me
a
too,
choice.
me too, me too, me too. I'm not saying that also. I just say we don't know. That's all. Like I think that should be the place that we should stay. We don't know. When you say we don't know, but blah 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 blah, then these are, things that you cannot prove, I think. But when you say, okay, so far we know this and this, but further than that, we don't know. Hey, John, welcome back. I was worried about you, man. Like, I was going to type after I finished this one. I hope you're doing fine.
Thank you. So, yeah, I see where you're saying I don't know, and you don't want to make a jump. I do feel like it's a jump either way. That's how I feel.
Which one is a jump? When you say I don't know?
I think no, I do think that it's a jump both ways. So to say that, oh, I'm not going to decide anything, therefore I'm going to land that there has to be a scientific or
No,
non.
wait. I think I think you didn't hear what I said. I'm not claiming that there has to be a scientific explanation. I'm not saying that, okay? Or atheist people don't have such a consensus, okay? They don't claim, okay? They say, okay, Big Bang, further than, we don't know. That's all. But we don't claim, like, we don't have any good evidence to say that the explanation, if there is, must be scientific. No, there is no such a claim, okay?
Yeah, okay, I understand that. I'm definitely, I don't want to speak on anyone else's behalf.
Good.
But to me, I'm not. comfortable landing there.
Where?
Of saying that I don't know, because I feel like we should know.
We should know.
Either I feel like we should know for both. But so if I'm just not comfortable being in I don't know, because that's not really a landing spot for me.
Okay, but do you understand and accept that your discomfort doesn't prove your beliefs, right?
For sure does not prove it.
Good. At least we agree on that. Okay. So you just choose to believe, and God did it just to feel comfortable.
Well, I mean, that's not going to say that's not a factor. That is a factor, but I also it would be for me. I feel like it would be a real choice to
real choice,
kind of make the conclusion that there isn't anything else out there, and even that.
Okay. But there isn't anything outside is not the only one option, or well, it's not the second and the last option. So what about this? So if someone says that, okay, like there has to be multiple natural causes behind the universe, why you don't buy that? Like why it doesn't make you comfortable?
Because there could be, but that doesn't explain why there has to be or why there is.
It doesn't explain why there, because like you think that there must be a cause, right?
Oh, well, I'm looking for an explanation.
Okay, the
So,
explanation
that's
is natural causes.
I don't see it being natural causes.
Okay, but when we look at the universe, like we understand that, like we learn the logic from the universe, right? The things inside the universe, the way that
Right.
they work, we
Yeah.
derive our logic from how things work. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
when we look at the causation, what we see common is things causing things. Mostly multiple causes are causing a thing. Every time you check something, when you look for the causes, there are always multiple causes. Like maybe there's very rare cases where there is one cause. So and well, when we check again, we see a lot of natural causes behind things. And when we look at on our planet, we see different causes, which are intelligent causes, but mostly there are also multiple. For example, look at your PC right now. I don't know, you're using the PC right now or your phone, doesn't matter.
My phone.
Yeah, it has multiple causes. And your building, it has multiple causes. They're intelligent, but they're multiple. And again, like anything you check, okay? They all have multiple intelligent causes behind. And when you go to nature, like it has multiple natural causes. Whatever you choose, it has multiple natural causes. So what to assume here? Either universe have multiple natural causes or multiple intelligent causes, or maybe together multiple. Like when I say multiple, maybe half of it intelligent, maybe half of it just natural, non-intelligent. So you see, there are many options here, and you could choose like others also because they also make sense in the same level. Because saying that there must be one intelligent cause behind, that kind of doesn't match with the reality that we see, at least, or the causation, how it works. Then you're just going away from how we reason, because I think it's because of the religion that you have.
So definitely the religion that I have, that's part of the way of why that I think, that's for sure. I would say that, it's to me, it seems impossible to apply this universe's logic to, quote unquote, before the universe. And it makes it like
Let's accept.
incalculable to
Okay,
say one way or the other.
let's accept. Let's accept. No problem. Then how can you reason then? So if you cannot use the logic that we know, do you have any other
Mhm.
option? Any tool?
I think I think you can't, and that's why I think it's a choice, either both ways.
Okay, but why you're choosing that one over the others? Because they also make sense.
Well, I don't know if it makes as much sense to me. I don't know. I mean, there's both good points, pros and cons to both arguments, I think, and whatever. But th- this is this is definitely what I'm going with. So, I can't say I don't have my doubts, but I have doubts for both, and I've wants for both,
No,
and this is where I am right now.
I see. I see. Okay, like I don't have much things to say. But I hope at least you see, the way that non-believers think a little bit, maybe, or a little bit differently. Now you think how they think.
I probably think differently than the way believers and non-believers think, just because I'm unique, but not that unique. But um, yeah, I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate you. It's very interesting. I enjoy listening to it a lot.
Thanks for joining, man. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. So that should be the closing, guys. So the previous room still continues. I think James is not there anymore. So the platform is called Free for Talk. If you're interested in, you can hop in to listen. Or I'm sure there are many other lives right now, and I hope you can enjoy more in those ones today. But that's all for me today. So take care, all of you. Thank you so much for being here. Hope to see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
You close the live?
Having a trouble. I cannot close the live. Wait, I'm gonna do that. I know how to do that. God bless you all. Yeah. You too, Paul.